This fellow outlasted a worldwide popsicle event, only for a specific lady to slice him apart like a holiday ham. His whole romantic life was swapped for a candy snack. As the planet mimicked a broken deep freeze, human order vanished before breakfast. Our hero danced with death daily while punching radioactive freaks just to provide snacks for the basement crew. However, it turns out people are actually way more frigid and heartless than the literal blizzard outside. The group didn't just swipe his gear, they sincerely intended to serve him up as a fancy dinner. While being turned into human tartar seems like a bummer, it's really just a very messy cosmic reset button. All because some spooky space ghost intervened. Our guy unseals his eyelids about 28 hours prior to the freezing catastrophe ruining everything. He currently possesses spoilers regarding the upcoming apocalypse and some frightening mystical abilities. In this new life, the Bible rules have flipped like a confused turtle. We should revisit the starting point where a discarded, hurt fellow begins his transition to becoming the scariest alpha hunter within a crumbling, frozen wasteland. The show kicks off in a spooky black abyss where crimson letters scream about betrayal. This poor dude is having a bad Tuesday, and the angst is dialed up immediately. Enter the villainous Leroy Delon, arcing a flashy crimson suit and hugging a chick named Zyrming, as he informs our main guy Mo that his time playing ninja is officially finished, trapping him completely. Delon leans in with an extremely sinister expression, explaining to Mo that the cops are a gun and the snowy hellscape only cares about who's got the biggest stick, so get ready. Zyrming adds some salt to the wound by acting like a helpless victim who just follows the biggest wallet, telling Mo he shouldn't be mad about her betrayal, which is honestly a trashy move. Mo is helpless upon the dirt while Delon prepares to test his backswing with a driver, and despite the protagonist begging for mercy, everything is clearly heading toward a violent conclusion. Now we see Lady Liberty looking like a giant popsicle after 7 months of the big freeze, while the voiceover guy gets all deep about how people's hearts have turned into blocks of ice. Deep within the urban popsicles, one brave soul walks through a narrow, escarred corridor, surrounded by a silence where every footstep feels like a drumbeat at a funeral for civilization. Our protagonist Mo is wearing 50 layers of clothes and puffing out steam like an old train, fiddling with his eyewear because walking through a freezer that never ends is really tiring work. Mo checks out the spooky skyline and figures he found a gold mine that other bums haven't looted yet, which is great because snacks and gasoline are the only things worth a damn here. He surveys the sharp icicles and assumes the floor won't break, but typically whenever a protagonist claims something is secure, reality treats that as an invitation to ruin his life. Right when the guy begins feeling like an expert, the terrain decides to throw a temper tantrum and shake, making Mo realize he is stuck in a massive snowquake. The floor disappears faster than my paycheck, sending Mo on a wild slide down a frozen mountain of glass, while he complains about how flimsy humanity is when nature flips the table. Mo is doing a great impression of her falling rock inside a giant crack in the world, surrounded by debris and realizing that if he hits the floor now, he's totally toast. He tries a desperate move by stabbing the wall with his pickaxe, hoping the hardware store didn't rip him off, but the screeching metal and the speed of his fall are too much. Everything is sparking and breaking as he continues his unwilling descent without any brakes, moving way too fast for comfort while the floor comes at him like an angry concrete wall. The giant boom rings out when he finally makes contact with the ground, making a mess of everything, and it really seems like our hero might have just turned himself into a pancake. Through some ridiculous stroke of luck, Mo is actually surviving while relaxing in a snowdrift, realizing that landing slightly to the left would have ended his story right there. He cracks a weary, cynical grin, pondering that old chestnut about dodging bullets. Unfortunately, his brief moment of relief evaporates instantly when he spots something far worse lurking in this icy, frozen nightmare. The view drops quickly to reveal a horrifying collection of bright blue, glowing eyes and a massive set of jagged, razor-sharp teeth. This pale-skinned monster clearly thinks it just stumbled upon the dinner special. This creature turns out to be a massive, purple-skinned horror shower, complete with extra eyeballs glued to its torso, designed specifically to hunt people. Mo quickly figures out that his lucky escape just morphed into a total, high-stakes death trap. Mo becomes a stasher, eyes bulging with pure panic as he gazes up at the apex predator above him. His pulse rate probably jumps straight through the roof as he desperately tries to calculate the odds of being stuck in this pit with company. The creature lets out an ear-splitting bellow and charges, but Mo somehow manages to scramble out of the way just barely. He sprints for dear life, screaming that this whole chain of events just isn't worth whatever good fortune he thought he had. Mo sprints through the wreckage while the monster's roar reverberates through the cave, dislodging huge ice formations from the ceiling. It's a complete dumpster fire of crushing ice chunks and terrified yells. He continues pushing forward, glancing back nervously as the creature rapidly closes the distance. He's complaining loudly about this being a total catastrophe, and frankly, I completely agree. This poor guy simply cannot catch a single break. The giant, dagger-like icicle slams down directly behind him, exploding into countless fragments. It's a narrow mess, but maybe all this collapsing ice debris is the only thing keeping the monster from catching him immediately. That white-skinned nightmare creature is practically breathing down his neck, all its extra eyes meticulously following his movements in the dark. This thing is clearly a dedicated hunter and absolutely refuses to let its potential meal escape. Mo dives behind a barrier just as another enormous column of ice crashes down, almost pinning the beast underneath. He realizes the racket might demolish the whole area, but hey, at least it's buying him a tiny chance to get away. The creature finds itself temporarily buried beneath a huge mound of ice, completely stopping its chase. Mo pauses to catch his breath, figuring this chaotic, crumbling environment might actually be the weird hero that keeps him alive today. Then a huge explosion rocks the ground once more, showering down even more debris from above. Mo glances upward, finally understanding that this whole ice cave basically has the structural integrity of a damp paper bag. His face drains of color as the ceiling actually begins to fall apart, a complete disaster unfolding overhead. He mumbles something about how terrible things have gotten, as the situation transitions from a monster chase into an honest-to-goodness cave-in. The giant piece of ice crashes down precisely where he had been standing moments before, forcing him to jump aside. The entire cavern is rapidly transforming into a deadly, chaotic meat grinder, and he's trapped right in the middle. Mo gets caught in a massive avalanche of snow and ice as the cave-in reaches peak intensity. He quickly disappears beneath the white powder, yelling out his absolute terror of being buried alive in this horrible place. We watch as he sinks into an icy pool beneath the wreckage, desperately fighting to swim back to the air. The water is pitch black and freezing cold, and his energy rapidly disappears as he drifts deeper into the abyss. Just as he stretches out a final time, the bizarre, glowing blue, jellyfish-like entity drifts right toward his outstretched hand. It looks both weirdly pretty and unsettling, but in this specific reality, anything bright and shiny usually indicates massive trouble. The weird creature unleashes a huge jolt of electrical energy, sending powerful pulses through the surrounding water. It appears to be awakening some form of ancient, unknown power, and poor Mo is currently floating right in the middle of the impact zone. A close-up view shows his eye transforming into a brilliant, glowing blue color. It seems Mo wasn't merely surviving this ordeal. He is being fundamentally altered into something completely new. Mo finally reaches the surface, panting wildly, his eyes still emitting that strange blue light. He looks totally shell-shocked, as if he just saw something straight out of a bizarre dream that defies all logic. He somehow finds himself back on his knees in the snow, looking around completely bewildered. He starts questioning whether he simply drifted off and imagined the entire monster encounter and cave-in, or if it really took place. As he stumbles away, we get a glimpse of her glowing blue snowflake mark now permanently etched onto the back of his neck. Whatever happened in the deep, icy darkness clearly left an indelible impression on him, inside and out. Mo decides he's had quite enough fresh air and examines his haul, discovering a sucker's chocolate bar. He figures he at least won't go home completely empty-handed, and begins heading back toward the relative safety of his shelter. He nears a huge, frozen skyscraper that stands as a stark monument to the world before everything went south. The sheer quantity of ice is baffling, engulfing entire structures as if they were tiny toys. To return home, he struggles to pry open a heavy manhole cover leading to the structure's lower levels. It's the only option for avoiding the killer winds up top, even though squeezing through is a real challenge. Mo descends into a lengthy, shadowy tunnel that resembles a vertical ice shaft. He ponders exactly how many days he can keep up this miserable, grinded-out lifestyle before his supposed luck finally vanishes completely. The conditions inside the building aren't exactly an upgrade, with residents clustered in tents and living in filth. It's a group of desperate folks just trying to scrape by on the absolute minimum in total darkness. We spot several other survivors, all looking completely starved and completely depleted of any optimism. The narrator explains that when the catastrophe initially struck, many people found themselves trapped inside with zero possibility of escape. While Mo moves through the communal space, he observes that as resources disappear, the population is beginning to shed its humanity. He realizes it's just a matter of time before they all completely give up their morals just to stay alive. He spots that the local bolas, or those guys, haven't started making their rounds yet. He chooses to quickly get home before he runs into any kind of trouble that he simply isn't equipped to deal with. He arrived at door 409 and began pounding on it urgently, his backpack feeling like a sack of rocks on his shoulders. All he wanted was to get inside and hide from the world for a couple of hours. The door flew open, and a blonde girl with hair tied in buns rushed out to greet him. Mo was startled by her speed, as if she had been waiting impatiently right behind the solid metal door. She threw herself into a crushing hug, instantly turning Mo's face bright red. He was concerned about the unlocked door, but she was pouring on the sweetness and affection like it was a cheap cologne. Tyraming looked up at him with enormous, innocent eyes, claiming she simply couldn't bear to wait another moment to see him. She was laying on the charm like a thick coat of paint, and Mo was completely hypnotized by the performance. Mo's face turned beet red as she leaned into him, prompting him to admit he wanted to see her too. It was a rare sliver of warmth in a frozen wasteland, proving he was absolutely and completely wrapped around her finger. They stepped inside the apartment, which felt surprisingly cozy compared to the rest of the building. Mo immediately went into responsible adult mode, portioning her to secure the entrance next time. He reached into his bag with a triumphant grin, telling her to prepare herself for a surprise. He was certain this little gift would completely make her day and maybe buy him a few hours of peace. Tyraming's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing the chocolate bar, her sweet expression instantly replaced by pure, unadulterated greed. She couldn't believe he actually managed to find something like that in the frozen wasteland. She squeezed him even harder, calling him the best while staring at the chocolate bar like it was a solid gold ingot. While looked like he was floating on a cloud, convinced his hard work had paid off handsomely. As she started to devour the chocolate, Mo mentioned nearly being eaten alive by monsters just to secure the single item. He told her to enjoy it, completely unaware that she had lost interest in him the moment the food appeared. We lingered on a shot of Mo's backpack, now looking thoroughly shredded and abused from his recent travels. It served as a silent reminder of how much he risked for someone who might just be completely indifferent to his well-being. Zyrming finished the chocolate, and her expression immediately shifted to cold annoyance. Her entire persona changed instantly once the treat was gone, revealing her true colors for a brief, alarming second. Mo sat alone beside a small fire later that evening, deeply worried about their dwindling food supply. He hadn't managed to scavenge anything substantial in days, and the pressure was rapidly approaching a breaking point. He held up a small bag of seeds they'd been saving, contemplating whether they should finally eat them. This was their last hope, and once these were gone, there would be nothing left to plant for the future. He stared at the seeds with a grave expression, realizing that consuming them meant eating every last possibility of a brighter tomorrow. It was a terrible choice between immediate starvation and giving up on any kind of future hope. Mo gazed out the window at the relentless white blizzard, feeling the crushing weight of the entire world settle on his shoulders. He figured that if conditions didn't improve quickly, everyone in the complex would probably just go completely bonkers. He recalled the grotesque monster he'd seen earlier, pondering whether its flesh might actually be edible. His desperation had grown so intense that he was seriously considering hunting those creatures just to feed the building's residents. Looking down at his hands, he recognized that even if the meat wasn't fit for human consumption, the monster's fat could certainly be rendered for fuel. He attempted to maintain an optimistic outlook, but the truth of their predicament remained utterly grim. He glanced at his digital alarm clock and was startled to see the date was February 14th, Valentine's Day. He'd completely forgotten about the holiday and the daily grind of survival, which was pretty forgivable when facing the end of the world. Mo felt a sudden wave of guilt wash over him, immediately wanting to apologize to Zyrming for missing the holiday. He turned to find her, only to discover the living room was completely empty. We scanned the vacant apartment, calling her name and puzzling over her sudden departure. The silence was instantly shattered by a powerful, rhythmic thumping sound emanating from the hallway just outside their door. The banging intensified, sounding as though someone was trying to dismantle the door entirely with extreme force. Mo's heart plummeted when he realized an intruder was attempting to violently gain access. He picked up a specific familiar signal and was astonished to realize Zyrming was actually responsible for the noise. He grew confused and deeply worried, unable to comprehend why she would be banging on the door in the dead of night. Mo swung the door open to check on her, but before he could utter a single word, a massive golf club came hurtling towards his head. He was completely caught by surprise, leaving him zero time to react or evade the blow. The heavy metal club connected with a sickening clank, smashing directly into Mo's skull. Blood exploded across the doorframe as he reeled backward from the sheer force of the impact. Mo stumbled back into the apartment, his vision rapidly blurring as crimson fluid streamed down his face. He felt dazed and disoriented, utterly incapable of processing exactly why he had just been assaulted. Leroy Daylon strolled into the room, leaning on the golf club as if it were a cane, and mockingly wished Mo a Merry Christmas. The guy was clearly unhinged, treating a brutal assault as a simple holiday jest. Zyrming entered directly behind Daylon, nuzzling against him with a smirk that was both arrogant and completely unexpected. She had unequivocally betrayed Mo, and she didn't seem to possess a single ounce of regret for her actions. Mo collapsed on the ground, spitting up blood and struggling to breathe as he weakly questioned why she had done this to him. He was emotionally devastated and physically broken, staring up at the woman for whom he had continuously risked everything. Zyrming shrieked down at him, viciously labeling him a failure for only producing a single piece of chocolate. She accused him of hoarding the actual food for himself and screamed that he wasn't even a human being. Daylon pulled up a chair next to the failing Mo, putting on his best performance of fake compassion, all while staring at him with a look of utter repulsion. He kindly offered a few last words of wisdom right before delivering the final blow. He launched into his favorite survival of the fittest monologue again, explaining to Mo that any guy incapable of providing for his lady clearly didn't deserve to have one at all. He's clearly just a psychopath who thinks a global freeze somehow makes his terrible personality acceptable. Daylon rose slowly and hoisted the golf club above his head, preparing to land the finishing shot. The harsh lighting really emphasized that these folks had completely lost their minds, like something out of a bad horror movie. He demanded that Mo surrender every scrap of food, still positive there was a secret pantry hidden nearby. He wore a psychotic grin, clearly savoring every painful second of Mo's torment. Mo weakly lifted his gaze, which was now filled with blood, and tried to explain that there truly wasn't any food remaining. He spoke honestly, but these predators cared nothing for facts. They simply wanted a scapegoat. Daylon bent near, whispering to Mo that because he wouldn't rely on the powerful, he was now vulnerable to the less fortunate. It's a twisted logic designed specifically to excuse the terrible things he planned next. He brought the club crashing down with a nasty thud, impacting Mo's foot or shin as a blood-curdling scream escaped his lips. They weren't just ending him. This was purely for entertainment. Mo let loose a horrifying, bloody shriek as the assault went on, his facial features completely destroyed by the force of the blows. It was a repulsive display demonstrating just how truly wicked Daylon was. Another powerful hit connected with a sickening crunch, emphasizing how barbaric the assault truly was. Mo clung to the very edge of consciousness, his physical form reduced to a pile of broken parts. The entire area dissolved into a messy swirl of bloodshed and brutality as Daylon's crew joined the gruesome butchering. This was a complete slaughter, and they behaved exactly like wild beasts ripping apart a fresh kill. One of the henchmen reported that they had scoured the whole area, only turning up some spoiled grain. Daylon looked irritated, standing above Mo's beaten-up body as if it were nothing more than garbage. Daylon sat down, still coated in Mo's blood, and calmly declared that weak people are just another source of protein, so they couldn't possibly afford to be choosy. He was literally proposing they eat Mo, which is about as messed up as it gets. He extended his hand and requested a blade, prepared to begin the absolutely horrifying task of dismembering his old companion. The shadow stretched deep and red, perfectly capturing the pure wickedness in the space. As his vision dimmed completely, Mo's internal thoughts focused on the reality that this was exactly how it all ended, the conclusion he desperately hoped to avoid. He was consumed by an intense, fiery craving to survive and deliver vengeance. The strange, luminous being from before reappeared in Mo's failing mind, its energy throbbing with vitality. His final wishes were a frantic appeal to pull through and get a new beginning. Suddenly, we jumped to a man hunched over a keyboard inside a bright, contemporary office building. The environment felt completely foreign, plain, comfortable, and absolutely mundane. The tight shot captures Mo's eye flashing open with an intense radiance as he screamed Liu Oderlon's name at maximum volume. He looked exactly like someone who had just survived the worst possible bad dream. Mo sprang up from his desk chair, breathing hard and drenched in a cold perspiration. Everyone else in the office stared at him, but he was too distracted checking his limbs for injuries. He glanced around in disbelief, holding his head and trying to figure out what in the world was happening. The sudden shift from a freezing demise to a comfortable workspace was enough to give a person serious mental whiplash. He stared at his hands, recognizing that he was completely intact and had returned to his previous existence. He started doubting everything, unsure if the entire frozen apocalypse was merely a nightmare, or if he had truly passed away. The camera pulls away to reveal the night city skyline, displaying a regular, bustling urban area. However, a horrifying red message pops up on screen, warning that a mere 28 hours remain before the global ice age. It turned out to be less of a dream and more of a really bad spoiler alert. We flash back to see the world before the freeze hit, and things were already pretty messy. Riots were raging through Queens, fires lit up the thoroughfares, and the police were frantically trying to maintain some basic level of control. Meanwhile, the Manhattan socialites lived in a completely separate universe. They were attending a fancy gala, dressed impeccably, sipping fine wine, and acting as if the apocalypse wasn't knocking on the glass right outside. And naturally, in the darker parts of Brooklyn, illicit deals were being brokered in the filth. For the criminal element, it was just another day at the office, even with a world-ending event looming large. It's 11:41 p.m. on July 14th, and the city is gleaming with neon, completely oblivious to the approaching deadline. People are still shopping and hanging out by luxury shops, convinced they have unlimited time remaining. The narrator informs us that everyone remains completely clueless, save for a single individual. We observe Mo navigating the throng, hands stuffed deep into his pockets, wearing the expression of a man holding a secret that would instantly freeze everyone's blood. Mo gazes upward as a brilliant green aurora dances across the sky. He understands this isn't a stunning light show, but rather the initial, undeniable indication that the big freeze is about to begin. The cell phone begins to vibrate, and naturally, it's Zaira Ming on the line. The very woman who betrayed him without a second thought in his past life is contacting him, probably hoping for yet another handout. Mo experiences a rapid memory of her past helpless lady routine, finally understanding that her attractiveness had totally blinded him. He couldn't fathom how he allowed such a dreadful woman to destroy him in his prior existence. The screen's glow cast a harsh light on his skull. He looked like he was about to defuse a bomb, muttering about ending this whole mess. With a decisive finger jab, we accepted the incoming communication, ready for the confrontation. Standing under the harsh neon glow, Mo listened to her sugary voice pouring through the phone. She cooed about his work schedule, then pivoted to gush about the beautiful sky show, completely oblivious to his mood. Zaira Ming, looking absolutely fabulous in a swanky club, casually dropped the bombshell that her plastic fantastic was completely exhausted. She was clearly fishing for funds, expecting him to bail her out as always. With a face colder than a freezer full of regrets, Mo dropped the inevitable bomb. "We're done, don't call." Zaira Ming was left completely frozen on the other end, utterly confused by the sudden shift in power. He didn't bother waiting for her reply, immediately navigating to her contact details. A swift tap confirmed the deletion, effectively severing the toxic cord that had been wrapped around his life. Mo strode into the dark Brooklyn streets, savoring the feeling of her clean slate. He was through with being a doormat. His great transformation had only just started, and he wasn't looking back. He glanced over his shoulder one final time, eyes blazing with furious resolve. He mused that people like her, who left nothing but destruction behind them, would surely be the first casualties when the coming deep freeze arrived. The camera pulls back to reveal the highway sign for Kamen Plaza West in Brooklyn. The city slept in ignorant silence, while the ticking clock of doom sped up exponentially for everyone. The clock read 11:58 p.m., 2 minutes before the new day began. Mo stood beneath a street lamp, gripping his fist, vowing that this time around, he wouldn't be caught off guard. He would be ready. A wide view of the city shows the narrator explaining how, in the last timeline, temperatures plunged to freezing in just 24 hours. Time was running out, yet most people would only grasp the severity of the cold when it was far too late. The protests reappear, emphasizing the existing instability within society. When the temperature inevitably plummeted, this current chaos was destined to escalate exponentially. A huge red timer flash, ticking down from 60 minutes. Mo understood that the brief window for gathering supplies before everyone lost their minds was perilously small. He surveyed the water jugs and survival equipment, mentally tallying his inventory. He knew that simple rations wouldn't cut it. He needed something far more serious to weather the upcoming breakdown of civil order. His thoughts zeroed in on acquiring a firearm. When civilization collapsed back into the lore of the jungle, the weapon would be the only truly reliable form of protection. A police car suddenly pulled up, revealing an old hen and a nervous rookie observing Mo. The rookie commented that Mo looked shifty wandering around so late, prompting the veteran officer to suggest they keep a close eye on him. The cruiser screeched to a halt, and the senior officer jumped out, barking at Mo to freeze immediately. It was clear that Mo's carefully planned supply acquisition had just run into a very large, uniform obstacle. Both officers had their weapons pointed directly at him. The younger, blonde cop was visibly jittery, screaming for Mo to raise his hands right away. Mo found himself pinned in a dark alley, realizing the recent arrest had made the police trigger-happy and prone to misidentification. This was the absolute worst interruption for someone with such a strict deadline. Mo slowly raised his hands, still clutching his phone, trying to explain that it wasn't a weapon. Inside, Spear was absolutely seething, cursing his rotten luck for this incredible delay. He saw the timer on his screen hit 0, thinking he couldn't afford another moment of wasted time on these two officers. His frustration was reaching a dangerous level, which was bad news for everyone present. The seasoned officer attempted to mentor the rookie, reminding him to avoid reckless approaches. The veteran maintained caution, but his young partner was already far too tightly wound to listen. The rookie was visibly shaking, his firearm wavering as he demanded to know the contents of Mo's bag. He ordered Mo to show him everything, clearly just a single involuntary muscle spasm away from firing. Mo responded with a grim, knowing smirk, reaching for his bag while insisting he was just a simple working man. He was deliberately leaning into their assumptions, completely baiting them into a confrontation. The instant Mo's hand disappeared into the bag, the rookie completely broke down. He shrieked about a weapon, despite not having actually seen anything remotely threatening. The rookie's expression twisted in sheer terror as he let out a high-pitched yell. The pressure from the perceived robbery had pushed him completely over the edge. The weapon flashed as the rookie discharged it from close range. The bullet rotated from the barrel as the muzzle blast momentarily illuminated the darkness of the alleyway. The projectile streaked toward Mo's skull as time seemed to slow to a glacial pace. Internally, Mo screamed that he was in deep trouble, realizing he had miscalculated and possibly taken things too far. Mo's eyes widened in horror as the bullet closed in on his face. It appeared his opportunity for a new start was about to be cancelled before it truly had a chance to get going. In a moment of absolute darkness, Mo's determination flared like a supernova. He rejected this ending, mentally shouting that he would live to pursue his second opportunity. His eye abruptly radiated that intense blue energy, and ice began crystallizing around his pupil. The mysterious force was responding to the immediate threat to his life. The police officer stared, jaws dropping, as a giant blue force field popped up around Mo. He wasn't just some random dude hiding in the shadows anymore. He was a human light bulb of unexplained, weeb power. The rookie officer lost his mind, emptying his clip while yelling about the situation, completely baffled as his bullet simply dissolved upon hitting the glowing blue barrier. To Mo, the entire world seemed to hit the pause button and stop moving. He watched as individual snowflakes hung suspended in the air before him, creating strange little ripples in the fabric of reality itself. Mo stood calmly in the middle of a swirling blizzard of snow and blue electricity, studying his hands. He figured out that time was actually dragging its feet for him, branding him all the extra seconds he required for a counterattack. Flashing a cocky grin, Mo leaned his head slightly to avoid the projectile as if he were shooing a fly. This confirmed his suspicions. His new ability wasn't some dream. He really possessed superhuman reflexes. He yelled at the rookie, calling him a moron and pointing out that he was a taxpayer who had just been targeted for murder. Mo was really rubbing in the incompetence as the bullet whistled harmlessly by his ear. Mo shot forward, his entire body fizzing with bright blue electricity. He warned the police officers that he didn't have time to deal with such foolishness, looking completely prepared to hand out some pain. The rookie squeezed off one final frantic shot just as Mo covered the gap in a flash. The shell casing ejected from the weapon, but Mo had already arrived, making the pistol completely irrelevant. Mo drew back his fist, which was practically shining with raw energy, ready to punch the rookie into next week. He was moving with such incredible power that the atmosphere around him seemed to be visibly breaking apart. Mo transformed into a streak of after-images as he began unleashing a barrage of lightning-quick blows. The officers couldn't possibly follow his movements as he descended upon them like an angry weather pattern. Mo landed a truly devastating blow directly to the rookie's chin. The force of the strike was so enormous that it sent blood in a single tooth rocketing away, completely rearranging the officer's facial features. The giant surge of energy sent the rookie flying backwards through the air while the veteran cop looked on in absolute horror. Mo was effectively dismantling both officers without breaking a sweat. The senior officer was pouring sweat, his face white with terror as he understood the nightmare they had just initiated. He stared at the ground under Mo, which was cracking open and pulsating with mysterious dark energy. The rookie officer lay face down in a freshly formed hole in the pavement, completely knocked out. Mo's power had completely demolished the alleyway, making it resemble a war zone instead of a quiet backstreet. The veteran officer collapsed to his knees, his weapon clattering to the ground as he gazed up at Mo. He was shaking violently, yelling his partner's name and demanding to know exactly what kind of hell Mo had just unleashed. The older cop attempted to raise his gun for one final shot, but his hands were trembling too much to keep a steady grip. He stammered out a question, asking what Mo was as he looked directly into his unnatural, glowing eyes. Mo stood towering over the officer, glaring down with a completely emotionless and cold expression. The blue energy spun around him like a dramatic cape, giving him the appearance of some kind of icy, ancient deity. A tight shot on Mo's face reveals the glowing blue mark spreading across his skin. He gave the officer a simple, unsettling answer, "I don't know," implying he was just as confused by the new powers as they were, but still held all the advantages. The veteran officer radioed in, sounding completely beaten as he informed command that her suspect had gotten away and a service weapon was missing. We just sat on the cold pavement, staring blankly ahead as his entire understanding of reality shattered. The officer could hardly process what he had seen, mumbling that this whole day was completely insane. At the same time, a shimmering blue streak zipped across the city skyline, indicating Mo was making a very speedy escape. Mo was running like a lunatic, leaping across roof-ups so quickly that the city below became nothing but a smudge, clearly mastering his ridiculous new velocity. Mo burst back into his apartment complex, still high on adrenaline as he raced down the hall. He left a faint, blue shimmer behind him, peering completely out of control as he arrived at his apartment door. He collapsed against the wall inside his apartment, sliding down to the floor while desperately trying to catch his breath. The blue marks on his face were still bright, and his body was shaking uncontrollably from the sheer amount of energy he had just expelled. Mo looked hard at his own reflection, finally processing the sheer ridiculousness of what had just occurred. He asked himself if any of it was real, his brain trying to connect his previous normal existence with these ridiculous new abilities. He sat slumped on the floor with his head in his hands, breathing hard as he tried to understand that he just defeated 2 police officers and dodged a speeding bullet. He genuinely wondered how he was able to pull off such an insane feat. Mo pulled out the police pistol he had stolen, examining the heavy, dark metal with a blend of terror and intense interest. He considered activating his powers again, eager to figure out the exact boundaries of his newfound abilities. He stood directly in front of his large mirror and pointed the weapon at his own reflection in a very risky move. He absolutely had her confirm if he could actually repeat the time-slowing trick whenever he wanted to. Mo pulled the trigger, causing the gun to fire with a thunderous roar as a bullet spun out of the barrel. He was actually firing a weapon at his mirror image purely to check his reflexes. This guy has clearly gone insane. The blue snowflake symbol in his eye ignited as he zeroed in on the projectile heading towards him. Time began to twist once more, transforming the room into a surreal, slow-motion disaster. Blue arcs of electricity immediately filled the room as time slammed on the brakes. Mo stood perfectly motionless, observing the bullet inching through the air directly in front of his body. In a blink of speed that rendered him almost invisible, Mo reached out and snatched the incoming projectile right out of thin air. He stared at the newly acquired piece of metal in his sweaty palm, confirming he had successfully played catch with a speeding bullet. Gazing at the deformed scrap of metal now nestled in his palm, a wide, slightly unhinged grin spread across his features. It was confirmed, he had genuinely acquired superpowers, which basically elevated him to god status in this collapsing civilization. Mo noticed a thick layer of ice forming on his jacket and skin, indicating a tangible downside to his newfound velocity. He wondered if this was some strange temperature side effect of moving like a human-shaped jet engine, leaving a frosty trail in his wake. He mentally compared himself to a speeding fighter jet, understanding that his entire ability was dependent on achieving maximum velocity. While it might seem like a straightforward trick, he knew in his expert hands, it was undeniably deadly. Mo let out a small, menacing laugh, deciding that although his new talent wasn't exactly unique, it was precisely what the doctor ordered. He was already calculating his next strategic moves, certain that speed would be his #1 asset. With a determined expression and the blue mark practically radiating light, Mo recognized he held a significant head start. Since he already had a future premonition of the end times, this incredible ability gave him an unfair advantage over everyone else. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, completely yanking him out of his deep contemplation. He frowned in annoyance and confusion, wondering who on earth would be paying him a visit so late at night, particularly after his recent escapade involving law enforcement. Mo swiftly tucked the pistol behind his back as he carefully opened the door, discovering his elderly landlady, Mrs. Pham, standing on the threshold. She had a worried expression, asking if she had just heard gunshots echoing from inside his unit. Mo quickly adopted his most convincing false smile, fabricating a story that the racket was just his television malfunctioning because the remote control was broken. He offered a sincere apology for causing a disruption, trying desperately to appear completely harmless and inoffensive. Mrs. Fang seemed to accept his story, but she mentioned that local safety was declining, citing a recent robbery at the nearby supermarket. Mo's ears perked right up at the mention of the grocery store, realizing this was a perfectly convenient bit of local news. He worked the landlady back to her apartment, expressing gratitude for her concern and calling her exceptionally thoughtful. She advised him to care for his well-being and refrain from working too much overtime, advice that was hilariously ironic considering his current profession and future plans. The apartment door clicked closed, restoring the quiet to the corridor. Mo paused for just a moment, his brain already zooming past the pleasantries and straight toward the survival supplies he desperately needed to gather. Inside his apartment, Mo gazed into the distance, acknowledging that he had a critical issue to resolve regarding food and provisions. He knew for certain that he couldn't possibly endure the approaching deep freeze with just a small bag of chips and 1 chocolate bar. He remembered Mrs. Fang's previous comments about the local grocery store, immediately realizing it was the ideal location for his mission. It was certain to stock all the provisions he required to stay put for the duration of the long haul. Mo's eyes took on a mischievous glint, and a faint, sinister smirk appeared on his face. He announced that it was time to acquire some inventory, and it was quite obvious he wouldn't be joining the queue for the checkout counter. The scene shifts to the local supermarket, where a drowsy cashier was struggling to keep her eyes open behind the counter. She remained completely ignorant of the fact that her superhuman force was about to completely upend her workplace. On the security monitor, Mo appeared to be calmly browsing the aisles stocked with water bottles. The timestamp on the footage indicated he arrived just past midnight, which, for a heist, was absolutely perfect timing. In a sudden burst of blue energy, Mo completely cleared multiple shelves in under a single second. The monitor footage simply showed a massive blur of movement as every item, from water bottles to canned vegetables, mysteriously disappeared into thin air. The cashier was still in the middle of her yarn, failing completely to notice the insane chaos happening just meters away. She was exhausted and completely uninterested, patiently waiting for her long shift to finally conclude. Out of nowhere, the checkout register went completely berserk, causing a ridiculous ribbon of receipts to shoot out continuously. The girl snapped awake instantly, looking utterly bewildered as the machine began chiming non-stop. She gazed down at the enormous stack of receipts in the suddenly bare aisles, wondering aloud if a customer had really just purchased all those items in a single moment. The store now resembled an abandoned ghost town. She discovered a handwritten note on the counter, which offered an apology and advised her not to panic. Mo had actually left her a warning to go home and stay safe, but she was simply left wondering what manner of polite, high-speed maniac she had just encountered. The bell on the door chimed once more, but this time it wasn't Mo. A small gang of thugs, led by a man sporting green hair and unusual goggles, burst into the store seeking an opportunity for mayhem. One of the criminals brandished a handgun, looking ready to use it without hesitation. The cashier's already bizarre evening had just transformed into an absolutely disastrous nightmare in mere seconds. The criminal pointed the firearm straight at the girl's forehead, causing her to freeze completely in terror as she raised her hands in surrender. He grumbled about having a string of really rotten luck lately, clearly intending to vent his frustrations on her. The green-haired criminal shouted that it was time for a stick-up and demanded she turn over all the cash. They were hoping for an easy payday, but were completely unaware they had just entered a specific location that was currently being stalked by something far more dangerous. Woe was long gone, having left nothing behind but a lingering trail of icy vapor and bare shelving. The thugs quickly noted the sudden drop in temperature, accompanied by an unsettling, eerie silence that filled the air. A close-up shot of the criminal's gun showed it rapidly coating itself in a thick layer of white frost. Something unseen was actively draining the warmth from the room, and it definitely wasn't just the cold winter weather. The green-haired leader shivered dramatically, questioning out loud why the store had suddenly become so cold inside. He began looking around nervously, sensing that something was seriously off about the current atmosphere. The pair of thugs turned to face the entrance as a massive shadow completely engulfed them. Both men started shaking uncontrollably, finally grasping that they were definitely not the apex predators in this room anymore. A pale creature, looking exactly like the nightmare fuel Mo recalls from his past, fills the doorway. It's a terrifying, torrent entity wrapped in white, featuring 3 glowing blue spots where its heart should be. The thug with the questionable green dye job is now sweating profusely, his goggles barely containing his wide-eyed panic. Thu shrieks, demanding to know what kind of freak show this is, while the monster responds with a chilling, guttural rumble. His partner decides that a wild spray of bullets is the solution, illuminating the convenience store with bright muzzle flashes. The monster, however, just stands there like a teenager waiting for their mom, completely unimpressed by the incoming lead. Ignoring the bullets like they're just annoying mosquitoes, the monster lurches forward with fast, twitchy movements. The thugs finally understand that their high-powered weaponry is about as effective as throwing pillows at a tank. Before he can even process the situation, a long gray arm snatches the green-haired thug in a vice grip. He finds himself face to face with the monster's hideous features, frozen solid by a pure, unadulterated fear that makes him completely forget how to run. The creature looms high above the thug, tilting its head in a way that suggests it's deciding whether to eat a tasty snack or a boring one. The sickening clang of the guy's gun hitting the linoleum confirms what everyone already knows. This performance review is not going well. With its massive hands, the monster cups the thug's head like a large, unfortunate bowling ball. The poor sap lets out a final, ear-splitting shriek, his expression contorted into pure agony as the beast prepares to deliver the ultimate, gruesome coup de grace. In a truly disgusting explosion of bodily fluids, the monster bites into the thug, casually remarking that it tastes terrible. It's a brutally cold-blooded act, confirming that these creatures view human beings with less respect than our cheap fast food burger. Hiding beneath the counter, the cashier's hands are trembling, but she still manages to capture the whole ordeal on her phone. Despite her terror, she understands that this viral content is exactly what the public needs to see, even if it's terrifying. The livestream captures the monster standing over its victim, and the comment section is immediately descending into utter chaos. People are rapidly coming to the horrifying conclusion that the world they knew is officially taking a final, dramatic blow. Inside a high-security government building, 2 officials are examining the short video on a tablet. One casually asks if this is just another TikTok trend for the kids, while the other looks significantly more concerned about the impending global breakdown. Without warning, the bright red emergency warning splashes across the screen, replacing the broadcast. The government is clearly attempting to manage the narrative now, but the public relations team might be a little late to the party this time around. Sirens begin wailing across the facility, broadcasting an emergency message to all citizens about a major incident. Their officials visibly tense up, realizing that the global crisis has finally arrived right on their doorstep. Lo stands outside the imposing Department of Homeland Security and Logistics, clearly deep in thought. He looks significantly more ready for the upcoming apocalypse than the entire government agency that's supposed to be protecting everyone. From a high balcony, Mo surveys the city just as the first heavy snowflakes begin to drift down. He calmly mutters, "It's Stodden," wearing an almost satisfied look, as if this whole mess were part of his meticulously crafted plan. The scene cuts to the city being swallowed by a massive, chaotic blizzard. An emergency alert advises everyone to shelter indoors and stay warm, but Mo understands that for most inhabitants, this chilly forecast marks the start of a much longer, darker winter. The cold wave is officially making landfall, and Brooklyn is apparently the first stop on its destructive itinerary. The iconic suspension bridge looks ominous against the snowy sky, as the city prepares for a deep freeze for which exactly 0 people are truly equipped. Look at the timer. It just ticked past 1:00 a.m., marking a literal countdown to complete chaos. Those glowing red numerals are pulsating like the frantic heartbeat of the unfolding global disaster. Even within the walls of a mundane residential building, Apartment 58, the emergency broadcasts are beginning to flood every screen. It might be calm for now, but the city is about to discover that normalcy has officially checked out for good. Back at the Department of Homeland Security, the staff is trying to maintain composure by chugging coffee, but they are all aware that something truly awful is happening when their specific agency gets activated for what's supposedly just unusual weather. You understand? Now would be an excellent time to start worrying, as a person in a lab coat examines a glowing red slab under sterile surgical lights in a high-tech facility. The government's advice to not panic is essentially a secret code for everyone to start completely losing their minds. Mo is taking 0 risks this time, going full DIY mode with a power drill to fortify his room. He's determined to prevent any unfortunate mishaps in this specific time loop while emergency alerts advise everyone to simply stay warm and seal their windows. Switching focus to the antagonists, Liul Dolan calmly lights a cigarette in a dimly lit room, sporting his usual smug expression. He's got some poor, unfortunate soul tied up in a chair, and he's growing increasingly impatient because the captive refuses to cooperate. The victim is a complete wreck, bruised and trembling as he desperately insists that he truly doesn't know anything about the situation. This whole tie them up and beat them routine is a classic Dolan strategy, and he's clearly just warming up for the main event. Dolan leans in, showing off the ridiculous leopard print collar and wearing a condescending smirk that clearly screams I'm a total jerk. He sneers at the victim's desperate pleas, fully basking in the feeling of absolute authority. He pulls out a tablet, displaying incriminating photos and accusing the guy of having the audacity to drug the boss's daughter. DeLong absolutely lives for these gotcha moments, and it looks like this poor soul was caught with his hand in the cookie jar. The victim begins shivering uncontrollably, trying to stammer out an explanation about not knowing what he was doing. It's a truly pathetic spectacle, and it's obvious DeLong isn't buying this convenient I didn't know what happened story for a second. DeLong stands up to his full height, looking completely stone cold as he advises the guy to start praying for divine mercy. When a psychopath tells you to pray, you can be absolutely certain that your time on this planet has officially run out. DeLong's henchmen spring into action, pinning the struggling guy's hand firmly against the table surface. The resulting thud is merely an ordinary appetizer for the main course of pain that's about to be served. The glinting blade reflects the light as one of the thugs prepares to make a very sharp point. Literally, the air crackles with tension as the weapon is positioned, confirming that DeLong's promises are rarely ever empty. The camera dramatically sliced to a crimson explosion against the Inkai void, accompanied by some truly vile, squishy audio that would make us cringe. This gruesome display was just another Tuesday in DeLong's charming little kingdom, where severed digits were simply receipt stubs for life's harsh lectures. DeLong, cool as a cucumber at a polar bear's picnic, methodically tallied his inventory, vocalizing each count as he inspected a petite metallic container. He exuded an unsettlingly serene aura, ensuring every single item was accounted for with the precision of a deranged librarian. He proudly presented a gruesome bouquet of 6 severed digits, treating them as if they were prestigious awards from a macabre bake-off, declaring them absolutely flawless. This fellow was clearly operating on a different sanity plane, entirely devoid of any pesky emotional baggage regarding his recent handiwork. His muscle-bound associates inquired about the optimal disposal method for their unlucky guest, to which DeLong, ever the moral arbiter, decreed that fiery demise was the perfect consequence for the sin of lust. He then casually pointed to the apartment complex's boiler room, making it sound like a perfectly normal, albeit rather toasty, post-interrogation destination. DeLong, radiating an air of profound disinterest, took a leisurely pull from his cigarette before lazily instructing his crew to simply deposit the unfortunate soul into the boiler. Evidently, in his worldview, a person's existence was merely extra kindling for a more efficient burn. The muzzle men strained, hauling a cumbersome body back towards the gaping, shadowy gullet of the colossal industrial furnace. With a final, utterly sarcastic wish for the poor fellow to rest in peace, they unceremoniously heaved him into the abyss. Lingering beside the hulking contraption, one ruffian mused aloud about the possibility of the ancient boiler spontaneously exploding from the unconventional addition to its contents. His colleague, ever the primatist, sharply rebuked him for his preposterous chatter, reminding him that the boss's looming impatience was the only actual, pressing concern. Abruptly, the beanie-clad enforcer froze mid-step, adorning horror illuminating his face as he grasped that something had gone catastrophically awry. His gaze was locked onto the boiler, and visible beads of perspiration began to slick his brow as the entire atmosphere took a distinctly unsettling turn. A colossal burst of cerulean power suddenly detonated from the boiler's depths, catapulting the startled thugs backward with impressive force. Clearly, this was no ordinary inferno escaping its confines. It was something profoundly chillier and exponentially more menacing. Our poor henchman was launched through the air as an icy mist rapidly engulfed the chamber, instantly transforming the floor into a treacherous skating rink. A wave of primal terror washed over him, as he belatedly understood that whatever entity had just exited that boiler was no longer playing by human rules. Meanwhile, Mo was still bustling away, diligently boring into various components to fortify his burgeoning survival sanctuary. He meticulously scrutinized every minute element, acutely aware that a single structural imperfection could spell instant defeat once the ultimate deep freeze truly descended. He eventually completed a robust framework designed for cultivating vital crops, a look of quiet triumph gracing his features at his impressive craftsmanship. Mo understood perfectly that cultivating his own sustenance was the sole viable strategy for enduring the protracted ordeal in his desolate, frozen domain. Mo meticulously inspected his quarters, which were crammed sky-high with gallon jugs of water and overflowing crates of provisions. He possessed an admirable collection, but he astutely recognized that even this colossal accumulation of resources would prove woefully inadequate without the crucial ability to sustain himself independently. Ensconced amidst his bespoke greenhouse creation, Mo was busily blueprinting his ultimate sanctuary for survival. With verdant rows of nascent vegetation already flourishing around him, it was abundantly clear he was operating on a vastly superior strategic wavelength compared to everyone else within the building's walls. We glanced at the clock, noting it was approaching 4:22 a.m., and this icy anomaly had already persisted for a solid 60 minutes. Mo understood the dire necessity of accelerating his pace, and conveniently, he had a rather extraordinary method up his sleeve to accomplish just that. Mo's gaze suddenly blazed with that familiar luminous azure energy as he gripped his drill, primed for an immediate speed boost. He was about to quite literally leverage his temporal manipulation capabilities to rocket through his building projects, because when the world's freezing over, every second is a lifeline. He was deep into his frenzied construction when an abrupt rapping echoed from his door, truly the most unforeseen development at such an ungodly hour. Mo visibly bristled at the unwelcome disruption, inwardly pondering which oblivious soul would choose to pay his social call in the thick of an unfolding catastrophe. As Mo moved to respond to the summons at apartment 409, a peculiar wave of déjà vu washed over him. He had definitely witnessed this unsettling scenario unfold previously, and he was acutely aware that nocturnal callers in this particular edifice rarely, if ever, heralded anything remotely pleasant. The visitor turned out to be none other than Venerable Joe from security, sporting a rather contrite expression for bothering Mo at such an unseasonable hour. He wore the familiar, slightly harried, worried uncle visage, and it was evident he was simply attempting to uphold his duties as best he could. Mo's gaze narrowed skeptically, as he inquired of Joe why security personnel were conducting their patrols at this precise moment. He maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, but his keen eyes were surreptitiously scanning for any indication of lurking danger beyond the older gentleman's frame. Joe clarified that the building's heating system had unfortunately conked out, and their objective was simply to ensure everyone was forewarned before succumbing to a chilly, eternal slumber. While it presented as a benevolent outreach, in this particular reality, a malfunctioning furnace was almost certainly just the initial thaw of a much larger, frozen catastrophe. Mo was instantly seized by a vivid recollection of an eerily similar occurrence, when the heating system had previously sputtered and then remained perpetually unrepaired. He distinctly remembered observing a ruptured conduit expelling peculiar blue vapor, precisely the same insidious essence that was now likely wreaking havoc once more. He recalled that by the moment he had investigated the issue on that prior occasion, the entire apparatus had already been utterly decommissioned. Mo now comprehended he possessed a unique opportunity to rectify matters in an entirely new fashion this time, provided he initiated action with lightning speed. He calmly informed Joe of his ability to mend the boiler, a declaration that visibly washed over the security guard with a profound sense of relief. Joe enthusiastically agreed that would be marvelous, blissfully unaware he had just enlisted a superpowered individual to tackle the building's most monumental malfunction. Mo firmly closed the door to apartment 409 behind him, formally embarking on his descent into the basement to confront the dreaded malfunction. He was willingly re-entering the heart of peril, but crucially, this time around, he possessed the formidable capabilities required to actively defend himself. As they began their trek down the stairwell, Mo subtly inquired of Joe if their chosen path was indeed the correct one. He possessed an exceptionally keen understanding of the building's intricate schematics, and an unsettling intuition began to whisper that their current trajectory felt profoundly amiss. The somewhat stout security guard guided them steadfastly toward the basement floor, adamantly asserting that this was the designated locale for the apartment's crucial boiler room. He appeared entirely self-assured, yet the illumination in these subterranean depths was growing progressively more unsettling with each passing moment. Mo abruptly halted, a crucial memory surfacing of a chat with his landlady, Mrs. Fine, who had distinctly mentioned the boiler room was both entirely illicit and actually situated on an upper floor. A chilling clarity dawned on him. He was undoubtedly being lured into a snare, and these security guards were anything but trustworthy. He nonetheless persisted in trailing them down the stairwell, a sliver of doubt making him ponder if his recollection was merely playing cruel tricks. His gaze remained glued to the figures ahead, poised to activate his formidable abilities the instant matters took a truly regrettable turn. They finally arrived in the basement, where an instant, bone-chilling cold permeated the air, accompanied by an enigmatic blue vapor hugging the concrete floor. The pipes groaned ominously, and the oppressive atmosphere felt so dense, you could practically carve it with a butter knife. Joe spots some peculiar azure vapor rising from a nearby container, requesting Mo's inspection. Mo immediately realizes this isn't standard exhaust. It's frigid, condensed terror, essentially a giant flashing neon warning sign. Mo feigns competence, checking the machinery like a perfectly normal maintenance worker. In reality, he's hunting for the origin of the eerie cerulean power, certain it's tied directly to the creatures. He places a finger on the viscous sapphire fluid dripping from a valve and instantly confirms it's not industrial coolant. This, he determines, is definitely some kind of disgusting, living ooze, and he understands precisely what that implication entails. The second guard jabbers into his radio, completely missing the enormous, shadowy appendages hovering right behind his head. These massive hands, sodded with glowing cerulean eyes, are moments away from cutting his call short, forever. Abruptly, a huge, pallid beast shatters the building with a violent impact, splattering gore across the room. It possesses a terrifying vertical jaw and bellows about regrowing its missing appendages, revealing that Lon's former prey has transformed into this hideous abomination. The creature stands in full view, an enormous, pale colossus looming over Mo and the security team. Mo stares in disbelief that a white-skinned creature materialized in this specific location, struggling to comprehend the exact mechanics of this terrible event. Veteran Joe freezes solid in terror, gazing upward at the monstrosity with huge, vacant eyes and his mouth agape. He's utterly incapable of moving, much less sprinting to safety, as the beast casts a shadow over him. The colossal entity stops directly before Joe, revealing its giant maw crammed with rows of incredibly sharp fangs. It seems Joe is on the menu, destined to become an unappetizing late-night meal in this forgotten underground space. Mo's gaze flares azure as he engages his enhanced velocity. He moves so rapidly he appears as merely a streak of light, refusing to allow Joe to become monster chow even when the odds seem completely insurmountable. Within a fraction of a second, Mo dashes forward, seizing both security officers and forcefully pulling them clear of the danger zone with a sharp jolt. He manages to save them by the slimmest margin before the monster's massive talon strike. Mo successfully extracts the guards from harm's reach, causing the creature's colossal fist to smash where they stood moments before. That was a truly narrow escape. Joe almost lost his entire head in that first careless blow. Ward glances at the exit, noting the door remains ajar, offering a small glimmer of possibility. Mo is already mentally mapping the quickest path to escape this deadly underground maze. Mo gets ready to make a run for it, his eyes blazing blue with determination as the strange power pulses around him. He feels certain that once he reaches top velocity, he can ferry both guards and himself to safety. The enormous, pale creature gazes down at the group with its numerous shining eyes, emitting a strange noise as it processes the fact that its target vanished. Although massive and frightening, it appears momentarily bewildered rather than furious. Mo sprints vertically up the wall at incredible velocity, yet his expression registers absolute disbelief. He grasps that the monster is inexplicably maintaining pace, duplicating his superhuman speed at every turn. His only real edge has completely evaporated. Mo finds himself staring directly into the terrifying void of the creature's jaw, a situation that looks grim. He quickly questions whether his velocity failed him because he was burdened by carrying Joe throughout the chase. Mo peers down at the man he's hauling, a frigid, glowing expression on his face. He figures he owes Joe an apology, though he strongly suspects Joe won't appreciate the upcoming maneuver one bit. A glimpse of her shadowed doorway shows Mo determining he must remove Joe from the immediate danger area. It's officially time to resort to drastic action. Mo simply hurls Joe away with an enormous heave. This move is deeply disrespectful, yet in the long run, it's for Joe's own benefit. Joe soars through the atmosphere, sporting a look of sheer terror and screaming about the sheer absurdity of events. He's definitely having a significantly worse evening than Mo is. Mo concentrates intensely, with blue power sparking across his entire form. He's finished playing the role of the hunted. Now he'll discover what his newly acquired abilities are truly capable of. The pallid beast unleashes an ear-splitting scream, its vertical maw opening wide enough to consume him entirely. This monstrosity is a genuine refugee from a nightmare film. Mo struggles to breathe, the azure patterns on his skin throbbing intensely. He is pushing himself past all boundaries, and the strain is becoming visible. Unexpectedly, the camera tightens on the creature's eye, which then begins to speak, whispering the word finger as though searching for a very particular appetizer. The entity stares at Mo, bewildered when it discovers Mo lacks the specific appendage. Mo's brain accelerates rapidly. This creature is clearly searching for something linked to Joe. Mo's expression darkens considerably. He understands he must unravel the cause of this event, realizing he has accidentally exposed a conspiracy far greater than a simple, chaotic assault. He begins to synthesize information, drawing connections between the monster, Joe, and the degenerate Leo Delon. A concealed association exists here, one that threatens to overturn the entire situation. The creature looms above him, continuing its cries for fingers. Mo holds his position, peering absolutely minuscule next to the enormous, pale behemoth. He evades a huge swipe with a quick azure streak. He is now convinced that his strange physical state has no direct connection to the monster, but everything to do with Joe. Mo recalls a peculiar energy surge on Joe as he threw him across the room. The effect exactly mirrored his own power activation, which is a truly unexpected revelation. Down in the underground lair, Mo spots several glowing pebbles scattered across the floor and deduces they might be part of the puzzle. He's really channeling his inner Sherlock Holmes in the middle of a monster brawl. These weren't just ordinary rocks, but buzzing, crackling bits of raw blue energy, waiting for someone to put them to work. The metaphorical light bulb illuminates his understanding, finally revealing the secret formula for successfully fighting back against the unstoppable enemy. In previous iterations, these pale-skinned adversaries were considered completely unkillable, wiping out humans without breaking a sweat, but Mo is no longer the easy target he once was. Touching the earth beneath him, blue power courses through his fingers as he realizes things are fundamentally different now. Preparing to gamble everything on one calculated move, he launches a pebble with incredible force, boldly proclaiming that the hunted creature can indeed transform into the hunter. Those are some fighting words, so he'd better hope he's right. The tiny projectile streaks through the air with a speed that rivals a bullet, making it far more than just a simple stone. Mo maintains his cool stance as the pebble connects with the enemy, causing a sharp, metallic ping. He nailed the bullseye perfectly. The massive blue energy explosion absolutely devastates the beast. The prey just took a huge bite out of the predator, and it hurt. Mo stands triumphantly in the center of the brilliant blue flash. His theory was accurate, proving once again that he's a certified high-tech menace. He quickly analyzes his new cheat code and realizes the ability only works on items already contaminated by the strange blue energy, effectively allowing him to supercharge anything already powered up. He takes in the surrounding destruction, understanding that as long as he can accelerate objects, their kinetic impact becomes devastating. He's essentially a human railgun now. Suddenly, a wet, disgusting dripping sound fills the air as blue liquid begins to spat onto the ground. This development is definitely not positive. Mo glances down at his hands, finding them completely coated in blue slime, and his expression turns to absolute horror. He stares at the glowing blue substance covering his fingers, realizing it must be blue blood. This confirms he's no longer dealing with a normal human body, leaving him utterly bewildered. The camera zooms in on his glowing blue eye as he questions what on earth is happening, losing control of the situation and panicking for real. Mo begins violently hacking up massive quantities of blue liquid. It appears his new power is being forcefully rejected from the inside out. He collapses to the ground with a heavy thud, transforming the formerly invincible hunter into nothing more than a heap on the floor. As he lies there, the world darkens, the cold becomes paralyzing, and the frost literally begins to consume his body. It seems like this might genuinely be the end of his adventure. He sees a vision of old Joe and Mrs. Fen, both desperate and yelling at him to wake up and resist falling asleep forever. The voices intensify from the darkness, pleading with Lin Mo to open his eyes. Come on, big guy, get back on your feet. Inside the building, everyone is frantic about the raging storm outside, wondering how bad the conditions really are. The wind is too chaotic to even consider moving him to a medical facility. The purple-haired guy looks down at Mo and speculates that he's been poisoned, just when things couldn't possibly get any worse. In the mental void, Mo feels the profound freezing cold. Old Joe's voice echoes, promising that he owes Mo for saving his life and he won't let him die now. Then steps up and takes charge, ordering Joe to stop talking nonsense and instead go find Zyro Joe upstairs. Finally, a practical plan emerges from the chaos. Joe carries Mo's frozen body through the crowd, demanding that people clear a path. Get out of the way, folks, we've got a dying hero here. They sprint through the hallways, urgently shouting for Dr. Joe. The scene has officially escalated into a high-octane medical drama. They reach an infirmary and gently lay him down, hoping Zyra Lin will pull through. Everyone prays that Dr. Joe is as skilled as they say. Mo is placed in a pod, rapidly deteriorating as he feels tired and impossibly cold. A mysterious woman looks down at him, possibly the help he desperately requires. Mo is hooked up to machines, completely unconscious. An audiolog records that he is in a coma, the suspected poisoning listed as the cause. Things are looking pretty grim right now. Currently chilling in a standing cylinder, our guy registers a chilly 10 degrees, yet his ticker keeps thumping along like a tank. He really is just built differently. Finally, we meet the medical professional, who seems remarkably fascinated by the case, sounding way more intrigued than concerned in a total mad genius way. The hardware lets out a shrill chirp, signaling the spinning is finished, so we can finally see what flows through him. Those cerulean designs on the skin have the lady doctor absolutely hooked, though she lacks the context that he is basically evolving into a new species. The spun sample reveals a distinct layer of neon sapphire gunk that is absolutely not supposed to be there, unless you are a glow stick. Dressed like a goth surgeon from a dark graphic novel, she explains the deep dive will take a bit, but she is sticking around to stare. Webs of Asher veins cover him entirely, leading her to guess it is a simple allergy, though it looks more like a reaction to pure coolness. Out of nowhere, his eyelids pop open with a distinct crackle, signaling that our main man has officially re-entered the chat. She peers down with zero fear, casually checking if he is conscious, while he stares back in total confusion, wondering where the heck he actually is. Sitting up while mostly enclosed and tangled in cables, he barks out a demand for her identity, looking ready to throw hands from the gurney. The lady simply ignites a smoke, looking incredibly stylish while laughing, clearly enjoying this bizarre situation. Towering there in a corset and white coat, she admits to being an off-the-books shady physician, which is definitely the least suspicious thing I have heard. Flashing a clever little grin, she mentions that everyone just calls her Doc Joe, and honestly, she seems like my kind of chaotic professional. Inhaling deeply before blowing out a cloud, she cuts right to the chase and asks how on earth he turned into a human popsicle. Getting right in his personal space and puffing smoke his way, she admits he is a total mystery and demands the basement drama details. extending a palm with a hungry look in her eyes. She confesses her intense curiosity about him, which honestly seems way scarier than the actual monsters. This winter is no joke, since Brooklyn has dropped to a brutal -29, transforming the neighborhood into a giant, icy tomb of metal and slush. Here is some unsolicited science. The all-time low for staying alive is 13.7 degrees. Because at 0, your tiny cells basically just quit their jobs and call it a day forever. Reaching 32 degrees makes the heart throw a tantrum, causing major rhythm issues that lead to a permanent game over screen thanks to extreme hypothermia. This logic is basic. People usually perish at -29 outdoors, and making it through with an internal heat level under 13.7 is essentially a total statistical impossibility for any normal person. Take a wild guess at who is currently defying those massive stakes. Doc Joe slides the sensor from his mouth with her dark manicured hands, peering far too calm while holding a literal scientific freak of nature. Check out that screen showing 11.5 degrees, which is completely insane, yet he's just chilling there acting like it is no big deal. Our guy is just hanging out on the table while examining his palms, as the doco likely debates between getting famous or fleeing for her sanity. Lost in contemplation, he observes the icy designs climbing his throat, questioning if this survival trick is just another weird perk of his crazy powers. While the doc toys with her lenses, he keeps his mind on the mission, knowing he cannot play the role of her guinea pig forever. Sucking back more nicotine, she murmurs a cryptic thought, her expression suggesting she has unlocked the secret that might spell major trouble for our frosty hero. Mo's attempt to rise ended in a spectacularly sobby, slapstick failure. His current state suggests his body is operating closer to 0% than her full 100% functionality. Hovering above him, Doc Joe's expression screamed "I told you so," without uttering a single word. She gently, and by gently, I mean sarcastically, reminded him that his current state of pathetic frailty really demanded obedience when she issued her previous order to stay put. Leaning close enough for him to smell the cigarette smoke, she declared she had solved the medical mystery of his condition. She certainly didn't mince words, staring directly through him with those chilling, analytical eyes. Then came the bombshell question, delivered without preamble: do you happen to possess a superhuman ability? Mo's jaw practically hit the floor, realizing this woman's analytical skills were dangerously perceptive, having just completely unraveled him. Mo attempted a weak laugh, feigning annoyance, trying to convince her it was all a big misunderstanding. He thought he could outplay her, but the sinking feeling told him underestimating this doctor's sharp insight was a catastrophic error in judgment. His resolve hardened, causing his eyes to illuminate with that familiar bright blue intensity. He was absolutely convinced that by activating his power-up, he could quickly regain his footing and jump straight back into action. This proved to be a profoundly bad idea. The second he attempted to exert himself, he began violently coughing up a horrifying gush of glowing blue fluid. His body was rejecting the ability in the most spectacularly disgusting fashion imaginable. Mo lay completely hunched over, continuing to expel the eerie blue material, while Doc Joe observed impassively from the sidelines. He panted for air, completely baffled by his sudden physical collapse and realizing his power was abandoning him during this crucial moment. He stared down at his hands, completely coated in the glowing blue bodily fluid, cursing the cosmic timing. This reliable cheat code had backfired spectacularly, leaving him looking less like a hero and more like a human-sized, bioluminescent disaster area. The digital clock flashed 2052, a stark reminder that the time limit was relentlessly approaching. The world was still rapidly deteriorating, but Mo was officially benched, completely useless on the sidelines. The heavy thud of footsteps echoed loudly down the hallway, shattering the silence. Whoever was approaching clearly wasn't concerned about subtlety or making a discreet entrance. Here was Lear Delon, looking absurdly flamboyant with his leopard print collar, leading his dunes. He half-heartedly suggested they try to be polite, though everyone knows he hasn't successfully practiced decorum in his entire life. The group of thugs gathered directly outside room 509, clearly itching for a fight. They were right on Mo's doorstep, and he, of course, was in the worst possible shape to defend himself. Inside the clinic, Mo was slumped on the examination bench, resembling a discarded zombie, while Doc Joe adopted a defensive posture. The atmosphere grew incredibly thick, so palpable that you could slice through it with a surgical blade as the unwanted visitors closed in. Mo's eyes shut wide open at the sound of the disturbance outside. He gasped in utter disbelief, recognizing that the very people he despised most on Earth had successfully tracked him down to his hiding spot. Doc Joe didn't hesitate for a second, issuing a sharp, assy order for the intruders to leave immediately. Possessing nerves of absolute steel, she stood her ground and told a group of armed criminals to scram without showing the slightest tremor. She extended a helping hand toward Mo, urging him to quickly get moving. This act of assistance was a shocking turn of events, especially since she operates as a rather questionable, unlicensed black market physician. Mo instinctively looked toward the exit in a state of growing panic, but Doc Joe immediately cut him off with a forceful command to stay put. She had completely taken charge of the situation, leaving him with no option except to obey her instructions. Gripping his head securely, she locked eyes with him, wearing an intensely serious expression. She informed him in no uncertain terms that survival required complete obedience to her directions. This woman was terrifyingly serious, yet she remained his single lifeline. Doc Joe leaned in, instructing him to keep his eyes closed and remain perfectly still, no matter what noises he might hear. She was preparing a risky deception, forcing Mo to feign death for the sake of survival. A hand adorned with black nail polish tapped the door panel, causing the screen to turn crimson as the access message appeared. The predator was now at the threshold, and she was willingly allowing entry. Leroy DeLong entered, offering an infuriatingly insincere apology for the interruption and a plastic smile. We seemed far too comfortable in this setting, especially with his menacing henchman standing guard behind him. DeLong confronted Doc Joe directly, demanding to know what she desired from him. Despite his arrogant demeanor, she refused to yield even slightly, bravely facing off against the crime boss. He then requested permission to enter for a brief conversation, to which she simply shrugged, telling him it was his decision. Her complete lack of interest was perhaps the most audacious display of dominance she could possibly make. DeLong mentioned he understood Resident 409 was being treated there and had some questions for him. Mo lay perfectly still, eyes tightly shut, recognizing the distinct voice of the man responsible for his death. Doc Joe delivered a truly audacious fabrication, insisting the individual he saw had tragically succumbed to poisoning. She managed this deception perfectly straight-faced, despite the fact that Mo was less than 3 feet away from them. DeLong responded with a sinister smile, remarking that it truly was a sham. He made no effort to feign sympathy, gazing down at Mo's supposed lifeless form with complete and utter indifference. A rapid-fire flashback played through Mo's mind, showing his past life, DeLong's betrayal, and the moment of his murder. Mo's inner monologue was screaming DeLong's name, while his body was forced to remain perfectly rigid on the gurney. A tight shot on Mo's closed eyelids revealed the intense fury boiling just beneath the skin. He mentally cursed the terrible timing, realizing he was mere inches from his target yet completely paralyzed. His inner voice was now just a roar, bloodthirsty command to destroy the man in front of him. Mo's internal monologue had devolved into a black hole of pure vengeance, and it was clear he was simply biding his time until his physical form could match his burning hatred. DeLong squinted hard at the body, examining it with the intensity of her tax auditor. He sensed a serious disturbance in the force, making the room's tension spike faster than her caffeine overdose. DeLong slithered behind Doc Joe, pouring on the compliments for her hard work. His excessive chumminess was a huge red flag, essentially villain code for "I'm about to ruin your day spectacularly." He leaned in close over the victim, asking if the doctor was positive the guy was dead. DeLong insisted he saw a blink, nearly giving Mo a genuine heart attack, who just barely managed to stay perfectly still. Doc Joe returned fire with a stare that could chill whiskey, repeating her verdict that the patient had indeed checked out. She effectively challenged him to call her a fibber, radiating a powerful "don't mess with a professional" energy. DeLong whipped out a butterfly knife, flipping it open with a sharp, metallic ring. He suggested a false death scenario, and looked very much like he was about to confirm the diagnosis with a hands-on, highly aggressive procedure. DeLong hovered above Mo, ready to inflict pain as he half-heartedly apologized for the interruption. This guy was completely unhinged, totally fine with a little accidental damage during a medical checkup. Doc Joe's mouth fell open in a sharp gasp, reacting instantly to DeLong's sudden, violent shift. It suddenly looked like her clever strategy was about to backfire spectacularly, resulting in a very painful outcome. With a powerful, stunning whack, Doc Joe unleashed a vicious slap across DeLong's cheek, catching the psycho completely by surprise. He stumbled back in utter shock, looking like he'd just been hit by a truck instead of her doctor. She looked absolutely incandescent, demanding to know if he really intended to question her professional abilities. Calling him out as Lord DeLong, she instantly established herself as the only individual capable of putting this monster in his place. The goons in the back totally lost it, yelling insults about her smell and questioning her desire to live. They were perfectly prepared to jump her at a moment's notice, waiting for the signal from their boss before striking. Doc Joe stood her ground without a single flinch, glaring down the entire room. DeLong signaled his thugs to hold back, calculating that he actually still needed the doctor to be among the living for future endeavors. DeLong stared at the linoleum, gently rubbing his stinging cheek, and started apologizing profusely. He told Dr. Joe how incredibly sorry he was, demonstrating a total 180 in attitude, proving she really held all the cards. The match flared up with a quick click, bringing a tiny spark of life into the room. It provided a small amount of heat in an environment that felt much more freezing than the actual blizzard currently happening outside. DeLong suddenly adopted a persona of complete courtesy, lighting Doc Joe's cigarette and laying on the flattery. He claimed it would be impossible to ever doubt her, especially since she saved the lives of so many of his fellow gang members. He leaned in uncomfortably close, murmuring that the whole misunderstanding was his fault and begging her to let go of her anger. However, the dark, implicit threat was clearly hidden beneath his seemingly contrite words. He whispered right into her ear, reminding her exactly who had been bankrolling her dilapidated clinic. He demanded an immediate answer to a new query, proving his apologies were nothing but empty theatrics. DeLong sauntered away, leaving a wake of cigarette smoke and generally poor energy. Doc Joe watched him exit, mumbling to herself with pure irritation about the sheer amount of ridiculous nonsense she just endured. With the area finally secure, Doc Joe told Mo to sit up, now that the threat had vanished. He immediately popped up on the examination table, still looking eerily like a frostbitten science experiment. She regarded him through the rising smoke from her cigarette, knowing he likely had roughly 1 million things to ask. She had now saved his life twice over, and was finally ready to provide some answers. Mo sat up, his brain a complete whirlwind of queries. Why had DeLong tried to murder him during their initial meeting in the previous timeline, and what possessed this mysterious doctor to suddenly become his bodyguard? The narration cut straight to the chase, explaining that before Mo could tackle destiny and backstabbing, there was a far more urgent matter he needed to deal with immediately. Mo looked Doc Joe directly in the face and requested his clothes. She simply stared back at him, asking if that was truly the first question on his mind after almost becoming a human anatomy lesson. Brooklyn was now suffering through a truly bone-chilling temperature of -40 degrees. The city looked completely encased in solid ice, and you could practically sense the frostbite coming through the pages. A couple of thugs were reminiscing about the simpler times when one of their fathers operated a furnace. They used to think he was a total deadbeat, but in the current frozen hellscape, a guy who understood heat was basically a sovereign ruler. One of them attempted to stay cheerful, imagining the weather would suddenly revert back to normal any day now. Sure thing, buddy. Keep clinging to the thwart as your feet inevitably fall off from frostbite. DeLong dismissed the hopeful chatter entirely, looking dubious as his goon apologized for wasting time. He had a significantly more realistic perspective on the truly dire situation they found themselves in. Government warnings had stopped entirely, and even the internet was completely down. DeLong concluded that the authorities had probably just decided to completely abandon humanity to its fate. DeLong held up a shiny silver cross, hypothesizing that this extreme cold wave was God's method of inflicting punishment upon humanity. That was certainly deep thinking for a guy who just finished carting up a victim. He quickly dismissed the divine punishment idea, laughing that if God truly cared about wickedness, someone like him would definitely not be succeeding so spectacularly. It was a valid point, though quite morbid. DeLong stood over a tied-up resident, demanding to know if the new system he'd established wasn't absolutely flawless. He had basically converted the apartment complex into his own private little empire. The resident, the man whose mustache somehow conveys rage, was livid as he verbally assaulted DeLong for forcing everyone into a hazardous scavenging mission just to collect taxes. DeLong responded with a condescending smirk, outlining his policy of equivalent exchange. He explained that he provided the warmth, and they provided the resources, which everyone recognized as a glorified shakedown. The resident completely lost it, screaming that DeLong was a financial bloodsucker for draining everyone dry. While completely accurate, being correct about a vampire analogy offers little comfort when tied to a chair. DeLong calmly mentioned that the fellow in room 409, our protagonist Mo, had apparently passed away. He considered it a silver lining, believing it meant one less hungry mouth for his system to support. The mustache guy looked completely defeated by the news of Mo's demise. His last sliver of hope vanished in the depths of that underground interrogation room. Back in the clinic, Mo struggled into his clothes as Doc Joe waited impatiently. He complained loudly that her simple task like getting dressed had become an Olympic-level challenge in his current condition. Doc Joe, puffing on a cigarette as always, asked him exactly how long he thought he had been out cold. Mo was clearly dazed, trying to process his surroundings in the high-tech, yet completely illegal, clinic. Mo's jaw nearly hit the floor when she informed him he had been unconscious for 6 straight days. Losing that much time in an apocalypse meant he was essentially a month behind schedule in survival terms. A close-up on a laptop screen confirmed the date was July 21st. The narrator explained that a significant amount of chaos had occurred while Mo was busy impersonating Sleeping Beauty. Doc Joe brought him up to speed, explaining that Liu Derlong had successfully taken command of the building's entire heating infrastructure. He was now forcing residents to risk their lives scavenging outside just for the privilege of avoiding frostbite. She explained that venturing outside was essentially a death sentence, noting that those who departed likely calculated their chances of dying from cold were equal to dying from the dangers outside, making the risk worthwhile. Mo's eyes burned with renewed hatred as he considered DeLong's actions. He concluded that regardless of the location or circumstances, the man remained an unadulterated villain. He turned to the doctor, inquiring about a potential method to restore his physical capabilities. He knew he required full strength if he intended to even the score with DeLong. Doc Joe let out a short, suspicious laugh, her expression turning quite calculating. It was obvious she was about to demand a hefty price for her services. She established early on that her business was strictly transactional, confirming there would be a non-negotiable condition for her assistance. As a black market physician, she insisted that every service came with a corresponding fee. Leaning closer with an enigmatic expression, she inquired if he could agree to her demands. Most survival depended on her help, and she was well aware of her complete control over the situation. Mo asked for the specific terms, but Doc Joe simply offered a knowing glance in return. She had him completely cornered, making the atmosphere thick enough to cut with a knife. Her conditions were straightforward yet unsettling. She demanded exclusive rights to study him as a research subject. She reassured him that it wouldn't be life-threatening, a promise that sounded exactly like something a scientist says to a fresh guinea pig. She reiterated her prior statement about finding him fascinating, essentially declaring him her personal biological puzzle to solve. Mo didn't even pause to consider the implications, quickly accepting her offer. He was so eager to regain his strength that becoming a lab experiment seemed like a reasonable trade-off. Doc Joe revealed that her strange compound in his bloodstream held the secret to his transformation. She hadn't fully identified its properties yet, but it was clearly the root cause of his current symptoms. She hypothesized that these compounds were absorbing heat and converting it into physical power. Currently, however, the system was running on empty, leaving his body completely depleted of energy. She simplified the explanation, declaring that his body was essentially a battery and his weakness was simply a severe case of low battery. Mo quickly concluded that a massive caloric intake would be required to recharge. Doc Joe validated his conclusion but quickly cautioned him that the necessary food supply far exceeded her clinic's inventory. He would need to consume a ridiculous amount to get back to full combat readiness. Mo responded with a smug grin, instructing her not to fret because he had everything under control. He immediately recalled his apartment building, remembering precisely where he had squirreled away his reserves. He began moving again, skulking through the icy corridors wearing a hooded coat. He felt fortunate that he'd had the foresight to stock up on supplies before the world really went sideways. He spotted Dolan's goons making their rounds and instantly slipped out of sight. Reaching his apartment without being discovered constituted a major win in his book. Lo arrived at door 409, looking focused as he prepared to access his emergency provisions. His apartment was both his sanctuary and the final barrier separating him from complete starvation. He pressed the keypad with his hand, which was now covered in a layer of frost, hearing the machine respond with a quick chirp. He was finally inside, only to discover the interior temperature felt exactly as frigid as the hallway. Mo's expression sank as he opened the door and surveyed the damage to his apartment. He muttered under his breath, understanding that the situation had escalated far beyond his initial assumptions. The entire living space looked like it lost a battle with the Arctic, covered in thick frost. Dolan certainly succeeded in transforming the apartment into an impromptu ice sculpture exhibit by killing the heating. Staring at his completely destroyed living space, Mo let loose a string of creative insults aimed at Dolan's childish behavior. He realized with a shiver of dread that arriving late had saved him from becoming a very unfortunate human ice cube. He began excavating the deep frozen containers, hunting desperately for the most calorically dense fuel source available. He unearthed the perfect emergency ration required to jumpstart his completely stalled internal system. We extracted an entire container filled with Suckers brand candy bars. This pure, unadulterated sugar rush was precisely the high-octane propellant his body's warning system demanded. Mo paused, frowning at the treat, as painful flashbacks of Zyro Ming's disloyalty resurfaced. He decided to spite the past by switching brands next time, figuring a different flavor might cleanse his palate of bad memories. He tore a huge chunk from the candy bar, the loud asterisk snap asterisk reverberating through the chilly atmosphere. This consumption wasn't about savoring a snack, it was a desperate act of fueling for immediate survival. Mo paused, waiting for a noticeable effect, but felt absolutely zero changes. He concluded that her single serving was insufficient and immediately decided to dramatically increase the consumption rate. Mo began tearing through the stash of candy bars with frantic, almost demonic energy, his features tightening with every bite. He could sense an internal transformation beginning as the sugar-fueled energy surged through his circulation. The crimson capillaries across his skin began to radiate heat, throbbing visibly with intensity. He realized his physiology was in desperate need of this powerful supplement, signaling that a major escalation was imminent. Mo tumbled onto the storage boxes, grabbing his skull as the overwhelming power began to ignite within him. He was losing all restraint over the energy influx, which changed from a gentle blue luminescence to a raging scarlet inferno. Abruptly, the silhouettes of a pair of individuals emerged in the doorway. It was immediately clear to them that apartment 409 was far less deserted than they had originally assumed. The intruders chuckled about Dolan's elaborate scheme to use Mo's severed digits for the biometric scanner. They found it amusing that the entrance had simply swung open for them without any effort whatsoever. Mo lifted his head from the ground, revealing a truly unsettling smile and glowing crimson pupils. He had reached maximum capacity, and those unfortunate hooligans had absolutely no idea about the disaster they had just stumbled into. The two brutes were thoroughly baffled, demanding to know his name in panic shouts. They were staring at something that resembled a monster more than the deceased resident they had come to plunder. Meanwhile, back at the medical facility, Doku's final analysis simulation concluded with a small asterisk ping asterisk. She finally held the complete scientific blueprint detailing Mo's extraordinary biological capacities. The display showed Mo's complete physical form illuminated by surging energy. The doctor deduced that the reversal process was beginning to corrupt his neurological functions, meaning he was on the verge of total, uncontrollable madness. Doc Joe's complexion whitened as she grasped the profound severity of the situation. An overabundance of glycogen replenishment in a short period would cause him to completely lose self-restraint. One of the intruders puffed out his chest, calling Mo a child while asserting that all the property within the apartment now belonged to them. What an incredibly awful moment to attempt a display of intimidation. Mo let loose a truly horrific, spine-chilling cackle, his expression twisted into a terrifying mask of veiny, crimson fury. He had finally located a suitable outlet for his suppressed power, and the result was guaranteed to be unpleasant. Mo stood upright, a colossal field of fiery red energy exploding outward from his form. He had now completely abandoned all self-control, ensuring that the two hapless thugs were about to participate in the most brief battle in history. The scene flashes back 3 days earlier, finding Doc Joe positioned amidst a literal catastrophe. She examined a huge puddle of luminous blue fluid on the floor, trying to imagine what bizarre event could have transformed apartment 409 into such a chaotic sight. Doc Joe stepped near to the heart of the fluid, spotting a bizarre, throbbing organic growth emerging from the surface. She studied it with clinical detachment, simply wondering aloud about its nature. She carefully gathered a specimen of the azure growth in a protective bag, examining the delicate, branching, vein-like patterns originating from its center. In true medical fashion, she found the potentially dangerous substance to be utterly fascinating. Doc Joe spotted a security camera positioned high above on the wall, immediately realizing the entire debacle might have been captured on film. She concluded the control room was the sole location where she could uncover the authentic sequence of events. Taking a deep inhale from her cigarette, she prepared to depart. She decided she would visit the security room to finally uncover the facts, maintaining a look of tranquil resolve despite the surrounding pandemonium. the perspective moved to a huge public address speaker, which began broadcasting a severely distorted greeting throughout the entire structure. The volume was deafening and full of crackling static, the exact opposite of what you'd want to hear during a crisis. Doc Joe glanced upward toward the speaker as the voice abruptly demanded the attention of every resident. The PA system continued to roar across the dim, factory-like hallways, indicating that a significant communication was about to be delivered. In one apartment, a small child tugged on his mother's arm, whining about being hungry. The automated voice continued, instructing everyone to conserve supplies and prevent waste, which was a nice way of saying, good luck, you're completely abandoned. Mrs. Feng sat in her dimly lit common area, her anxious expression illuminated by the blue glare of the television static. The announcement concluded with an extremely foreboding and unresolved statement, leaving the listeners completely hanging. Suddenly, the door explodes inward as Delon's thugs crash into an apartment where a family is huddled together, clearly looking for something valuable, and definitely not asking nicely. Two henchmen grumble about old Joe's surprising heaviness while dragging him from his security post, receiving orders from the lead baddie to keep an eye on the heating system, confirming the building's warmth is officially compromised. Leo Delon's face glows ominously as he leans into the microphone, informing all the residents they'll need to pay a small compensation to keep their heating running, which is essentially just textbook supervillain extortion. The residents are absolutely stunned, wondering aloud if this whole thing is some kind of sick joke, completely baffled that poor old Joe or Josh would ever let this happen, but they are about to discover how serious Delon truly is. Delon closes his eyes and places a hand over his heart in a truly dramatic gesture, claiming he just wants everyone to appreciate the severity of the situation, though it's obvious he's loving every second of this power play. His hand reaches for a massive industrial switch clearly labeled heating, and with a definite, deliberate click, he flips the red toggle from on to off, instantly cutting the building's life support in a single, cruel motion. Delon flashes a truly twisted grin, claiming he'll turn the heat off for a while just to save some precious resources, treating hundreds of lives like pawns in a strategy game, and clearly enjoying himself immensely. He lets out a truly manic laugh, his face filling the frame with pure villain energy, knowing he's just signed a death warrant for anyone foolish enough to disobey his new rules. Back in the present, Len Mo's eyes are wide and glowing with an intense blue light, clearly sensing something significant, as those energy veins on his face throb wildly like a techno-wraith. We suddenly flash to Lin Mo in an orange prison jumpsuit, looking completely bewildered with his hands cuffed, seeming to process a memory that clearly doesn't belong to him. The disembodied voice asks him if he harbors hatred as we see a close-up of his cuffed hands resting on the table, creating the perfect atmosphere for an intense interrogation about his deepest motivations. Lin Mo stands in his white hoodie, looking down with a summer expression, as the voice zeroes in, asking specifically if he hates Leroy Delon, causing the figurative temperature in the room to plummet instantly. The massive close-up shows his eye turning a deep, terrifying blood red as he growls out Leroy Delon's name, surrounded by a jagged web of red energy, radiating pure, unadulterated hatred. Lin Mo gives a truly terrifying wide-eyed grin, his face wreathed in red energy, muttering, of course, confirming that the beast has finally been unleashed. Back in the hallway, Lin Mo lunges forward, grabbing a thug's arm with crushing force, as red energy erupts everywhere, allowing him to tear through the entire group like they were made of flimsy construction paper. He lifts one goon straight off the ground by his throat, the thug gasping and gagging in pure terror, as Lin Mo's eyes glow a demonic red, clearly showing he's holding absolutely nothing back now. Another close-up of that red eye, glowing with an intense, burning light, shows this isn't just a simple fight for him, but a personal reckoning for everything he lost in the previous timeline. Liu Delon laughs mockingly in the background while Lin Mo screams his name, and Delon drops a truly sick line about how human flesh tastes like beef, but claims he doesn't eat beef, confirming this dude is completely unhinged. Lin Mo unleashes a massive shockwave of red energy that sends the thugs flying in every direction, making it look like a bomb went off as he stands in the middle of the carnage, calmly searching for his next victim. One unfortunate thug is sent sailing right over the railing, a look of pure panic frozen on his face as he realizes there is only a long drop below him, confirming that messing with this guy was a colossal mistake. The thug lands with a sickening thud on the hard floor below, crumpling into a broken heap, and from the way he's lying there, it's pretty obvious he won't be joining the fight again anytime soon. A group of residents peers down over the railing, their faces masked in pure horror, with one exclaiming in sheer disbelief, completely unable to comprehend the level of graphic violence they are witnessing. The gruesome shot of the body on the floor shows the impact was absolutely brutal, with bones visible through the mangled mess, as the red ore still lingers on the corpse, illustrating the sheer power Lin Mo wielded. The residents observe the scene from above, noting that it looks like he fell all the way from the fourth floor, making the hallway fall silent for a moment as the full gravity of the situation sinks in. The green-haired thug looks utterly terrified, sweat pouring down his face as he asks what in the world just happened, realizing he's next after watching his friends get dismantled in mere seconds. Lin Mo slowly walks through the swirling red mist, looking exactly like an urban legend come to life, as the thugs panic and back away, with one asking in terror what exactly this guy even is, maybe an alien. As Lin Mo walks past some indoor planters, the red ore begins to affect the plants, causing them to glow strangely, making him wonder if this is the red ore he saw earlier. Realizing his powers might be evolving rapidly, he stands over a fallen goon, looking down with cold indifference, as the thug thinks to himself that there's absolutely no way to win against this monster, and frankly, he's absolutely correct. one desperate thug decides to go all out, swinging his golf club with a terrified scream, putting everything he has into one final strike, hoping for a miracle that simply isn't going to come. Lin Mo just gives a dark, mocking smile through the red haze, having already seen the attack coming long before the guy even finished his swing. Liu Delong steps forward, swinging his own golf club with an unhinged smile. He screams that this is the law of the jungle, still clinging to his twisted philosophy even as his men are getting completely annihilated. We see a high-speed motion shot of her golf club whistling through the air. The velocity is intense, but you can tell someone is about to get a very unpleasant surprise. DeLong's expression instantly shifts from arrogant to shocked. He thinks his target is impossibly fast, realizing that Lin Mo is no longer where he was just a millisecond earlier. Lin Mo, surrounded by a swirling crimson aura, makes a casual gesture with his hand. He's explicitly baiting them, and DeLong recognizes that he is being toyed with like a helpless bug. The thug swings once more, but Lin Mo is merely a blur of motion. He moves with such incredible precision that the club doesn't even come close to touching his clothes. Lin Mo dodges through the incoming strikes, leaving a series of red afterimages in his wake. It appears as if there are 5 copies of him at once, and the thugs are swinging at shatters while the real threat stands directly behind them. DeLong is losing control, hysterically laughing while calling Lin Mo a weakling and daring him to stay put. This is textbook villain coping, trying to sound tough when he is clearly outmatched. Lin Mo lets out a sharp chuckle of his own, the red energy pulsing and intensifying around him. He's finally having fun, and that is a truly terrible omen for everyone else nearby. With a sudden burst of speed, Lin Mo propels himself forward, extending his hand as a massive wave of crimson energy blasts toward DeLong. He's completely finished playing games and intends to end this immediately. Another close-up on Lin Mo's glowing red eye shows the fierce intensity of his focus. He's completely locked onto his target, and there is absolutely zero mercy remaining in his heart. He saws through the air with his fist pulled back, a substantial trail of red energy following close behind him. He resembles a blazing meteor of pure rage heading directly for the villain's face. Lin Mo connects with a brutal kick that sends a thug collapsing into a broken heap. The force of the impact is so heavy, you can almost feel the sound of bones shattering right through the screen. Diraming appears in the doorway, looking absolutely horrified as she screams Lin Mo's name. She cannot believe the guy she betrayed has transformed into this unstoppable, elemental force of nature. Lin Mo looks back over his shoulder, his face covered in glowing red veins. He gives her a look that is both cold and vengeful, showing her precisely what her actions had created. Diraming pulls out a handgun and points it right at him, her hand trembling violently. Lin Mo recalls her affectionate nickname, but the barrel of the gun doesn't appear to be feeling sentimental. Lin Mo looks down in shock as a tranquilizer dart hits him directly in the neck. This towers, wondering why, as the red energy starts to flicker and fade when the drug impacts his system. Dak Cho stands there holding a high-tech tranquilizer gun, looking completely composed. She tells him not to worry, claiming it's just insulin, which is a pretty weird thing to say to someone you just shot with a dark gun. Lin Mo starts to fall over, his eyes fluttering as the red aura completely vanishes. The adrenaline and rage are being forcibly drained out of him, and he's losing the fight to maintain consciousness. Dak Cho catches him as he collapses, her expression entirely unreadable. She explains that the shot is intended to break down the excess heat in his body, as her research subject just experienced a severe meltdown. She takes another puff from her cigarette while supporting his unconscious body. She hints at more events to come, leaving us on a massive cliffhanger as she observes her prize. The final shot pans out to show the room is now overflowing with lush, green, thriving plants. The text questions what exactly is happening here as the red energy appears to have turned a frozen wasteland into a tropical paradise. That's certainly an unusual side effect. We start off with a heavy dose of reality, hunger. It's the ultimate catalyst for human atrocities, and in a world where everything is freezing, the situation is poised to get far worse. The history books are filled with the dark side of survival, ranging from family cannibalism to unending wars. It serves as a grim reminder that when the stomach is empty, all the established rules of society go right out the window. For a while, technology actually managed to stabilize conditions, and we thought we had everything figured out. Society flourished under the sun, but that stability turned out to be far more fragile than anyone realized. Now, in this frozen nightmare, farming has become virtually impossible. The streets are literal graveyards of snow-covered cars, and that ancient monster, starvation, has returned to claim its throne. The narrator warns us that humanity's dark history is about to repeat itself in full force. It's the same old cycle of violence and desperation, just with a much lower temperature this time. But hey, there's always an exception to the rule. While the rest of the world is starving, something very different is taking place in one specific corner of the planet, specifically within this frozen metropolis. Lin Mo is completely knocked out, resting among a literal forest of green leaves. After his massive power-up and subsequent collapse, his body has clearly decided to take a much-needed nap. Dr. Jo stood watch, exhaling a puff of vapor while observing her tranquilized subject. She offered a silent apology for prematurely restarting the sedative, deciding that the experimental data outweighed his temporary discomfort. A carpet of verdant, thriving foliage enveloped the room, an impossible sight given the hostile climate outside. She gazed at the floor, musing about the precise effect Lin Mo's thermal energy had on the immediate surroundings. Using her hand with its distinctly black manicure, she carefully harvested a perfectly ripe, crimson tomato from the thriving vine. The small miracle of nature in the heart of a blizzard held her genuine fascination. Taking a massive chomp, She tested the fruit as the juices splattered everywhere. The scene held a weird intensity, with a black market physician casually munching on a supernaturally generated tomato next to her unconscious patient. Surveying the corridor, it was obvious the plants had completely colonized the space. Dr. Du stood amidst this burgeoning indoor rainforest, struggling to comprehend the sheer scale of the botanical expansion. She cracked a rare smile, acknowledging the surprisingly good taste. For a professional who normally worked with needles and blood, enjoying fresh produce was certainly a pleasant bonus from Lin Mo's peculiar gift. Dr. Du surveyed the immense harvest, calculating enough provisions to feed the whole apartment complex. Lin Mo had inadvertently solved the food shortage, assuming he didn't accidentally murder every resident in the process. The camera cuts to the exterior, revealing a furious, howling blizzard. Two silhouettes fought their way through the knee-deep snow, looking dangerously close to becoming frozen statues. The woman in the bright pink parka shook uncontrollably, her stomach rumbling so aggressively it cut through the din of the wind. She was absolutely depleted, and the quest for provisions had devolved into a desperate death march. Her companion turned around with concern, asking if she possessed the strength to continue just a little further. The predicament was truly desperate, yet these two were obviously fighting for someone besides themselves. She forced a weak, courageous smile, insisting that continuing would be no issue. Talk about sheer determination. She was freezing and starving, yet still prioritizing her partner's morale above her own suffering. Her husband began frantically fumbling through his pockets, recalling a stashed chocolate bar he had saved for an emergency. He desperately hunted for that single source of energy that could potentially keep her alive. His complexion instantly drained of color upon discovering his coat pockets were completely bare. The realization struck him with the force of her physical blow, and overwhelming panic began to take hold. He cursed his terrible fortune, suspecting that despicable DeLong had probably lifted it from him. Losing the final morsel of sustenance to a neighborhood tyrant felt particularly cruel, even for this desolate reality. His wife rested a hand on his sleep, gently urging him to abandon the futile search. She was attempting to maintain composure and logic, even though she desperately required the nourishment. A sudden memory brought them back to the morning when they sacrificed their final chocolate bar for their precious daughter. They were willingly starving themselves just to provide their child a chance at survival, creating a scenario both beautiful and deeply sorrowful. Heavy silence descended upon the snow as the full gravity of their predicament took hold. They possessed no provisions, no means of warmth, and were rapidly running out of precious time. The husband produced a hollow, mirthless laugh, feigning a sudden memory lapse. He attempted to shrug it off so she wouldn't worry, yet his eyes clearly reflected pure devastation. He cast his eyes downward, labeling himself a failure for his inability to provide for them. The crushing weight of that guilt could be every bit as fatal as the frigid temperatures in this harsh new reality. Without warning, a sudden blur of motion sliced through the atmosphere as a crimson spray erupted across the white snow. The husband didn't even have time to process it before something ripped clean through his head. The wife was instantly paralyzed by pure, unadulterated horror as her partner's blood splattered onto her face. 1 second they were engaged in dialogue, and the following second, he had vanished completely. The monstrous, stark-white beast suddenly loomed above her, its spindly limbs and luminescent blue eyes creating a truly terrifying apparition. This thing was significantly larger and more frightening than the creature previously encountered in the apartment basement. The monster's vertical moor, located bizarrely on its abdomen, gaped open and dripped with fresh, crimson gore. It was a gruesome spectacle, making it obvious the predator had just concluded its initial meal. The woman remained paralyzed, staring up at the monstrosity with wide, tear-filled eyes. The blood splattered on her face was already beginning to freeze solid, and she stared directly into the eyes of death itself. The monster actually vocalized, its voice a raspy hiss as it labeled her a delicious woman. These creatures were clearly more than mere animals, demonstrating intelligence, hunger, and a deep appreciation for the pursuit. She collapsed into the accumulating snow, gazing blankly at the expanding pool of blood surrounding her. She was completely shattered, unable to process either the creature or her sudden, terrifying isolation. Abruptly, a sharp voice pierced through the raging blizzard, ordering her not to lose focus. The blonde-haired individual stood amidst the ruins of her nearby structure, completely unfazed by the terrifying sight. The woman lifted her gaze, her face a complete picture of trauma and disorientation. She registered the sound of her human voice, yet in her current state, it probably felt like a bizarre hallucination. The blonde man screamed at her to approach, gesturing frantically toward the relative safety of the building. He represented her only opportunity for survival, but she needed to quickly locate the strength to flee. He yelled at her to run for her life, sounding as if he had issued that exact command countless times before. He projected a confident, heroic demeanor that implied he understood precisely how to deal with these monsters. The woman finally snapped out of her panic and sprinted toward the building, but the pasty creature was right on her heels. It was a high-speed chase where second place definitely got eaten. The monster lunged forward, its massive claws slicing through the air. It was moving at terrifying speed, closing the distance in a single, unnatural jump. A close-up on the woman captured her sheer panic as she heard the beast right behind her. She pushed herself harder than a personal trainer on Monday, fueled entirely by the instinct to survive. She dove through the doorway just as the monster slammed into the wall with a deafening crash. It was an escape executed within milliseconds, yet the peril was definitely far from over. She hit the ground hard inside the building, sliding across the dusty concrete floor. She was safe for the moment, but she was absolutely wrecked, both physically and emotionally devastated. The monster was screeching outside, hammering against the barricaded entrance. It was furious that its delicious snack had gotten away, and it clearly wasn't giving up without a very loud tantrum. The woman lay on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she processed the sudden loss of her husband. It was a brutal reminder of how quickly life could be extinguished in this terrifying new world. The blonde guy wasn't just standing there idly. He was actively preparing a makeshift incendiary device. He poured high-proof liquor over a lighter, looking ready to ignite a very dangerous performance. With a confident flick of his wrist, he hurled the homemade firebomb toward the entrance. He had that unshakable don't mess with me look, making it clear he was the one in charge here. The massive explosion of fire erupted, consuming the entry area and sending the monster stumbling backward. It seems these icy abominations are fundamentally opposed to being cooked to a crisp. The woman watched the flames, peering exhausted and completely dazed. She had found a temporary ally, but in this world, safety was a relative concept, like saying a light job is exercise. The monster was shrieking in pain, loudly complaining about the heat and how much it hated the flames. It appears fire is the universal language for get lost when dealing with these pale-skinned creatures. The woman looked up at the towering skyscraper, noting that the monster had not followed them inside yet. The sheer scale of the building. They reached an accessible elevator, and the blonde guy announced she was finally saved. It felt like a miracle, but a working elevator in an apocalypse. Something very strange was definitely happening here. The woman appeared completely depleted. Her eyes were vacant as she stared at her rescuer. She was safe, but the exorbitant cost of her survival was written all over her face. Suddenly, the monster reappeared, but this time it was glowing with a blue, freezing energy. It screamed that it felt great and loved the heat, which basically meant it had already adapted to fire. Wonderful. The woman shrieked, frantically hammering the elevator button in a desperate plea for speed. The monster was right there, and those doors were moving with all the urgency of her snail. The monster reached its blue glowing arm directly into the elevator car, crackling with energy. It looked like they were seconds away from being trapped inside a metal coffin if they didn't act fast. The enormous beast loomed over them, its vertical stomach mouth gaping open. From inside the small metal box, it was a terrifying view, and all avenues of escape were officially closed. The blonde guy stared at the monster with intense, icy blue eyes. He ordered her to close her eyes, looking like he was about to drop a killer track or unleash something considerably more fatal. The woman was thoroughly confused, stammering out a question as she looked at him. He was acting like he was performing on a stage, and she was just trying to avoid becoming a light snack. A brilliant flash of golden light instantly filled the entire elevator shaft. It resembled a tiny supernova going off, capturing everyone in dramatic silhouettes against the powerful radiance. The monster howled in agony, covering its face while complaining about hating the bright light. It seems these creatures have a highly specific list of dislikes, specifically heat, rock music, and high-wattage spotlights. The blonde guy stood perfectly posed beneath a circle of bright stage lights, striking a perfect rock star stance. He took a significant deep breath, ready to kick off the greatest performance he had ever given. He casually threw out a reference to Nirvana, accompanied by a smug, legendary smirk. He was literally dropping song titles in the middle of a life-or-death monster brawl. This dude was officially overqualified for the apocalypse. He revealed an electric guitar crafted entirely from jetted metal scraps and spare parts. He looked completely prepared to shred, and the on-screen caption questioned whether he was actually Kurt Cobain reincarnated. He hammered out a power chord, sending physical shockwaves rippling through the air. This was beyond mere music. It was a devastating sonic weapon shaking the entire structural integrity of the skyscraper. The deafening roar of his guitar consumed the entire hall, with the sound waves appearing as blue ripples in the air. He was delivering the performance of her lifetime to a captive audience of one terrified woman and one incredibly agitated monster. We're starting off with the origin story of Dorothy Perez. Young Dorothy here had ambitious dreams of becoming a medical professional, looking sweet and motivated as she played with her plastic instruments. Fast forwarding a few years, Dorothy is now grown up, still relentlessly pursuing her objective. She appears focused and determined as she finally steps into the world of medicine. But reality, as it often does, had other plans. She just missed being a doctor, landing instead as a nurse. Don't worry, nurses are basically the hospital's spine, so that's actually a win. Soon after, she encounters Matt, one of the patients under her care. It appears a textbook medical melodrama is blossoming between the pair. Just look at Matt flushing crimson while slurping his bowl of noodles. He's clearly head over heels for his caregiver, and honestly, the affection appears reciprocated. Dorothy wears a tender, completely infatuated expression. This is one of those fleeting, genuinely sweet moments before life inevitably descends into utter chaos. The two marry, welcome a daughter named Maddie, and settle into a new flight. The picture-perfect montage, which, in this particular storyline, is usually a harbinger of doom. Then the inevitable disaster strikes. The planet freezes solid, criminals seize control of the structure, and then the creatures appear. The truly terrifying glimpse shows a beast towering over Dorothy. The tight shot on Dorothy's eye reveals she has witnessed unspeakable horrors. Her face is smeared with blood, and her stare holds nothing but pure terror as she confronts the nightmare. In the current timeline, Corbin is physically battling a creature using rock music. The monster howls in protest about despising the awful rock trash, yet Corbin's guitar shredding is actually effective. Dorothy is utterly flabbergasted by the sheer lunacy of the spectacle. She shouts that this is undeniably the most preposterous event imaginable, and frankly, we concur completely. Corbin concludes his performance with a dramatic, victorious stance as theatrical lighting bursts behind him. He truly finished with a flourish, even as everything else disintegrated around him. The beast is stunned but remains extremely lethal, its enormous vertical jaws clicking shut. Corbin's gaze appears cold and focused in the foreground, signifying he hasn't completed his task. He appears remarkably composed for a person standing mere inches from a vicious predator. He draws a deliberate breath, getting ready to deliver the definitive strike. Corbin seizes a huge metal spear or girder from the debris. His movements become purposeful now, transforming him instantly from an artist into an assassin. He takes a courageous plunge, descending into the deep recesses of the industrial facility. This individual demonstrates extraordinary nerve. He hurtles towards the creature, resembling a bona fide action movie star. The ambient lighting illuminates his hair as he gets ready to deliver the critical blow. With a resounding crash, Corbin skewers the beast with several metal beams, fastening it to the ground. That noise just became fatal for this pale monster. The creature lies completely submerged beneath a massive pile of junk metal and rubble. The very trash it scorned earlier ultimately became its headstone. The final tremor passes through the monster's core before it falls completely motionless. The frigid haze begins to dissipate now that the danger has been successfully eliminated. Dorothy appears absolutely stunned, softly asking if the ordeal has finished. She can hardly comprehend that she actually survived the terrifying confrontation. She gazes down at the deceased creature, likely having a fresh wave of grief over her husband's loss. She believes that perhaps this entire nightmare has finally concluded. Unfortunately, the relief quickly vanishes as she begins to shake uncontrollably. The adrenaline rush recedes, allowing the overwhelming sense of loss to take hold. She collapses, bowing her head into the cold snow as tears stream down her face. Having lost absolutely everything, even continuing to live feels like an unbearable weight. Corbin extends a hand towards her, taking her completely by surprise. He was literally a stranger just moments before, yet he's now the only companion she has remaining. He offers a comforting smile and assures her everything is fine presently. This guy possesses remarkable composure for an end-of-day scenario, but Dorothy genuinely required the encouragement. A view of the bleak, assy forest encircling them appears. It's a stunning yet lethal environment, and these two figures are merely small dots against the immense, stark wideness. They establish a modest campsite around a burning barrel for heat. Dorothy appears completely vacant, gazing into the fire as she attempts to comprehend her overwhelming trauma. She inspects a broken, blood-stained mirror, where she imagines the silhouettes of her husband and daughter Maggie. It's a devastating representation of the existence brutally stolen from her. Corbin watches with a solemn expression, softly wishing them eternal peace. He understands he cannot repair her grief, but he can at least offer a bit of reverence. They share a quiet moment together, the flickering orange illumination from the fire being the sole source of heat and light in the gloomy space. Corbin illuminates a cigarette, offering a summer observation about finality. He has undoubtedly witnessed numerous individuals perish throughout this extended cold snap. He glanced at her, delivering a tough love sermon. While mourning is fine, they really need to focus on staying alive first. It's the kind of blunt advice you get when the world ends. Dorothy simply gazed back at him, her eyes completely blank. She had surpassed her breaking point long ago and wasn't exactly in the mood for an inspiring speech. Corbin quickly grasped that he had completely misjudged the situation, offering a clumsy apology. He's a professional monster slayer with a guitar, not exactly a mental health expert, and it absolutely showed. The flame sputtered gently, providing background noise as the awkwardness between them began to gradually meld away. Dorothy finally broke the silence, offering her name. It was a minuscule gesture, yet it showed she was willing to place her faith in the strange, guitar-wielding hero. Corbin returned the introduction, keeping a cigarette dangling from his lips. He appeared far more sociable now that he wasn't actively skewering creatures with his instrument. Dorothy pulled her coat tighter around herself, whispering a subdued thank you. She understood perfectly well that without his intervention, she would have become Monster Chow. Corbin simply shrugged off her gratitude, responding with a nonchalant, no problem. He was trying to act indifferent, but his visible relief confirmed he was glad he hadn't arrived too late. Dorothy inquired if he too was foraging for supplies. After all, venturing outside during a whiteout blizzard required a level of desperation bordering on insanity. Corbin smirked faintly, admitting his circumstances were slightly more intricate than a standard scavenging trip. Obviously, because sane individuals typically don't use musical instruments as weapons. He reached into his guitar case, instructing her to pause while he retrieved an item. Dorothy watched with curiosity, wondering what other bizarre things he kept stashed inside. He explained that he journeyed from Seattle searching for a friend, only to be caught completely off guard by the sudden deep freeze. That's certainly one ambitious road trip to attempt during the apocalypse. He displayed a worn, aged photograph of his friend. He clarified that the person wearing the hat was a one he sought, explaining they used to play together in a high school band. Hold on a second, check the picture again. The man wearing the distinctive top hat is actually Linmo. Dorothy immediately recognized him as the peculiar resident of room 409. Abruptly, a tremendous boom rocked the whole structure. Both individuals stumbled back, shouting in alarm and wondering exactly what was happening outside. They scrambled to the window, witnessing enormous clouds of smoke and rubble ascending from the cityscape. Something massive was definitely advancing out there, far more powerful than a simple gust of wind. Corbin's jaw dropped as he fixed his gaze on the horizon. He stammered a question about the objects, his voice shaking with a level of terror entirely new for him. The gigantic, frost-covered foot slammed into the asphalt below, flattening automobiles like they were empty aluminum cans. The sheer magnitude of this thing was truly petrifying. Several massive creatures, covered in blue veins and thick icy plates, were moving toward a central location. It looked exactly like an actual military formation made of nightmares. One particularly enormous beast towered above the surrounding skyscrapers, resembling a demonic high-rise building itself. The stakes of the apocalypse just received a significant and terrifying upgrade. Dorothy's expression turned ashen as she calculated their path. She recognized that the direction they were marching was straight toward their apartment complex. The final view captured the creatures poised over Dorothy's building. She shrieked about the apartment, confirming Lin Mo and everyone else inside were about to experience a truly awful day. Over in the clinic, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly flew open. He seemed completely disoriented, trying to figure out when exactly he had lost consciousness this time. He awoke to a face full. Let's just say Dr. Joe was leaning in excessively close. Lin Mo was absolutely bewildered by the alarming scene greeting him. He shrieked, trembling backward in confusion and demanding to know what was going on. This was decidedly not the way he anticipated waking from his rest, and he was completely panicking. Dr. Joe stared back at him impassively, a cigarette between her fingers, peering totally unfazed. Lin Mo, however, was blushing intensely, attempting to understand the medical treatment he'd just undergone. She smirked and informed him that it was good he was awake, since she had already installed the item on him. Lin Mo looked horrified, clutching at his neck and demanding to know what exactly she had attached. We see Lin Mo now sporting a glowing, high-tech collar. Dr. Joe labeled it a precaution, but judging by the look on Mo's face, he understood he had just been enlisted as her personal, unwilling subordinate. Collars represent one of the oldest adornments in human history, though their symbolism continually shifts. From a sign of high status to a far more sinister purpose, they invariably define the identity of the person wearing them. Historically, they served as symbols of bondage, representing total control and ownership. We observe a scene of women in antiquity, linked by neck chains, being marched through a bustling city square. While historically a simple restraint, today's version looks like a very specific adult accessory. The camera angle shifts to make it clear that Lin Mo's new neckwear suggests some extremely kinky business. Dr. Joe, casually puffing on a cigarette, tells Lin Mo to calm down, assuring him it isn't for those sorts of activities. However, her knowing sir clearly indicates she's lying through her teeth. Lin Mo makes a sound of utter disgust, informing her that he hadn't considered anything inappropriate until she helpfully planted the idea in his head. Lin Mo attempts to assert himself, reminding the doctor that he's a research subject, not her property, but it's hard to be intimidating when you're strapped into a chair. Dr. Ju stares him down, agreeing that he is merely a subject and insisting the collar is just a routine data collection device. It sounds perfectly normal, assuming your definition of normal includes high-tech restraints. Standing behind him while he sits shirtless, covered in countless electrodes, she asks if he recalls her explanation of the strange substance in his system. She leans in close, reminding him that this mystery goo lets him store heat, but the new monitoring device indicates there are a few extra functions beyond simple thermal absorption. We get a close-up of the high-tech collar's glowing blue X mark as Dr. Ju explains that this gadget was specifically built to test her theories about his developing abilities. She explains that spiking blood sugar levels activate a secondary state of the mysterious substance, and the collar will dutifully change from blue to red as a warning. Lin Mo expresses frustration, demanding to know exactly what this secondary state entails. He's clearly unhappy about being treated like a glorified hamster with no updates. Dr. Ju takes a deliberate drag on her cigarette, staring intently at him, and asks a disquieting question, wondering if he remembers the events of the last 20 minutes. Lin Mo's face crumples in confusion as he searches his mind, finding only a vast, empty expanse where memories should be. His face drains of color as he realizes there's a huge gap in his memory, and he looks genuinely terrified of what his alter ego might have done during the blackout. Dr. Ju places a finger on his nose, telling him to relax, creating a bizarrely intimate moment that intensifies the uncomfortable power dynamic between them. She leans in extremely close, almost touching him, claiming she's here to explain everything, acting like a disturbing tour guide through his personal nightmare. She gives him a sly, knowing glance, explaining that this is all just part of their ongoing research, clearly relishing every single second of being in complete control. Lin Mo watches her go, contemplating how this woman always manages to have total control over him, feeling utterly defeated as he sits strapped in the dim lap. His eyes narrow as he internally states that he really needs to figure out what's happening, gathering inner strength to reclaim ownership of his situation. A close-up of Lin Mo's eye shows a spark of determination, and he thinks to himself that as soon as he unravels this mess, he concludes his internal monologue, he will absolutely gain the upper hand. He begins plotting his counterattack against her. Suddenly, a finger with jet black nail polish sharply presses a physical button on the console, the resulting loud click echoing like a gunshot through the quiet room. Lin Mo's world immediately erupts in agonizing pain, causing him to arch his back and shriek at the top of his lungs. Whatever contraption she activated is delivering quite the jolt. With wired, agonizing eyes, he looks up, demanding to know what's happening as red glowing veins start to spread across his chest and arms like a bad tattoo. A close-up on a medical bag reveals it holds a 25% glucose solution, confirming Lin Mo's suspicion that she is artificially spiking his blood sugar to trigger the transformation. Dr. Joe observes his violent reaction with detached, clinical curiosity, deciding that gathering data is more important than his immediate well-being. The red patterns on Lin Mo's skin grow stronger as the collar glows bright pink, and he wheezes out a question, asking what in the world she thinks she's doing to him. Doc Joe casually mentions that she almost forgot something, as if she remembered a minor grocery list item, which is disturbingly detached for someone currently torturing her patient. Lin-Mo pants heavily, his body glowing red, as he desperately asks what she's planning next. Doc Joe crouches in front of him, clearly preparing to initiate the next experimental phase. With a slug expression, she pulls out a small potted plant and presents it to him, creating the bizarre image of a man suffering a full-blown supernatural meltdown being offered a houseplant. Lin-Mo stares blankly at the green leaves, utterly confused, unable to understand what this plan has to do with his immediate life-or-death predicament. A close-up reveals his eye turning crimson and developing razor-sharp pupils, like shattered glass. He mutters about the plan, slowly losing his mind as his human side dissolves once more. A colossal burst of scarlet energy suddenly explodes from Lin-Mo, forcing the doctor to instinctively throw up her arms. The resulting power spike was so immense, the entire laboratory shook like a cheap marker. Lin-Mo reverted to his full berserker rage, bellowing accusations about how she had dared to betray him. He was incandescent with fury, his face completely covered in glowing, angry red markings. The camera focuses on his mouth, revealing a terrifying, 2V smile. He finds the entire scenario quite entertaining, sounding completely unhinged as the overwhelming power takes control. Then Mo becomes a whirlwind of motion, effortlessly evading unseen assaults. He laughs hysterically as he moves, perfectly synchronized with the surrounding crimson energy field. He stands in his bright white hoodie, looking through a dense field of red illumination. The whole room is cast in a violent, bloody glow, and the atmosphere has become extraordinarily hostile. Lin-Mo advances through a literal jungle that has spontaneously erupted inside the room. Plants and thick vines completely cover the walls and floor, all nourished by his tremendous internal heat energy. He pushes through the dense foliage with a calm, predatory confidence. He appears to be hunting for something, for someone, in this bizarre, unexpected indoor ecosystem. He looms over himself, the enraged version staring down at the helpless Lin-Mo strapped into the medical chair. He then inquires if the host should finally be able to perceive him. The genuine Lin-Mo hyperventilates in abject terror, demanding to know what is happening. He's staring at a version of himself that appears completely ready to tear him limb from limb. The spectral, crimson-eyed Mo gives a truly chilling grin and notes that their paths have crossed again. It's a living nightmare brought to life, and Lin-Mo has absolutely nowhere to escape to. The version of Lin-Mo in the chair begins to spiral, stammering out that he must be the real person. He is gazing directly into his own eyes, a sight that threatens to utterly shatter his sanity. He screams desperately for the doctor, shouting that he is certain he's experiencing hallucinations. He clings desperately to the fragile hope that this is all just a horribly vivid dream. The doppelganger Mo gives a mocking chuckle, informing him that she cannot hear his cries. It seems they are trapped together in a private pocket dimension where no help can reach him. He presses a finger to his lips, repeating the warning with a playful, yet deeply malicious, tone. The doctor is visible in the background, totally oblivious to the spectral presence behind her. Lin-Mo demands to know if this entire ordeal is his double's doing, glaring intensely at the phantom. The double simply continues laughing, completely enjoying the psychological torture he is inflicting. He offers a mysterious reply, stating that it is kind of true, but also absolutely not. He is being intentionally obscure, acting like a frustrating riddle that Lin-Mo is expected to solve. The restrained Lin-Mo reaches his breaking point, bellowing questions about exactly who this figure is and why he looks like a perfect copy. He demands immediate answers during his emotional collapse. The phantom figure holds up 2 fingers, explaining that, to be precise, they are a shared experience between both of them. He suggests they are simply 2 separate parts of the same whole entity. He gestures to the thriving green plants that have completely overtaken the industrial space. He notes that he alone could not achieve this level of destruction without using Lin-Mo's body as a perfect vessel. The phantom clutches his hood, his eyes glowing intensely red as he prepares for the climactic reveal. He begins to explain his true identity, allowing the building tension to reach a breaking point. He starts to remove the hood, suggesting that seeing what lies beneath will somehow trigger Lin-Mo's suppressed memories. Lin-Mo stares forward with wide, traumatized eyes. Lin-Mo looks like he's just witnessed an actual ghost, gasping in utter disbelief as the hood finally comes off. The sheer, overwhelming shock on his face is practically tangible. The figure reveals a face identical to Lin-Mo's, complete with glowing blue goggles and markings. He leans in with an extremely smug grin, asking if Lin-Mo remembers anything yet. Lin-Mo's memory finally triggers, flashing back to the glowing blue jellyfish creature he saw while nearly drowning in the freezing water. He gasps, realizing he is looking at the entity from that experience. The double offers a predatory, shark-like smell, confirming the memory with a simple affirmative. He looks incredibly satisfied that his host has finally acknowledged their initial encounter. We cut to a shot of the glowing blue snowflake mark on Lin-Mo's neck. The voice explains that all of his exceptional powers, and even his miraculous resurrection, are a direct result of this entity. Back in reality, the tiny, luminescent jellyfish creature floats in midair while Lin-Mo sits in the background, looking completely stunned. The creature suggests they should try to coexist nicely from now on. The creature transforms into a massive, terrifying blue ethereal figure with glowing horns that towers over the small room. It roars Lin-Mo's name in a voice that sounds both like a welcoming greeting and a deadly threat. While most government agencies have folded like cheap lawn chairs, the National Security and Logistics Bureau is surprisingly still standing strong. This group functions as a veritable Swiss Army knife of survival, equipped with its own doctors, administrators, and heavy-hitting military units ready for whatever this icy apocalypse throws at them. Humanity's final hope rests on these folks, huddled inside their fancy apocalypse shelter. When a door hissed open and someone shouted for Xiao Luo, everyone knew exactly what kind of trouble was coming next for anyone on his naughty list. This is Barbara, an suffering assistant. Apparently, even high-security bunkers struggle with reliable internet connections. Barbara, clearly unraveling, keeps checking for updates, because in this nightmare scenario, a digital blackout is more lethal than a zombie horde. The assistant looked like she was ready to snap, having endured Barbara's relentless questioning 28 times in just 2 days. Seriously, Thor, who can blame her? Losing internet access for that long would probably turn me into a monster as well. Barbara scowled, her eye twitching slightly in a dramatic close-up, letting out a frustrated sigh when she learned it was a hardware glitch. Of course, the engineering team, who actually fix hardware, were nowhere to be found, probably playing hooky in the apocalypse. With the world outside turning into a deep freeze popsicle, they were stuck using outdated, ancient data techniques. Barbara finally surrendered in defeat, leaning back heavily and grumbling that she understood the situation perfectly now. Barbara leaned back, drawing on her cigarette, completely spent from the ordeal. She observed dryly that everyone, in classic organizational fashion, was simply pointing fingers at each other as global civilization dissolved into chaos. Her assistant peered over the desk, checking on the progress of the report. Barbara, looking completely sapped of all energy, merely mumbled almost at the MP monitor, suggesting she hadn't started yet. Just send it to me as it is, Barbara commanded, waving off the need for perfection. The assistant looked baffled, wondering what she should do with the rest of the incomplete data. With a cynical grin, Barbara essentially asked if her assistant had lost her marbles, explaining that Baldy never actually bothers to read anything important, so why waste time on petty formatting. A quick zoom on the clipboard revealed the NSLB insignia and a scribbled message declaring the situation urgent now, which was almost certainly the most ridiculous understatement in human history. Barbara walked in, sighing to herself about facing the bald-headed man again, who immediately barked that the agency was too busy to waste time on trivial discussions. Meet Frank Kordick, the bald guy who delivers bad news for a living. After surviving climate collapse and cyber warfare, their communication lines went completely silent, leaving field agents unheard from for 2 days, suggesting the front lines were having a very rough time. Frank, absolutely livid, was desperately worried about the sleeper agents they couldn't reach, essentially a hidden army completely cut off from command and control. He stood up and yelled that this wasn't a drill. They were officially at war. He demanded they stop waiting for a miracle internet recovery and take decisive, physical action immediately. Barbara dryly remarked that war always remains the same, staring at the screen and contemplating the next group she was sending to face certain doom. Frank, meanwhile, just looked at the ground, crushed beneath the overwhelming burden of command. Frank smashed his hand onto the desk with an angry crash, accusing Barbara of hitting below the belt. He clearly despised her calm, almost indifferent attitude toward the situation. He shrieked at Barbara to abandon all pretense of social niceties, arguing that good behavior wouldn't save anyone in this hellscape. He made it clear he would resort to any measure necessary, regardless of how morally questionable it might seem. Entering the lab, Frank essentially gave Barbara a smug, "I told you exactly what would happen, look." He asked if she finally grasped his constant nervousness as they stared at a futuristic monitoring display. Frank's mouth dropped wide open, nearly hitting the floor as he looked through the window. He whispered a terrified "oh my gosh," which is always a bad sign when a high-level official starts using religious exclamations. The screen displayed live video of a horrifying creature casually roaming around just outside their front door. It truly makes for an incredibly uncomfortable welcome mat for guests. Feast your eyes on this monster. It was blue, extremely tall, awkwardly spindly, and adorned with strange, bioluminescent markings. It appeared to have been custom designed by someone who absolutely despises the concept of a good night's sleep. The chief scientist, Preen then revealed the terrible truth. This thing wasn't an alien invader from another galaxy, but a grotesque mutation that started out as a regular person. Frank was completely stunned, demanding confirmation that this creature was once human, while his gaze fixed intently on something specific hanging around the monster's neck. Frank moved closer, squinting to bring the detail into sharp focus. He had finally discovered the smoking gun that confirmed his colleagues weren't just spouting nonsense. Bingo, dub tabs. The name etched on one read Johnny Silverhammer, confirming that this horrifying beast was once a member of their field operations unit. Frank began to panic, demanding answers from the scientist. The explanation was chilling. The mutation likely occurred before the network crash, making it the perfect surprise infiltration. Barbara clarified the situation. Agent Silverhammer vanished near the bunker, and when the security team eventually located him, he was completely unresponsive and presumed dead. After just 24 hours resting in the morgue, the body began its terrifying transformation. Barbara, exhaling smoke, pointed out that this mutation was exactly how he became the monstrosity on the screen. More footage appeared, this time showing a supermarket incident. These monsters, apparently, had been running around even before the big freeze, and intelligence reports confirmed the CIA had been keeping tabs on them previously. The monitor replayed the previous video where the creature brutally decimated the supermarket aisles. It served as a grim warning that these things were truly apex predators, and not just harmless, oversized house cats. Frank examines the group of survivors, but his attention immediately locks onto Lin Mo. He internally designates him as number 0, a clear indication that he's the government's top priority for some reason. Back in the present moment, Lin Mo is completely losing his mind. He's tied down in a chair, staring at something fundamentally impossible, demanding to know what exactly is happening to him. Mo witnesses an actual physical transformation right before his very eyes. He claims it was just a disgusting insect a second ago, yet now it has changed into a truly stunning woman. The woman is revealed, glowing with a bright blue light as she floats above a collection of plants. Mo is utterly astonished, yelling about the gorgeous girl in complete disbelief. She stands there, enveloped in blue energy and giving him a sweet, innocent smile. But don't let those pretty looks fool you, because this being is clearly an advanced entity. She attempts to embarrass Mo, teasing him about getting shy because he's seen a naked lady, but he's too busy questioning if his brain is completely melted. He thinks it must be a hallucination, even though those blue flames look incredibly real. Mo notices that the entire environment around him is somehow frozen in time. The plants in the room are staying perfectly still as he continues to stare at the mysterious, powerful girl. She flashes a mischievous smirk, confirming that yes, his interpretation of the situation is correct. She is thoroughly entertained by the sheer confusion on his face. Mo's eyes bulge when he realizes she is actually reading his thoughts. He asks in utter panic if she can hear the monologue running inside his head. She casually delivers the shocking news that they have now merged. Mo is understandably bewildered since combining consciousness with a magical blue fire spirit wasn't exactly planned for the day. She explains that he can see her now because the doctor injected him with enough sugar to stimulate her awareness. Mo quickly realizes she is the strange substance the doctor mentioned being inside him. She points at the glowing blue energy, explaining that the fire is essentially her blood and the exact source of his budding supernatural abilities. She looms over him, declaring that choosing humans as a host body was definitely the right decision. Mo, meanwhile, is breaking out in a cold sweat on the bench, clearly regretting every single life choice he has ever made. Mo stares back with a defiant gaze, demanding to know why she decided to be a parasite in his body. He is not at all excited about sharing his skin with a glowing interdimensional roommate. She answers with a predatory smile, calling him a fascinating little creature. She's looking at him like a brand new toy that she just unwrapped from its packaging. She reveals the genuine truth, explaining that they do not belong to this particular dimension. Mo watches her wrap herself in the blue light as she details her mysterious origins. She needs to inhabit the bodies of native creatures to properly understand the workings of this new reality. Mo has basically become her personal tour guide, whether he likes it or not. Mo is completely unconvinced by the strange sci-fi explanation. He calls her out on what sounds like a ridiculous setting from a cheesy novel, looking totally unimpressed by her backstory. She explains that her species is so incredibly advanced that they don't bother with names, and time is nothing more than her suggestion to them. They've been drifting through dimensions for their entire existence, hijacking intelligent beings just to experience breaking the laws of reality. She admits that her human probably can't comprehend these ideas, but her kind has very strange desires. Apparently, all they want is to experience simple things, such as hearing themselves being assigned a name. She becomes quite poetic, describing her desire to witness castles built by the passage of time. Without a physical body to engage with the world, they cannot even prove their own existence, which makes life incredibly lonely. Mo counters with some existential philosophy of his own, looking very smug. He dismisses her lonely daily routine, suggesting that she sounds like she just needs to find a friend. She is genuinely stunned by his answer, her eyes going wide before she bursts into hysterical laughter. She asks if he's actually feeling sorry for her, letting out a manic cackle like it's the funniest thing she has ever heard. She finds the very concept of empathy hilarious, laughing right in the middle of her transformation. She thinks humans are ridiculous for feeling pity toward a being like her. She gets right up close to Mo's face, telling him that his current expression is very endearing. She clearly finds her newly acquired host to be immensely entertaining. The mood immediately changes as she delivers some terrible news. She informs him that since the moment they merged, he has been targeted by Shell, the very monsters currently destroying the city. The scene shifts to the frozen wasteland outside. A massive cracking sound echoes through the snow as heavy ice claws stomp through the wreckage below. Just look at the immense size of these creatures. Enormous icy legs march through the ruins, crushing everything in their path as they make their way toward the city. A close-up view shows a new monster sniffing the air. It mutters about the smell, food, and an enemy as its massive multi-eyed head scans the horizon for prey. The army of monsters is officially in motion. One of them shrieks enemy as they march through the frozen skyscrapers, heading directly for Lin Mo's apartment. Things are about to get very, very ugly. Our Mustashib resident, clearly having a terrible day, decides he must get to the security office. He's banking on the thieves being too dimwitted to notice that the safe actually conceals a secret weapons cache, because apparently, they only look at things labeled money. He starts to move, but then slams on the brakes immediately. The pale, terrifying creature is lurking in the hallway, looking exactly like someone who just finished a particularly messy, and probably human, sandwich. This poor soul is sweating like a sinner in church, with a bloody nose from either anxiety or blunt trauma. He grits his teeth and whispers a very heartfelt expletive, knowing that meeting one of these creatures without a weapon is basically signing up for a very messy funeral. Meanwhile, in the lab, Dr. Joe is completely captivated by the mutant plants that grew from Lin Mo's strange powers. Wo, however, is significantly less impressed, demanding she unlock the ridiculous collars she clamped around his neck right now. The doc maintains her clinical detachment, cautioning him against using his speed ability for extended stretches of time. If he keeps pushing it, he'll deplete his energy reserves and turn into easy prey. Joe finally concedes that she has sufficient research data for the moment. Lin Mo is essentially pleading for her to free him, yet in classic mad scientist style, she's taking her sweet time. Dog Joe flashes a self-satisfied smirk, seemingly completely unbothered by the bright blue energy swirling everywhere. She remarks to Lin Mo that seeing his abilities firsthand is quite entertaining, a truly bizarre statement for someone currently in a life-or-death situation. Lin Mo doesn't wait for her to finish twerking. He snatches her up in a flash. They accelerate so rapidly that the whole laboratory turns into a streak of blue light, making a speed camera look slow. As they rocket down the hallway, Mo demands to know what on earth that creature was. The doctor confesses she's unsure if it's a standard white skin or a newly discovered variant called Shell, but she guarantees it's absolutely deadly. Dr. Joe glances up at Mo with genuine shock. For someone she had previously subjected to extensive testing like a rodent, he's currently exhibiting some seriously impressive hero behavior. Lin Mo is fully focused, his glowing blue markings radiating light as he transports the doctor to safety. He commands her to stand down, stating he's finished fleeing and intends to teach these monsters exactly who sits at the top of the food chain. Outside, the end of days is in full effect, with a horde of white skins stampeding through the icy streets. These creatures move with the speed of deranged beasts, clearly making a beeline directly for the survivor settlement. Deep inside Mo's mind, a secretive shell entity is mockingly commenting on his predicament. Mo, completely bewildered, asks for clarification on Shell, but she simply responds that he'll discover the answer shortly. The blue phantom girl instructs him to locate her if he requires assistance, which is fairly vague given she currently resides in his bloodstream. She offers one final unsettling grin before completely disappearing. Returning to reality, the blue energy vanishes directly before Dr. Joe. She stares blankly at her computer screens, likely trying to determine if her patient just experienced a mental breakdown or a major evolutionary leap in power. The laboratory is now in complete disarray, with bizarre plant life emerging from every available surface. The shell entity has vanished entirely, leaving Lin Mo alone with his multitude of questions and one thoroughly bewildered physician. A beaker tumbles from a counter and explodes on the floor, its sharp noise reverberating through the otherwise silent laboratory. The air feels thick with tension. Whatever just transpired, it certainly altered the fundamental dynamic for Lin Mo. The focus shifts to a truly dreadful image, a detached head resting in a growing puddle of crimson fluid. It's obvious the creatures have invaded the residential zones and are in the process of ensuring absolutely no one survives. The panicked woman, clad in a hospital gown, attempts to escape down a dark passage, leaving a path of blood behind her. The walls are smeared with red, making it clear this entire structure has become nothing short of a literal abattoir. The corridor is a picture of total devastation, featuring stacked bodies and pervasive bloodstains. The pale monsters are scrambling across every surface like enormous, parasitic bugs, enjoying a feast on anyone within reach. Total pandemonium explodes in the stairwell as survivors try to climb to safety, but the monsters have already arrived, scaling the railings and walls with alarming quickness, preparing to claim their next victims. The survivor frantically dashes down a dark pathway, but he quickly realizes he has company. Two white skins are close behind him, using their long, thin legs to navigate the environment effortlessly. The blond man grasping a crimson crowbar attempts to force open a locked security door, but it refuses to budge. He curses his misfortune, comprehending that he has effectively cornered himself in a cul-de-sac at the absolute worst timing possible moment. The creatures immediately attack. The man with the crowbar glances over his shoulder in sheer panic as the pale monsters soar through the air towards him. The door's a gate for the kill. He is instantly tackled and immobilized on the ground. He fights back with all his might. Yet these creatures possess incredible strength, meaning his chances of survival have reached zero. In the industrial sector, the gang members from before finally encounter the monsters for themselves. They stand in a huge hangar, appearing completely insignificant compared to the nightmarish figures descending from the rafters. The thugs are absolutely terrified, yelling questions about what in blazes this creature actually is. They came prepared to brawl with other humans, but they definitely weren't ready for an interdimensional invasion. It's an absolute slaughter. The monsters rip into the thugs, splattering blood in every direction as the vertical mouths on their abdomens open wide for feeding time. The must-showed man, Josh, is pressed against a structural support beam, observing as his previous antagonists are systematically eliminated. He's beaten and covered in blood, yet sufficiently coherent to grasp exactly how dire the predicament has become. He observes that these creatures resemble the very monster Mo battled previously. This brings forth a chilling revelation. It's not simply a lone beast, but an entire regiment of these nightmares. A close-up view shows the monster's pale, veiny skin as it hunches over its victim. These things look less like living beings and more like some unsettling, organic ice sculptures, which somehow manages to make them even more terrifying. The monsters have massive, pulsating red sacs on their backs, clearly filled with some fluid. Josh understands they are essentially using their victims as giant juice boxes, draining blood for fuel to power themselves up. He realizes the monsters are currently too busy feasting to notice him. This brief window of opportunity is his only shot at survival, and he knows he has to seize the moment while they are preoccupied. He examines the ropes tying his hands to the pillar, finding them completely taut. He searches desperately for any sharp edges to cut himself free, but the metal is smooth and utterly useless for his purpose. With blood still running down his face, Josh's eyes light up with sudden determination. He decides to attempt a very old trick he learned in his youth, proving this guy still has plenty of fight left in him. He grits his teeth tightly and begins contorting his hand in a way that looks excruciating to watch. He is intentionally forcing his joints out of place, collapsing his hand to make it small enough to slip through the binding. Sickening crack echoes as he pops either his shoulder or wrist out of position. This guy is truly a hardcore survivalist, willing to sacrifice part of his body just for a chance at freedom. Success. He manages to pull his hand completely free from the rope, though his arm is clearly mangled. It's a brutal method to break loose, but it definitely beats serving as a monster's personal snack pack. He stands up, breathing heavily while clutching his injured arm. He mentions that old injuries from his childhood actually make dislocating his joints much simpler now. Talk about a strangely convenient superpower. He begins sneaking through the available shadows, keeping a close eye on the monsters. He may be free from the bindings, but he knows he's still trapped in the middle of a monster-themed all-you-can-eat special. He quickly understands he cannot confront this empty-handed and searches for anything he can possibly use as a weapon. He isn't a hero, just a guy who refuses to surrender and accept his fate lying down. The resident with a prominent mustache, caught in the middle of this disaster, realizes he needs to get to the security room. He hopes the clumsy thieves never figured out the safe is actually covering a hidden weapons locker. Just as he starts to move, he stops immediately in his tracks. The white-skinned monster stands directly in the hallway, looking like it just finished a particularly messy meal. The guy begins sweating profusely, his nose bleeding from either the extreme stress or an injury. He clenches his teeth and lets out a frustrated curse. Running into one of these beasts while unarmed is practically signing a death warrant. Back in the lab, Doc Joe is completely geeking out over the peculiar plans that sprouted from Lin Mo's energy. Mo is definitely not impressed, demanding she hurry up and remove the strange collar she fastened around his neck. The doctor maintains a clinical tone, warning him that using his super speed for extended periods is extremely dangerous. If he pushes his limits, he will become severely weakened and completely vulnerable to attack. Joe eventually admits she has gathered enough data for now. Lin Mo is practically begging her to unlock him at this point, but in typical Mad Doctor fashion, she takes her time and refuses to rush. Suddenly, a massive thumping noise rattles the entire laboratory. Mo questions what that sound was, his heart rate spiking as the nearby door begins to vibrate violently. The metal security doors are being heavily hammered from the outside by something possessing insane strength. The pounding sound makes it abundantly clear that their privacy is about to be violently invaded. Lin Mo and Doc Joe stare at the door in utter shock. Mo lets out a terrified shout, realizing the monsters have finally managed to track them all the way down to the lab. Mo's eyes go wide as he realizes the sound isn't just coming from the door. Bill looks up, sensing a completely new threat coming from above. The ceiling hatches burst inward as a massive white-skinned monster drops right into the room. It's like a scene ripped straight from a horror movie, and the doc finds herself squarely in the impact zone. Mo screams out in sudden recognition as the beast lands, its numerous eyes glowing with ravenous hunger. It's huge, muscular, and looks significantly more evolved than the creatures they previously encountered. Suddenly, the ghostly shell girl materializes right beside Mo's ear, whispering that this thing is part of her. She acts far too casual considering a monster is about to eat them. Lin Mo whirls around and shouts at the phantom, asking why she hasn't left yet. He's completely losing his mind, trapped between a physical monster and a psychic entity. Shell merely places a finger on his nose, shushing him exactly like a misbehaving child. She is completely in control of the situation and knows he is entirely powerless to stop her. She flashes him a playful look, suggesting he should avoid getting stuck like this. She is clearly enjoying his panic, treating the impending apocalypse like a fun little game. She points directly at the monster, which is currently lunging directly for Doc Joe. She informs Mo that if he doesn't move immediately, the doctor will be dead in approximately 3 seconds flat. Lin Mo's eyes blaze a brilliant blue as he activates his incredible speed. He's fuming, complaining about how difficult every woman around him seems to be, yet he dives in to rescue the doc anyway. Lin Mo charges forward, grabs Dr. Joe, mumbles an apology, and prepares to bolt. He's moving with such intense force that the air around them begins to distort with a visible blue energy field. He transformed into a blur of glowing blue energy, snatching the doc away just as the monster's massive claws annihilated the exact spot they'd been occupying. That, my friends, was a seriously close call. The creature slammed its fist into the lab equipment with a shattering crash, completely whiffing its targets. Meanwhile, Mo had already zipped the doc halfway across the room in less than a blink. He screeched to a halt, asking the doc if she was all right. The effort left him completely out of breath, his blue energy still fizzling across his skin like static as he held her tightly. Mo's glowing eyes locked onto the monster with fierce determination while he caught his breath. He was no longer the frightened kid from earlier. He was a full-fledged warrior ready to rumble in the sequel. Dr. Joe actually blushed, gazing up at Mo with an expression we'd never witnessed from her before. She declared it quite amusing to experience his abilities firsthand like this, which is a wild response to being nearly eaten. Dr. Yu offered a smug little grin, completely unfazed by the blue energy crackling everywhere. She mentioned to Lin Mo that watching his powers up close was quite entertaining, which is a truly bizarre thing to say when a monster just tried to turn you into a snack. Lin Mo didn't wait for her to finish her thought, simply scooping her up in a flash of bolts. They were moving so quickly that the whole room dissolved into a psychedelic sphere of blue light trails. While rocketing through the corridor, Mo demanded to know exactly what the thing was. The doc confessed she didn't know if it was a standard white skin or a brand new shell variant, but she confirmed it was absolutely deadly. Doc Ju glanced up at Mo with a genuinely surprised look. For a person she had just treated like a scientific experiment, he was currently exuding some seriously strong hero energy. Lin Mo was locked on, his blue markings pulsating brightly as he carried the dock to safety. He told her to let him manage this problem, stating he was finished running and ready to teach these monsters who the true top predator really was. Lin Mo looked incredibly intense, his face covered in glowing blue veins. Dukshu, surprisingly, acted as the responsible adult for once, cautioning him not to get carried away with his new abilities. Chu started to speak again, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment. Lin Mo simply stood there, absorbing her warning while the surrounding air sizzled with uncontrolled power. Lin Mo offered a slight smirk, exuding far more confidence than he had before. We thanked the doc, conceding her methods were unconventional but acknowledging he couldn't possibly argue with the truly wild results. Dukshu just stayed back, looking as cool and unbothered as ever while puffing on her cigarette. She didn't appear to care much for his appreciation, remaining completely focused on the immediate task. She gave him a sly glance, questioning whether this was genuinely the ideal moment for a sentimental check. The atmosphere was thick with tension, suggesting an imminent and very rude interruption. Right on cue, the massive monster materialized in the background. Lin Mo wasn't even slightly bothered, casually dismissing them as small fries and preparing himself for another round of superpowered action. He adjusted the high-tech collar around his neck, looking totally comfortable in this bizarre new reality. He promised the doc he'd find a much better way to properly thank her once he finished cleaning up all the garbage. Suddenly, an entire swarm of white-skinned monsters cascaded from the ceiling. It looked exactly like a terrifying horror film scene, completely enveloping him from every possible angle. Lin Mo was genuinely taken aback by the overwhelming numbers this time. He shouted in surprise as the creatures closed in, finally understanding this wasn't just some random encounter. He realized these things were cooperating, executing a collective strategy to take him out. It appeared the white-skins operated with a hive mind, and he was clearly their primary target. He worried that tackling an entire crowd like this might deplete his reserves too quickly. He recalled falling into that weakened state previously and knew he needed to exercise extreme caution. Dukshu actually started teasing him right in the middle of the monster ambush. She mentioned she had really been anticipating the thank you, while Lin Mo told her she would have to wait just a little longer. The monsters were absolutely everywhere, scuttling across the walls and ceiling like enormous, pale arachnids. Lin Mo was positioned directly in the center of their trap, and things were about to get exceptionally unpleasant. Fu locked in, his eyes radiating an intense, piercing blue light once more. He decided there was absolutely no point in running, concluding it was time to confront this horde directly. Lin Mo lunged forward, transforming into a streak of blue electricity as he ripped through the air. He moved with such incredible velocity that the camera struggled to keep pace with his actions. Dukshu was observing the entire spectacle on her tablet, looking perfectly calm while she smoked. She was treating this exactly like a science experiment, eager to determine precisely where his limits actually lay. The display showed a glycogen monitoring bar hovering at a solid 100%. He was quite literally tallying the calories he expended with every single punch he threw. Lin Mo was weaving between the monsters, narrowly dodging claws and snapping teeth by mere inches. He was already thinking 3 steps in advance, trying to find a method to defeat them all without completely collapsing afterward. He located his opportunity, his face illuminated by the radiance of his own power. He determined there was a solution, realizing he didn't need to splurge energy on excessively flashy attacks. He leaped high into the atmosphere, creating a colossal explosion of energy directly beneath himself. The resulting shockwave sent monsters flying everywhere, clearing the immediate vicinity in a single, decisive blow. Those pale adversaries refused to yield, attempting a tactical squeeze maneuver on him, and Mo observes they are unexpectedly sharp, which is frankly terrifying. He arrives with an exaggerated smug look, proclaiming he's no longer lunch, asserting his status as the supreme ruler of this immediate vicinity. Time warps into molasses from his view as he cranks up his speed, viewing the approaching fiends as if they were moving through thick pudding, finding every weak spot. He glides past a creature's swing with the casualness of someone waiting for a bus, realizing dodging most things requires barely tapping into his full potential. Now it is his turn for retaliation, rocketing forward like a launched projectile, intending to terminate the skirmish quickly to conserve fuel for future shenanigans. He balls his hand into a knot, little flashes of azure popping around it as power builds, noting that even without fancy gadgets, his quick taps it like a demolition cruise hammer. He unleashes a punch that produces a genuine air-splitting thunderclap, as the very atmosphere appears to fracture under the pressure of his fist traveling that fast. The resultant explosion is pure mayhem, towering the area with pulverized monster bits and debris amidst a swirling blue aura. Having cleared out an entire squad with one swing, Lin Mo surveys the carnage left behind, turning to the remaining cowards with an icy glare, cheekily querying if they've developed stage fright now that he's the heavy hitter. He's merely hitting his stride, the blue glow intensifying to an almost blinding level, looking prepared to take on the entire planetary population if they step out of line. Dokdo registers satisfaction as her instruments confirm that though he's still burning fuel, his energy usage has become ridiculously optimized, a real efficiency expert now. The readout indicates his sugar stores are merely down to 91%, meaning he annihilated a team and barely dipped into his reserve tank. What a marvelous upgrade. A tight shot of the physician reveals a thoroughly pleased, knowing smirk, finding the whole spectacle of her new experiment demolishing things quite diverting. She calls out to her test subject, successfully hijacking Lin Mo's attention amidst the ongoing chaos. Settling into the role of his highly invested personal cheerleader, she emphatically gives him clearance to unleash absolute fury, insisting that particular flashy move is his signature and he needs to exploit it fully, goading him toward maximum devastation. Mo glances back at her, finally realizing she's been tracking his very pulse the entire time, feeling slightly miffed that he's still under laboratory observation during a fight for survival. He takes her suggestion to heart and unleashes a colossal, brilliant flash of azure energy, announcing that she certainly possesses adequate fervor as the laboratory dissolves into pure light. The gigantic whirlwind of icy blue fire materializes at the lab center, resembling a concentrated, powerful localized blizzard, instantly vaporizing anything unlucky enough to be caught inside. Mo draws a deep, cold breath, frosty vapor puffing out after the monumental exertion, looking a tad depleted but firmly standing after that enormous discharge. The camera zooms onto his physical form, highlighting the luminescent blue veins in the monitoring collar, confirming that such spectacular fireworks demanded a tangible physical cost. The gauge flashes alarming crimson as his level dips to 83%, showing he retains considerable power, yet illustrating precisely why the supervisor worried about burnout. Doc Joe stands above a pulpy residue of blue monsters, looking down at Mo with a knowing grin, conceding that he's mastered these powers faster than her most optimistic projection. Mo remains in the freezing vapor, his back turned to the dock as the blue power begins to recede, the sudden quiet in the space feeling almost louder than the previous roar. He pivots, a fresh line of inquiry forming in his mind as he surveys the aftermath of the destruction. Sensing something questionable about the doctor's depth of information, he raises the point that she seems suspiciously knowledgeable about these aliens, suggesting that for a baccalaureate physician, her data regarding extraterrestrial horrors is unusually precise. The doc merely offers a secretive smile through her rising cigarette vapor, stating she will spill the beans eventually, but for the immediate future, he remains her captive specimen. The setting abruptly shifts to a grimy, tattooed industrial chamber where a grotesque creature is hunched over a limp form, the crimson lighting and the sickening sound of liquid dripping creating a true nightmare scene. The casualty sprawled upon the concrete is none other than Josh Castillo, the fellow who was recently snatched and restrained, now completely saturated in gore and looking decidedly mangled. Josh's eyelid suddenly flutters open, his gaze wide with sheer, paralyzing terror as he stares upward from the floor, the dreadful realization dawning that he's somehow survived. He descends into full-blown panic, wheezing and struggling to process the unfolding situation while staring at the vast puddle of his own life fluid, totally unknown and clearly suffering severe trauma. He gripped the bloodied crowbar tightly, his fingers shaking as he struggled to find the energy to move. He looked like a man who'd recently gone through a meat grinder and was barely holding onto his sanity by a thread. Sudden memory flashed of the monster with a vertical mouth attacking him. He realized he'd just survived a real-life horror show, and the unsettling thought dawned on him that the blood covering the floor wasn't entirely his own. His mind replayed the chaotic battle where he stumbled upon the crowbar. He understood perfectly that if he hadn't found that one lucky piece of metal, he would have been monster chow days ago. He limped toward the industrial area exit, looking utterly defeated. He knew for certain that if those creatures returned, the string of good fortune would definitely run out immediately. Josh stood in the dark industrial space, looking completely baffled. He stared at his vibrating phone, trying to figure out how in the world he was getting a call when the entire global network was supposedly defunct. A close-up showed his screen, confirming an unknown number was calling. In a world where silence had taken over, a ringing phone was essentially a polite invitation for a jump scare. Josh cautiously answered with a shaky hello, but the voice on the other end was already ahead of the curve. They addressed him by his full name, Josh Castillo, which is precisely the kind of information you never want a stranger to know during the end of civilization. The mystery deepened as we saw a muscular guy from behind, sporting a massive cross tattoo on his back and a literal sword on his hip. He asked if he should call Josh Mr. Curved, implying that our mustache guy had a much more sinister past than he was letting on. Mo finally started confiding in the doctor, explaining that he had shared every relevant fact he possessed. Naturally, he conveniently neglected to mention the minor detail about previously dying in another reality and jumping back to try and fix his numerous errors. Dr. Joe was sporting a striking new outfit, a pristine white environmental protection suit. She requested Mo's help with the zipper, but he just stood there, completely baffled about whether they were actually preparing for a survival situation or a post-apocalyptic fashion show. Mo inquired about the sudden change in attire, and Joe explained it was a prototype from her previous job, floors and all. She looked totally unbothered, while Mo continued trying to figure out exactly what kind of person he was dealing with. The doctor directed Mo's attention to the ceiling, her voice suddenly serious as she instructed him to carefully inspect the area. Given her sudden change in demeanor, it was clear that whatever she had spotted above them would definitely not be a pleasant surprise. She slipped into a bright pink puffer jacket, explaining that the creatures had managed to squeeze through the maintenance vents. The pipes were completely broken, and she casually asked if he had noticed the internal temperature plummeting faster than a stone falling off a cliff. Joe stood in the dimly lit hallway, the sporadic flickering lights giving her the appearance of her character in a low-budget horror production. The biting cold was rapidly invading the structure, signaling that their brief reprieve from danger had officially ended. Both characters froze instantly, gazing into the profound darkness of the passageway. The sound echoed from somewhere in the shadows, suggesting something was moving, but it certainly didn't have the typical gruesome noise of a monster. A small child with blonde hair emerged from the blackness, appearing utterly disoriented and completely unsuited for this industrial hellscape. Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, Having been completely caught off guard by the sight of her kid roaming free, Mo immediately identified her as the little girl who lived in the apartment next door. He was completely perplexed, trying to understand how such a small child could have possibly survived the massive monster attack that had recently devastated the entire level. Before anyone could react, the girl turned and sprinted down the hallway without a single word. Mo yelled for her to wait a minute, grumbling under his breath that this was precisely why dealing with erratic children in an apocalypse was his least favorite activity. The profile shot captured Mo's extreme tension. He quickly deduced that if a young child was running away at top speed, she was likely fleeing from something significantly worse than herself. The camera angle dropped to reveal the floor, which was coated in a shocking amount of gore. A fresh trail of blood snaked down the passageway, indicating that the monsters hadn't merely passed through this section. They had stopped for a lengthy snack. Mo and Joe tracked the grim path to find a massive mound of corpses. Mo visibly recoiled, feeling nauseous at the sight of the stacked human remains. Mo observed something peculiar about the victims. Several of them had clear bullet holes. He came to the chilling conclusion that although the monsters posed a serious threat, the remaining human inhabitants of this building were quickly becoming significantly more lethal. The small girl was hunched close to one of the bodies, her eyes overflowing with tears. Mo told her it was far too perilous to stay there and she needed to move immediately, but she remained completely immobilized by shock. Mo glanced down and immediately identified one of the fallen individuals. It was Josh, the security guard with the impressive mustache. As Josh lay there in a large puddle of crimson, Mo concluded that this timeline had once again claimed another one of his reliable companions. Mo had a rapid memory of his past existence, recalling Josh as the genuinely decent person who constantly offered him food. He began to fume, realizing that despite getting a second shot at life, kind individuals were still receiving the rawest deal. He let out a profound sigh as he stared at the ground, reflecting on how genuinely decent souls always seem to meet the worst fate during an apocalypse. He could feel his capacity for civility rapidly diminishing. Mo reached out to pay his last respects, his hand pausing just above Josh's remains. He prepared himself to offer a final farewell, but that's precisely when something entirely unbelievable occurred. Mo yelled that the corpse had just twitched, instantly leaping backward as the realization dawned on him that this guy was an actual working fortress. It seemed a truly magnificent mustache could not be easily subdued. Josh managed to cough out a confirmation that he hadn't fully expired yet, reminding Mo that her drink was still on the tab. Covered in severe bleeding and contusions, he somehow found the strength to deliver jokes like a true icon. In an instant, the terrified girl reached out and clutched Dr. Joe's hand with desperate strength. She gazed intently at the Red Cross symbol on Joe's sleeve, praying she had just stumbled upon a genuine miracle worker. The child, clearly a medical expert at age 5, asked if Joe was a real doctor. Apparently, her mother claimed all legitimate physicians wore a big red symbol. Joe just stared at the child, a cigarette performing a perilous balancing act on her bottom lip, maintaining a completely blank expression. With eyes glistening and overflowing with hope, the girl pleaded with the big sister to save poor Uncle Josh. It was a genuinely tragic scene, so much so that even the most cynical back alley physician might pause their illicit activities for a moment of reflection. Dr. Joe maintained her icy, pink-eyed glare. She was clearly running the calculations for profit and risk, yet the child's desperate request managed to penetrate her formidable shield of apathy. Joe, perhaps feeling charitable for a fraction of a second, decided to provide a pro bono consultation for Josh. She strode toward him with the effortlessly cool swagger of a movie villain's henchman, and even Mo, usually impassive, seemed slightly impressed. While examining his injuries, she casually inquired about the events leading to his current condition. Josh sighed, explaining that it was a truly epic tale, judging by his appearance. He seemed to have experienced the entire history of mankind in the span of 60 minutes. Rewind. After exiting the boiler room, Josh attempted to make his way to the security center to retrieve proper equipment. Unfortunately, the ground floor was already completely infested with a truly disgusting number of those grotesque creatures. He encountered several other survivors in the fire escape stairwell. It was a scene of pure pandemonium, with everyone scrambling wildly upward in a desperate effort to reach safety, creating a madcap race across every single level. However, as they ascended, the monsters relentlessly pursued them from below, effectively herding the group upward like terrified sheep destined for an abattoir. Josh tried to maintain control as the leader, yet they were rapidly running out of viable space. Josh appeared truly traumatized as he described what happened next. He was clearly reliving the precise moment when the situation transitioned from merely awful to full-blown "we are all completely and irrevocably doomed." Leroy Delon suddenly materialized during the flashback, callously opening fire on the terrified group of people on the stairs. He totally disregarded the actual monsters, choosing instead to execute his own neighbors without a shred of conscience. One survivor received a bullet directly to the head, causing a gruesome spray of blood against the wall as he tumbled downward. Delon was leveraging the existing catastrophe to act like some twisted deity, and the entire spectacle was utterly nauseating. Josh shouted desperately, demanding to know what exactly Delon thought he was accomplishing. Despite standing mere inches from a terrifying, flesh-eating creature, Josh realized he was far more terrified of the man with the gun. Josh's face flushed crimson with sheer fury as he spat out an insult, branding DeLong as a true villain. He glared intensely at the man who had just pointlessly massacred innocent individuals. DeLong responded with an absolutely bone-chilling grin, calmly stating that he was merely delaying the weaklings to give himself an advantage. He fired once more, confirming that he had completely succumbed to a narcissistic power fantasy. Bodies and blood cascaded down the stairwell in a grotesque pile as the sound of gunfire echoed through the corridor. It was an outright slaughter, and Dolan was orchestrating the entire grim show like a puppet master. The young girl observed the entire horrific event from the landing, her expression frozen in a mask of pure shock and terror. Meanwhile, Dolan was spouting nonsense about survival of the fittest, invoking some twisted divine right for his actions. Dolan raised his weapon and aimed directly at Josh, wearing an expression of utter boredom as if this were a routine chore. He was prepared to eliminate the final remnant of opposition and claim the entire building for himself. The bullet struck Josh directly in the chest, propelling him backward while the girl watched in abject horror. Dolan did not so much as twitch, discharging his weapon with the same level of concern one might have for crushing an annoying insect. Following the shot, a heartless monster continued climbing, completely neglecting to verify whether Josh was actually dead. Josh's last act of resistance was attempting to crawl far enough away to ensure the girl remained hidden. In the present moment, Doc Joe informed Josh that he was incredibly fortunate the bullet hadn't hit anything vital. However, Pei was still bleeding profusely, so she instructed Mo to locate a secure area suitable for emergency surgery. A close-up shot revealed Mo's lips curled into a snarl as he uttered Dolan's name under his breath. The sheer fury was palpable, practically vibrating in the air around him. He had officially reached the limits of his patience. Mo rose to his feet, and a faint blue energy began seeping from his form in ethereal tendrils. The onlookers in the background stayed in disbelief, suddenly realizing that the motionless body from a short while ago had transformed into something truly unique. Mo's spiritual energy erupted dramatically, enveloping him in a beacon of vibrant, glowing blue fire. He was finished with his role as the humble safe house engineer. Now, he was fully prepared to become the relentless predator of the hunters. The camera shifts to Dolan's back, where he sports a truly tacky leopard print coat while gloating over more unfortunate victims. He was behaving as though the entire building were his private amusement park, clearly relishing every single moment. He dismissed the remaining survivors as pathetic weaklings, regarding them with utter disdain and disgust. For Dolan, this apocalyptic event was simply the perfect opportunity to finally assume the role of the alpha male he always imagined himself to be. He casually stepped on a victim's head, observing that the collection of corpses would likely slow down the approaching monsters. He was essentially utilizing human lives as grotesque bait, demonstrating a truly shocking new level of depravity. Dolan determined that the dilapidated warehouse offered the most secure location for a temporary stronghold. He marched forward with complete, unearned confidence, fully convinced that no one else in this facility posed a threat to him. He reached a heavy access door, considering whether any valuable resources remained inside. He was essentially hunting for treasure while the very structure around him was being consumed by a ravenous alien force. Dolan froze instantly as he heard footsteps approaching from behind him in the corridor. He spun around with wide, frightened eyes, comprehending that the spectral figure of Lin Mo was standing directly behind him. Mo hovered in the hallway, engulfed in vibrant blue energy that made him resemble a frozen demon of vengeance. He delivered a low growl, stating, "Well, look who it is, Lira Dolan," completely radiating an aura of cold, hard retribution. Dolan freaked out, shrieking like a banshee asking if he was already deceased, then spun his firearm around. He began blasting in every direction, but his hands were trembling so violently, he couldn't have hit a broadside of a barn from the inside. Mo streaked past as a sapphire streak, effortlessly dodging the flying lead as if it were moving in slow motion. He closed the distance in less than a heartbeat, his brilliant eyes locked onto Dolan's wind-vept like a laser. Mo launched forward, his clenched fist radiating a fierce kinetic glow. He moved with such incredible velocity, the very air around him fractured, and Dolan's entire disastrous life must have replayed in a single agonizing flash. Mo's palm connected squarely with Dolan's face, making a truly sickening crunch. He delivered a truckload of payback to the individual who'd utterly demolished his former existence, holding absolutely nothing in reserve. Mo slammed Dolan's face into the floorboards, crimson liquid spurting from the scoundrel's nose. Dolan started gasping that they shared no grievances, the terrified wretch already groveling now that he was face down on the cold ground. Mo gazed down with an adulterated loathing, noting that from Dolan's twisted viewpoint, the grand betrayal hadn't even unfolded yet. He was reliving the entire ordeal all over again, just desperately trying to find some semblance of peace. We observe a sweeping view of the snow-dusted apartment atrium as Mo pondered his past missteps. He realized that instead of pursuing swift vengeance post-resurrection, he squandered precious energy constructing a safe haven while villainous men thrived. Mo surveyed the lifeless forms strewn about, declaring his prior commitment to pacifism an absolutely laughable concept. He had finally accepted that in a world so utterly broken, innocent souls only perish because the powerful refuse to stand up. The massive, extreme close-up of Mo's eye, burning a furious blue with tendrils of raw power throbbing around it. He was officially through with his naive former self and was letting his surging fury grab the steering wheel. He let out a primal roar, the cerulean aura exploding into a gargantuan pillar of illumination. He channeled all his simmering animosity for Dolan and for himself into one magnificent, explosive surge of power. A colossal shaft of azure energy ripped through the corridor, violently shaking the entire residential complex. It was a literal atomic bomb of latent power, definitively proving Mo had finally unleashed his genuine, formidable potential. Lin Mo stood at the core of the shimmering blue haze, resembling a veritable deity of winter's wrath. He swore that henceforth, every single drop of spilled blood would be met with swift and brutal reprisal. The age of compassion was irrevocably finished. We discovered Josh and Tiny Maggie huddled closely by a sputtering fire in a dim, breezy nook of the boiler room. The area was a jumble of industrial pipes and deep shadows, the flickering orange light of the flames their sole defense against the bitter cold. Dr. Jo stood tall and commanding, looking utterly prepared for anything in her vivid pink jacket and sleek futuristic white jumpsuit. She calmly surveyed the warehouse they'd repurposed as a hideout, her expression as inscrutable and cool as an Arctic breeze. The provisions situation appeared quite dire, with merely a handful of ancient wooden boards and metal fragments remaining in the heap. It was a drastic contrast from the high-tech laboratory we glimpsed earlier, clearly indicating they were scraping the very bottom of the barrel. Lin Mo sat hunched on a dusty crate, gazing blankly into the distance while Doc Cho took a long, thoughtful drag from her cigarette. The pair of them were catching a quick breather, but the lingering tension in the atmosphere was still thick enough to cut with a knife. Lin Mo remained lost in his thoughts, recalling his spectral doppelganger from moments ago. He questioned whether his act of vengeance truly felt satisfying, realizing that even after dispatching Delon, he was still ensnared in this frigid, never-ending nightmare. Doc Joe jolted him out of his reverie with a sharp, unexpected whack to the back of his head. She bluntly inquired about his current daydream, yanking him back to stark reality before he could sink too deep into his own troubled mind. The doctor began to stride away, delivering a stern lecture to Mo regarding impetuous actions versus actual superpowers. She remained highly skeptical about his act first, pondulated methodology, even if it had produced some rather impressive results against Dallin. She settled onto a nearby crate, cigarette still in hand, and fixed him with an intense, penetrating stare. She then asked Mo point blank if he harbored some sort of deep-seated personal grudge against Dallin before this whole mess began. Mo's mind flashed back to the previous timeline where Dallin had aimed a loaded firearm directly at his skull. He looked grim, knowing that describing their relationship as a mere grudge was an absurdly colossal understatement for the kind of history he shared with that fiend. Doc Joe simply watched him for a prolonged moment before wisely deciding to drop the touchy subject altogether. She could clearly discern that it was extremely personal, and she currently had far more pressing issues to contend with than his past life animosities. They stood together within the cabin's warehouse, peering like an unlikely duo of hardened survivors. Mo looked grimly determined while the doc maintained her typical detached demeanor, both of them steeling themselves for the subsequent phase of their arduous survival strategy. Mo indicated a robust metal trapdoor embedded in the floor, which led down into a murky chasm of pipes and complex machinery. This was the precise route they needed to take if they intended to restore the building's essential infrastructure back to operational status. Back inside the boiler room, Josh outlined the internal layout to Maggie, emphasizing that they couldn't rely on their dwindling fuel reserves indefinitely. He understood that with the pale-skinned Hars lurking outside and the plummeting temperatures, they were operating on a terrifyingly strict timeline. We are granted a bone-chilling glimpse of several pale-skinned creatures slinking through the grimy industrial passageways. These things were rapidly multiplying, beginning to infiltrate every shadowy nook and cranny of the building like an invasive, monstrous plague. Josh looked at Mo, explaining that to reactivate the building's heating system, they would be forced to descend even further into the abyssal basement. He appeared quite battered with that head bandage, but he was still their most knowledgeable and indispensable asset. Little Maggie suddenly let out a loud sneeze, shivering uncontrollably as the relentless cold began to claim its victory. It was a truly heart-wrenching spectacle, and it clearly provided Josh with the final, desperate impetus he needed to risk everything on a dangerous repair mission. Mo gazed at Josh with a grave expression, suddenly grasping that they were merely waiting for a cold death if they remained stationary. He resolved to take charge, informing Josh that he possessed a method to descend, though he was visibly apprehensive about it. He discovered an ancient garbage chute, its metal looking dangerously corroded and rusted. It represented a direct plunge into the complete unknown, definitely not the kind of scenic route anyone would willingly choose for a pleasant stroll. Turns out, old Joe's brilliant navigation led them straight into the building's glamorous waste disposal system, a literal slip and slide of refuse. Wolfed, looking like he'd just sniffed a dirty diaper, braced himself for the dive, knowing the stinky shortcut beat dealing with monster-sized headaches in the main corridors. Upon his grand descent, Mo landed in a chamber decorated by a cosmic interior designer, specifically one who loved pulsating, blue organic goo. He gawked, the big green himself, wondering if the building had decided to swap its mundane office vibe for a full-on extraterrestrial hive motif, complete with squishy wallpaper. Mo then stumbled upon a truly bespoke nest, featuring a rustic, human flesh fusion decor where unfortunate residents were quite literally wallflowers, permanently integrated. With eerie red sacks dangling like morbid party balloons, it became horrifyingly apparent this structure was now a 5-star hotel for nightmares, hatching soon. A metallic clang reverberated through the plumbing like an unwelcome dinner bell, causing Mo to suddenly freeze stiffer than a plank. This clever little shortcut, he grimly understood, had merely delivered him to a surprise monster party, and definitely not the kind with cake. Meanwhile, in the makeshift warehouse, Dr. Jo stood sentinel, her white suit radiating an undeniable aura of pure, unadulterated bossness, proving even the apocalypse couldn't ruin her sense of fashion. She vigilantly watched the entrance, poised to unleash extreme competence should Mo find himself in need of backup. Without warning, she dramatically closed the distance, practically stapling him to the nearby machinery. Mo, flustered enough to resemble a startled hamster, squirmed as she informed him he was obstructing her route, her intense proximity clearly violating his personal bubble protocol and making the poor test subject quite twitchy. She then leaned in with an almost predatory closeness, her face mere inches from his, issuing a quiet command to shift his hand. The good doctor, it seemed, was thoroughly enjoying her little game of psychological warfare, even with the end of the world unfolding majestically around them. She quickly shushed him, pressing a finger to her lips like a librarian enforcing quiet time. Just as heavy, earth-shaking footsteps boomed through the chamber. Both instantly dropped to the floor, scrambling for cover behind some robust industrial equipment, sensing something truly massive was about to make an appearance. Suddenly, the gargantuan, pulsating blue eye filled their vision, methodically scanning the oppressive gloom for the slightest flicker of life. This was clearly no ordinary white skin. This monstrosity possessed an unsettling intelligence and an aura of danger that instantly made all previous encounters feel like a friendly stroll in the park. Mo and Joe then launched into an impromptu Olympic sprint through the vast industrial chamber, dodging around the colossal legs of a white-skinned behemoth. They ran for their very lives, desperately gambling that the monster's sheer, unwieldy mass would render it too sluggish to navigate the labyrinthine tight corners. They skidded to an abrupt halt, encountering a bizarre, towering white figure standing perfectly still in the room's epicenter. Mo, utterly bewildered, blurted out an incredulous "what the heck," but Joe, usually a walking encyclopedia of horrors, could only shake her head, which everyone agreed was an exceptionally dire indication. Joe helpfully chimed in, reminding him that the boiler room switch required a two-person operation to manipulate, which was her sole reason for enduring this delightful excursion. She also rather pointedly noted that Mo was almost completely drained, meaning his biological expiration date was rapidly approaching. The close-up shot of Mo's glowing collar revealed the ominous red axe icon flashing frantically, a fashion statement of impending doom. Joe, with her usual blunt charm, warned him that if he decided to take a nap here, unaccompanied, it would be a double game over. He had officially run his internal batteries into the red. Out of nowhere, the gargantuan, white-skinned monstrosity, boasting an impressively muscular physique and a rather unsettling array of tentacles sprouting from its neck, unleashed a truly deafening, spine-chilling bellow. This terrifying mutation appeared custom-built for nothing less than absolute, unadulterated annihilation. Whoa, a human puddle of sweat, cautiously watched the beast from the gloom, recognizing it as a distinctly unpleasant new flavor of nightmare, unlike any white-skin encountered before. With his energy reserves practically on empty, he understood that a direct confrontation with this colossal entity would be less of a fight and more of a quick, messy defeat. He observed the monster was encircled by those infamous red, glowing sacks. Bold Josh's previous, cheerful intel suggested these aren't just eating folks. They are actually functioning as grotesque, eco-friendly blood banks, siphoning life essence and storing it in those pods, presumably for a truly diabolical blood smoothie. Mo's gaze landed on a peculiar network of veiny pipes, clearly serving as the building's ghastly circulatory system, transporting all that purloined blood. He couldn't help but ponder where this macabre red juice delivery service was ultimately taking its precious cargo. Upstairs, little Maggie, bless her heart, was gazing out a frost-rimmed window with an expression of utterly pure, unadulterated wonder. She had somehow spotted something outside that was so captivating, it managed to snatch her attention away even amidst the swirling vortex of existential terror. Josh peered over Maggie's small shoulder, his face draining of color until he resembled a freshly bleached sheet. He began to stammer, words catching in his throat, utterly speechless as he stared out into the swirling, dreadful winter wonderland. The camera slowly pulled back, revealing a monstrous white spire erupting from the very heart of the city streets, encircled by an unholy tangle of thick, pulsating, veiny structures. It appeared the monsters had ventured into apocalyptic real estate, constructing a literal castle of solidified flesh and frigid ice. This ghastly monument reached sky high, glowing with eerie blue energy. It was a terrifying landmark, emphatically signaling the monstrous newcomers had officially staked their undeniable claim on the entire territory. From a safe distance, two bewildered survivors observed the towering spire, one tentatively musing if the colossal entity was genuinely deceased or merely enjoying a lengthy nap. The other, significantly less prone to wishful thinking, simply expressed a fervent hope that it wouldn't suddenly decide to engage them in a lively attack. Dorothy stood utterly captivated, her eyes wide and mesmerized, fixed upon the unsettling spire. There was an inexplicable, almost hypnotic pull emanating from the monstrous structure, a silent summons that, she intuitively sensed, was delivering anything but good vibrations. Corbin, ever the optimist, excitedly pointed to a faint, flickering light high on the spire, wondering aloud if it might be an extraterrestrial attempt at Morse code. Dorothy, naturally, expressed her profound skepticism, but Corbin stubbornly maintained that varied light patterns could indeed convey a message, provided one possessed the proper intergalactic decoding skills. Elsewhere in the beleaguered building, Josh was in full frantic mode, waving a flashlight through a window like a desperate rave participant, desperately trying to signal anyone outside. He was hoarsely screaming a dire warning not to enter, fervently hoping to divert any unsuspecting survivors from strolling straight into the monster's ghastly nest. Dorothy and Maggie, united in their bewilderment, watched the enigmatic, flickering light from Corbin's frantic signal. Dorothy, her face contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated worry, asked what on earth it meant, desperately attempting to decipher some logic from the escalating chaos. Dorothy, with a determined scowl and a brow furrow deeper than a freshly tilled field, focused on deciphering the cryptic message. She confessed she was only catching fragments, but what little she was managing to grasp was, unfortunately, not exactly a warm, pusher, or welcoming. Dorothy finished, her voice a fragile tremor, stating it felt like a sinister invitation, luring them inside. Meanwhile, from his own room, Josh was practically rupturing his vocal cords, screaming at the absolute top of his lungs, desperately pleading with everyone to just stay far, far away. Lin Mo and Doc Cho finally arrived at their intended destination, only to discover a truly massive, muscle-bound white skin acting as an inconvenient, living roadblock, entirely filling the corridor. Mo grimly understood that if stealth wasn't an option, they'd have to plow through with every last ounce of his rapidly dwindling strength. Mo, from the murky shadows, fixed his gaze upon the creature, his eyes burning with an almost supernatural intensity. He knew his ultimate goal lay just beyond this formidable gatekeeper, and he was absolutely prepared to stage a grand, theatrical final stand, whatever the cost, to accomplish his vital mission. The creature lets out a deafening, metallic racket by flailing its tentacle-like limbs against the wall, a truly spine-chilling sound that reverberates through the industrial corridors, instantly putting everyone on high alert. Pure. It turns out the beast is being drawn away by the cacophony from Corbin's electric guitar, or perhaps Josh's clever signal. It pivots and trundles off, gifting Mo and the Doc a precious instant to make their move. They gingerly tiptoe into the lair, navigating a passage entirely swathed in throbbing, pale organic goo. Mo observes that these strange growths appear to be cobbled together from the reanimated husks of prior white-skinned victims. The interior decor is utterly revolting, featuring luminous sapphire veins and ghostly skeletal remains peeking through the fleshy white covering. It's essentially a living tomb, a stark testament to their gruesome efficiency in recycling their fallen foes. The Doc points out that human bodies are also integrated into this biological monstrosity, lamenting their horrifying practice of constructing their nest from people, a thought that would likely repulse anyone. We're treated to a particularly ghastly tableau of her skeleton entombed within the pale fleshy mass, its vacant eye sockets staring out blankly. It's a summer memento of those who weren't fortunate enough to have a Lin Mo swoop in and rescue them. Abruptly, the monster plucks an object from its own bizarre, vertically oriented gum mouth, presenting a spectacle so peculiar and nauseating it might even shock seasoned viewers. The organism extracts a genuinely tangible blade fashioned from gleaming, cerulean bone or perhaps frost. This creature is actually crafting armaments from its own physical being, definitively marking it as a Wara-type beast. With a swift swish, the monster carves through the air, its azure appendage effortlessly slicing through anything in its path. Lin Mo suddenly goes rigid, experiencing a novel and disquieting sensation. He's just realized he's not the sole individual in the vicinity armed with a weapon. Emerging from the gloom, the sword-wielding white-skinned abomination pounces, catching Lin Mo utterly unaware. Its speed is astonishing, nearly matching Mo's own, as it brandishes its crystalline blue bone blade with deadly intent. Mo narrowly averts disaster, his pupils dilated as he registers the monster's blade mere centimeters from his visage. Dr. Joe witnesses the terrifying display with sheer dread, observing the high-velocity duel unfold as a frantic blur of sapphire luminescence. The colossal slicing sound effect tears through the scene, accompanied by a splatter of crimson liquid arcing into the air. Lin Mo has indeed been struck, his flesh cleaved by the blue weapon as the monster persists with its furious, high-speed assault. Lin Mo staggers, clutching his wounded arm or perhaps his head, crimson droplets streaking down his face. He's utterly dumbfounded, mumbling his disbelief that this creature is demonstrably faster than him. The concluding frame showcases the sword-wielding monster in all its terrifying splendor, standing regally and aiming its radiant sapphire blade at Lin Mo. It resembles a demonic knight, and the accompanying text confirms our suspicions. This being is unlike any other white skin encountered. Sabas. Lin Mo confronts his new terrifying adversary, fully on guard. He mutters about this particular individual while assessing the gargantuan, armored menace towering above him. The beast is finally displayed in its entirety, a horrifying entity enveloped in regal purple and pearlescent armor, wielding a deadly blue energy sword. This isn't just any common monster. It's a high-tier warrior class specifically engineered for brutal carnage. The creature emits a sinister hiss as its mechanized, skeletal face locks into position. It appears as though it's just stepped out of a cutting-edge horror flick, and it's ravenous for a confrontation. The beast's vertical abdominal more gapes open, revealing a luminous sapphire core and a solitary holographic eye. It's targeting its subsequent victim, and the individual is positioned directly behind our protagonist. The monster completely disregards Mo and bolts directly towards Dr. Joe. Mo is taken aback, perplexed as to why this abomination is singularly pursuing the doctor while leaving him trailing far behind. With a ground-shaking stride, the monster propels itself forward with incredible velocity. It's a blur of azure and amethyst pure devastation, and Dr. Joe is directly in its destructive trajectory. Mo doesn't pause, surging forward and giving the doctor a mighty shove, propelling her out of the path of imminent destruction. He's willingly risking his own existence to safeguard his eccentric scientific companion. The monster attacks with relentless fury, and Mo finds himself caught in a whirlwind of blows. Crimson fluid erupts as he sustains multiple direct impacts to his shoulder and back. A colossal surge of power explodes outwards as the two combatants collide. Mo is barely holding his ground, realizing his own remarkable agility is actually being neutralized by this monster's superior speed. Lin Mo clenches his jaw, enduring the intense pressure as the monster remains locked onto him. He's acutely aware that if he can't find an additional burst of speed soon, their lives are forfeit. The creature looms menacingly over its wounded adversary, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. Mo finds himself at his nadir, comprehending that he's on the verge of failing both himself and the doctor once more. Mo gazes upward, one eye cracked open, crimson dribbling from his lips as the stark reality sinks in. He's consumed by the dread that after meticulously orchestrating his plans, he's going to meet his end all over again. Suddenly, the spectral sapphire maiden, Chell, materializes with an unsettlingly placid grin. She calmly advises him to flee, which is hardly the heroic pronouncement he was hoping to hear. She hovers behind him, delivering a lecture on the fundamental drive for survival inherent in all living creatures. She's discussing this life or death predicament as if it were a mere academic debate. Chell continues her detached philosophical discourse, reminding Mo that this frigid realm offers no leniency to any soul. She states that the world treats all beings identically, whether it's him or the doctor, implying universal mortality. The pair stands amidst the laboratory, a stark contrast between Mo's bloodied struggle and Shell's ethereal grace. She anticipates his surrender, but Mo's eyes are beginning to undergo a transformation. Mo grabs his throat and says no way, since he is sick of hearing losers talk, even when the sound comes from his own family tree. With a spicy glare, he wonders if fleeing now would make him just another Leo Delon clone, so he picks being a decent guide over just living, marking a massive plot twist. The storyteller lays it on thick, reminding us that this icy wasteland treats pacifists like trash and only respects those who throw punches. Coated in neon blue static, Mo stands proud and shouts that staying human is better than becoming a jerk to stay alive, unlocking some weird new power bank. Syra loses her arrogant smirk and looks baffled, because she never guessed her favorite lab rat actually possessed a backbone made of actual steel. Thinking about all the corpses he has tripped over, Mo recalls the heavy sadness of fallen innocence, then converts that massive bummer into pure juice. He yells that hurting is the biggest human trait ever, so he hugs his feelings until he glows like a blue disco ball, brightening the whole place. Mentioning a dusty old bone that healed ages ago, he proves humans have always been team players, and he refuses to end the 10 millennium winning streak now. Zooming in on Mo, his eyeball shines with a chilly vibe as he realizes his brain has officially cleared out every thought except for one spicy idea. Going full animal, Mo sparks with blue lightning and ice while promising to use these fancy new upgrades for something that actually matters for once. That expensive neck accessory explodes because it cannot handle the heat, and his mark shines bright blue as Mo finally ditches his heavy fashion accessories. The beast jumps ahead with a giant noise, yet the velocity rankings have been totally written in the blink of her tired eye. Dr. Jo stands there with her mouth hanging open, totally stunned by the crazy makeover happening right before her very nerdy glasses. Mo grabs the big scary sword with his fingers, making a loud noise as he halts the deadly swing while remaining cooler than her cucumber. A fresh outfit appears, wrapping Mo in sharp white plates like a chilly paladin, leaving Dr. Jo to study her name in complete disbelief. Dressed in his shiny new suit, Mo shines in the dim room and swears to use this boost to fix the monster mess he helped create. The creature sits on a frozen spike with glowing eyes, thinking it has the best white gear, but Mo is about to reveal a premium subscription. That snowy plating starts turning dark as Mo's vibes dye the suit a deep ocean blue, and he explains he is actually a way bigger problem. The suit goes full Mo black with glowing wires. He yells for light as a giant energy beam blasts out, making him look like a final boss. Shell grins like she won the lottery, knowing she picked the right guy, especially since he is finally tapping into the real magic she carries around. Squeezing his dark-gloved hand, Mo gets surrounded by purple smoke and announces that the predator is officially becoming the lunch in the scenario. Mo throws a heavy fist that makes the atmosphere wobble, leaving the beast wobbling just to keep its feet on the floor against his scary vibes. He adds a super quick boot to the face, making loud noises all over the comic page while moving with some seriously illegal levels of accuracy. Looking into his dark face mask, we see Mo is grumpy, complaining about his slow speed even though he just launched that monster into the next week. Both fighters turn into messy smudges, hitting each other so quickly that the art looks blurry, while Mo tries to find the absolute perfect moment to win. Dr. Jo taps her screen like a madwoman, looking stressed while watching the health stats go off the rails during this high-speed monster mash. The numbers prove Mo has infinite gas in the tank, as the doctor claims his skin is sucking electricity from the void to charge him up. The pale creature swings wildly with a sand noise, hoping to find a tiny crack in the dark wall Mo has built around himself. Mo stops the strike with a metallic thud, the suit looking brand new, and he admits this fight is hard but he finally has the right gear. A stylish view of Mo's dark mask reveals a shining light, showing he has become a frosty, logical, and very dangerous fighting robot. A metallic crash echoes as Mo absorbs a massive blow without budging, suddenly realizing that his speed-based gifts might have a cooler trick hidden up his sleeve. Mo gets right in there, eyes shining like a spooky flashlight, while wondering if he can simply put his physics-defying powers into total reverse gear. The beast dives with a deadly whoosh, completely clueless that our hero is preparing a plot twist while standing perfectly still like a frozen statue. Dr. Jo shouts some choice words seeing the creature accelerate. Mo remains as chill as a penguin in a blizzard, staring down the impending attack. Mo yells for things to cease, unleashing a sapphire energy blast that creates a giant pause button over the area, trapping the monster in midair. The creature is paralyzed in the sky, looking like it flew into a wall of invisible jello, caught firmly in a trap where movement is impossible. Dr. Jo gets a face full of glowing blue neon light from the energy sphere, appearing completely stunned by the massive amount of juice Mo is leaking. Looking from above, Mo sits in the heart of a giant glowing marble, concluding that he has finally outrun that ugly beast and surpassed its puny velocity. Mo triggers his ultimate spooky phantom mode, wearing dark plates dripping with blue flames, and promises the beast that its subscription to life is about to expire. He winds up for the grand finale, resembling a very angry Grim Reaper, signaling that the monster is about to become a historical footnote in record time. The massive boom of Asher power turns the creature into expensive mist, flooding the entire room with a flash so bright it would ruin any selfie. Dr. Joe gets shoved by the shockwave but plants her feet firmly, looking like she went through a blender but surviving because Mo played the hero. Mo shifts back to a regular guy, looking like he needs a 5-year nap, then tells the doc they still have plenty of work left to save the building. Victory is sweet, especially since a screen shows the room is now a toasty 26 degrees, proving they can kill beasts and fix boilers simultaneously. Over at the flat, young Maggie is bouncing around because she is no longer an ice cube, while old Josh looks like his stress just evaporated. Maggie stares through the icy glass, feeling a bit bummed out while pondering her mother's return, because a warm house feels empty without the whole gang. A loud bang strikes the entrance, making Josh look like he saw a ghost, as he worries if more armor jerks are here to ruin their afternoon. Those chunky steel doors groan open to reveal Mo and the doctor, who announces to the nervous group that they survived their basement field trip. Old Josh looks like his jaw hit the floor when he spots them, screaming with joy because he figured they were probably monster food by now. Mo looks ready to collapse, but the doctor stays bossy, telling Josh to settle down before he pops his stitches and forces her to sew him up again. The broad view of the warehouse shows Josh being a buzzkill, claiming he heard creepy scratching in the vents and fears another metal freak is stalking them. Mo glares at the ceiling tiles with a doubtful face, whispering about the noise while wondering if the old guy is just being a paranoid hallucinator. The violent shaking erupts from the air shafts, and while it looks like bad plumbing, the rhythmic banging suggests something is very eager to visit them. Mo attempts to act suave, advising the old man to relax, convinced it is just the pipes acting up since the monsters usually stay downstairs. Talk about bad timing, because the vent gives a final loud groan and the metal casing begins to snap apart right in front of them. The pair braces themselves as the metal grate gets launched across the room, signaling that an uninvited guest is about to crash their little party. Static electricity sizzles as a hand emerges from the hole, prompting Mo to claim victory, though he probably did not expect a human silhouette to appear. Mo's expression shifts from smut to pure confusion at lightning speed, eyes widening as he processes the identity of the person who just dropped by. Tiny Maggie panics and calls for her mother, while a grumpy voice from the ceiling complains that the duct is basically a giant toaster oven. Some dude in a black sweatshirt tumbles out while hacking up dust, leaving Maggie baffled as to why it is raining random strangers from the ventilation. Fairhaired dude glares at Mo, questioning if he's the ebony uncle, while Mo ponders how this total stranger recalls folks he never actually encountered. Tormund, the golden boar, yelps Mo's name while appearing on the brink of her meltdown, leaving Mo baffled and making weird noises while decoding the sudden meeting. Mo looks like he just saw a ghost doing taxes as the loud blonde screams, having zero recollection of this sidekick and frying his brain cells to remember him. Ignoring the awkward vibes, Corbin dive bombs into a giant squeeze, howling about how much he pined for Mo, pretending they are ancient soulmates or something. Mo appears utterly traumatized, thrusting his palms out to block the advance, stuttering in disbelief with a look that screams for personal space and heavy disinfection. Making a spectacle of himself, Corbin brags about hiking from Aberdeen just for this, while Mo stares down with a face saying, "I honestly do not know you, pal." Mo's eyeball flares with a fierce sapphire glow, showing he is fed up with the babbling stranger and ready to dispose of this irritating trespasser once and for all. Mo suddenly palms Corbin's face like a basketball and tosses him aside without mercy, demanding to know what the hell his name is because he is not craving a sentimental reunion. Sprawled on the tiles while clutching his bruised cheek, Corbin looks heartbroken, calling out to Blackie Lynn and sobbing that his supposed pal would actually slap him. Mo suffers a mental breakdown contemplating his former existence and his weird comeback, concluding he never had buddies in Aberdeen, which makes this guy knowing his name suspicious. Mo starts massaging Corbin's features with his palm to check for rubber masks or hidden gadgets, while the victim squirms like he is being grilled by a total lunatic. Corbin drones on about forming a musical group and their mythical past partnership, while Maggie and Dorothy observe the chaos, Maggie wondering if they were actually tight bras. Mo is dripping with anxiety, face contorted as he bellows that he never agreed to such nonsense, frantically trying to shake the weirdo in his fanfiction life. Shrouded in shadows, Mo contemplates if his return from the dead messed with the timeline itself, wondering if the past was edited along with the future without his permission. Gazing into the violet whirlpool of his consciousness, he summons the parasite lady, hoping his supernatural squatter can offer some insight into this confusing mess of reality. Standing in his brain space, Mo notes that Shell used to pop up uninvited, yet now that he is actually paging her, the lady is ghosting him with silence. Mo wears a frosty, sick tough expression, judging her for being incredibly self-centered and only emerging from the shadows when it benefits her own secret plans and desires. Returning to the real world, Doc Joe inhales deeply from her smoke, appearing utterly exhausted by the theatricals, and reminds everyone this is not the place for nostalgic reunions. Corbin continues his whining, yelling about how the jerk Mo did nothing but mock him, while Mo stands perfectly still with a stone-cold face. Done with this chatter, the doctor focuses the group through a cloud of nicotine, mentioning that while the radiator is fixed, a far more terrifying danger is hovering over the whole facility right now. We see the gargantuan matriarch of white armor, a beast pumping gore into the system, as Joe clarifies those crimson nests are gradually devouring every floor of the complex. Unless they act quickly, the gore-infested growth will consume the structure, spawning more bladed warriors for Mo to battle, making him realize that time is a luxury they lack. Mo squeezes his hand into a tight ball, a wicked smirk forming as he feels certain his internal mojo is enough to squash whatever horrors the hives produce. Joe stares at his luminous neckpiece, warning that things are complicated, especially since his standard azure glow intensified significantly after he tapped into that dark, furious state. Examining his palm, Mo questions if toggling his shadow mode will burn through his thermal reserves, suspecting his most powerful transformation might come with a massive utility bill. Joe agrees that his dark evolution gobbles up calories and warmth, reminding him that he is the solitary soul capable of smacking these freaks down, so he must stay ready. Towering over the storage room, Mo looks resolute, swearing to utilize his bizarre gifts to keep the squad alive, marking a shockingly noble turn for our grumpy protagonist. Focusing on Mo's mug, we see a clever and cocky grin as he announces he has found the solution, apparently harboring a scheme to fix the power shortage. Mo pivots to the doctor, inquiring about any spare medical platters, leaving her scratching her head about why he suddenly needs dinnerware or surgical tools for his master plan. Mo sidles up to Senior Joe to borrow his gear, causing Josh to turn a lovely shade of bruised blue out of pure fear regarding Mo's sudden need for weaponry. The scarlet metal tool rattles against the floor as Mo realizes the belly rumble is their biggest enemy before finding peace. The guy bangs metal together like a clumsy drummer, his blue aura flaring as he tries to build a giant gizmo without losing a finger. Joe puffs on a smoke with a stony face, observing his suspicious interest in the water farm and his plan to use warmth for growth. The lady mocks his odd desire to grow veggies in a literal nightmare house, though he claims gardening is just a basic apocalypse talent. The peanut gallery stares down with genuine awe, finally understanding that her sandwich is more important than survival if they want to last. With a haunting gaze, the man whispers about the terrifying lengths starving folks go to, recalling those awkward social snacks from his past life. Exhaling a gray fuck, Joe questions his strategy while the hero stares blankly into the abyss. This feature is clouded by a dusty existential crisis. Gazing at the hollow bat, the fellow concludes that magic beans aren't real and they desperately need actual grocery store items for this project. Moments later, his heavy footsteps echo through the corridor as he preps his fist for a very grumpy stroll through enemy territory. Pausing in the gloom, he notices the corpse has vanished, and the lack of stain suggests a very creepy maid service is operating here. The giant pale beast sneaks up behind him, making him realize the oversized stalker is back for more unwanted and very dangerous cuddles. Moving quickly, he understands the crimson growth is spreading like a bad rash and he must prune this nightmare tree immediately. Looking at the ivory tower, he decides to unleash his internal shadow rage and finally stop acting like a scared little goalie. The annoying sidekick leaps onto his shoulders with a happy shout, causing the main guy to look like a literal exploding pressure cooker. Screaming like a madman, the protagonist asks why this human fly won't stop buzzing around, nearly suffering a heart attack from pure irritation. With a cheeky smirk, the blue-eyed pest claims he is being avoided due to social embarrassment, acting like a legendary prankster in the process. Relaxing on the steps like a king of trash, the boy suggests that since neither of them will ever get a corporate job, they should just chat. Holding his temples, the man yells above his misery while the kid does a little jig, turning the scary movie into a sitcom. Getting right in his personal space, the boy asks about the silence, but the hero has a shell-shocked look and warns of doom. A huge snowy beast manifests behind them with a blood-curdling scream, leaving the Joker frozen and realizing that the game is probably over. Beneath the damp overpass during a storm, the child tells his buddy that they are basically two identical peas in a very lonely, rejected pod. Tossed out by their families, the pair huddle in the grime, accepting that they are now each other's only hope for survival. A lanky kid yells to his partner in their trashy sanctuary, the only place where no one can give them dirty, judgmental looks. As the storm rages, the little guy looks exhausted against a concrete post while his companion pants heavily to fight the freezing dampness. The child's face lights up with shock as he whispers about his presence, experiencing a rare moment of friendship in a lonely life. The friend remarks that this bridge is always a frequent runaway spot, asking how many bruises his dad gave him while the victim wonders if he is just here to mock him. Flashing a bright, mischievous smile in the dark, the kid swears he would never dream of roasting his very best pal. Gesturing toward the concrete, he critiques the hideout as totally uncool, suggesting that fleeing home deserves a bit more fashion and flair. The boy mumbles about the cringe-worthy dialogue, pretending to be bothered while secretly being glad he isn't alone in the rain anymore. Extending a palm to pull him from the slush, he provides more than a lift, he offers a brand new reason to survive. The rascal Mo maintains a mocking beam, informing Corbin that provided he intends to bolt the lad or to escape alongside his premier pal, such a scene captures a genuine fraternal connection during those turbulent formative periods. Gripping the palm, Corbin admits that Mo is the solitary dunderhead he can actually communicate with. Mo simply giggles, expressing gratitude for such a high-tier endorsement. Returning to the present, Mo abruptly seizes Corbin by the hood, hollering to discover what sort of daydream is occupying his brain. He's jerking his pal back to the real world before they both become permanent ornaments. Mo charges forward with a seismic crash, hauling Corbin like a sack of spuds. He's bellowing for his partner to sprint, even though Corbin is currently dangling like a forgotten laundry bag. Corbin is retching because Mo's grip is practically crushing his windpipe. He manages to gasp that retreating is not her stylish look, clearly prioritizing his social standing while being tracked by predators. They grind to a halt upon seeing the Crimson Hive has scaled up to the 4th floor. Mo realizes that even if they want to exit with panache, their survival routes are evaporating rapidly. Corbin gazes at Mo as if the guy developed a spare head, asking why the topic of fleeing with flair is relevant right now. It is a comically inappropriate time to reference their old playground slogans. Corbin points a finger of blame toward Mo, demanding to know if that was not the original plan. Mo just stares back, Losing every ounce of composure for this stupid verbal sparring, Mo appears completely bewildered, barking back a query about when he uttered those words. He is finished with a trip through memory lane, instructing Corbin that the conversation has reached its limit. Suddenly, the adjacent partition starts to fracture. Mo and Corbin both watch in terror as the structural stability of the corridor completely disintegrates. A thunderous boom vibrates through the hallway when a gargantuan pale extremity smashes through the masonry. Debris rains down as the entities finally breach their defensive position. Mo's pupils dilate as massive slabs of the roof begin plummeting around him. He shrieks an expletive, realizing that the timing of this collapse is spectacularly inconvenient. Corbin lets out a shrill cry when a gigantic piece of rubble narrowly misses his skull. The beast's arm is flailing through the gap, attempting to snatch anyone within its reach. Mo is pinned against the stonework as a creature's limb clatters around him. He is fighting for air, terrified that his noggin is about to be cracked like a morning breakfast egg. Without warning, a spark illuminates the shadows as Corbin fumbles with a glass container. He refuses to perish without a struggle, preparing to offer this giant insect a spicy taste of home-cooked heat. Corbin screams at the bug-like freak while readying his improvised firebomb. He puts on a brave face, even though his fingers are likely shaking like a leaf in a gale. With a swift motion, Corbin chucks the vessel, yelling for the monster to unhand his comrade. It is a heroic maneuver for the person Mo constantly dismissed as a mere sidekick. The glass shatters with a tremendous eruption of flame. The predator is instantly cloaked in fire, its silhouette glowing brightly against the dark environment. The intensity of the blast hurls Mo backward. The beast is reeling from the heat, providing the pair a microscopic window to flee. Mo lands with a dull thud inside a massive clump of ivory silk. He is dizzy and perplexed, realizing he has just swapped one lethal scenario for another. With a wet sound, the wetting begins to swallow Mo, the gore nest reacting to his warmth. He is struggling to wiggle his appendages as the biological mass starts to consume him. Mo's gaze is frantic with dread as he realizes he is being drawn into the hive's center. The fibers are coiling around his chest and legs, pulling him down into the murky depths. Mo groans in distress, his eyes popping open as he fights the sticky entrapment. He is cursing his misfortune, concluding that being buried alive by a biological hive is a pathetic way to perish. Mo stares at his palm, which is entirely encased in the gummy white threads of the colony. He is losing his mental focus as the silk begins to drain his stamina. Mo's fingers brush against a solid object in the darkness. He emits a baffled noise as he realizes he is no longer just trapped in a pile of webs. The sound of shifting material fills the air as Mo finds himself in a bizarre, cavernous chamber. He looks around with a dazed expression, wondering what on earth is happening. He stands in a passage filled with sharp wire and jagged stones, peering utterly confused. He asks about his current location, realizing he has stumbled into the creature's inner sanctuary. Mo goes still, the skin pale and sweaty as a noise reaches his ears. He whispers for a moment of silence, sensing that he is not the only resident of this dark pit. Deep inside the biological hive, he spots a figure bound with thick cables and metal wire. Please flummox, questioning whether this creature is a white-armored beast or a human girl. The girl's face is a tapestry of rough scars and stitches, her eyes radiating a frigid blue glow. Mo observes her, wondering if she is still a living person or just a vacant vessel. Mo's spine tingled like he'd just seen his electricity bill, feeling an absurdly potent force radiating from the young lady, prompting him to bellow for her to cease fire as her mysterious abilities began to truly ignite. Mo's boot gave a squishy protest against the damp floor with each step he took, drawn like a moth to a very dangerous, albeit intriguing, flame, fully where he was wading hip-deep into a whole new dimension of headaches. Without warning, the backdrop swirled back to the bridge, and Mo, witnessing his younger self, had an immediate brainwave, understanding that this particular recollection was a crucial blueprint for every bizarre event unfolding around him. His junior doppelganger was busy informing someone they were the singular numbskull he could truly confide in, while Mo himself felt like a live wire, sparks flying as his brain got a full-scale download of his own inconvenient history. Little Corbin extended a tentative hand towards Mo, sporting a bewildered expression, as if the space-time continuum had decided to throw a party and both ears were showing up uninvited. Mo stared at the youngster, utterly flabbergasted, as the earth-shattering revelation dawned that the kid from his dusty mental archives was, in fact, himself. He let out a choked sound, his mind threatening to blue screen. He replayed the previous handshake in his head, a critical debate bubbling up about whether they had truly been pals, a rather weighty philosophical conundrum that had been gnawing at his sanity since he materialized in this peculiar new reality. Junior Mo and grown-up Mo stood nose to nose, the smaller version looking utterly put out as he informed his future self they were absolutely not friends, leaving the elder Mo utterly gobsmacked and staring at his past like it owed him money, his brain undergoing a serious recall audit. Finally, the mental fog cleared, and Mo slapped his forehead, recalling that the so-called Minin was, in fact, none other than Kirk Corbin. He glowered at himself, a fierce self-reprimand blossoming as he grasped he'd been treating his one genuine buddy like a glorified errand boy all along. The focus tightened on an eye, Mo's mental clarity returning with a vengeance as he anchored himself firmly in the present, having officially exhausted his quota for bewilderment, knowing it was high time to actually get something done. Corbin, bless his tenacious heart, was physically yanking Mo with the force of 1,000 angry oxen from the ghastly blood nest, helpfully pointing out that succumbing in a grotesque, gooey mess of creature goo would be an utterly pathetic way to go, a valid observation indeed. Mo pushed himself upright, massaging his temples with an expression of profound bewilderment, contemplating if that entire bizarre performance featuring his younger persona had merely been a particularly vivid naptime adventure or perhaps something significantly more profound, like a cosmic hint. Mo's face was a study in grim determination as he mentally ordered himself to simply let it go, acknowledging that this was hardly the opportune moment for an existential meltdown, especially with the colossal, toothy beast taking up most of the available floor space. Corbin craned his neck, eyeing the enormous white hide draped above them, then innocently inquired what the game plan was for their rather sizable new friend, who was currently looming over Mo like a bad Monday, clearly itching for round 2. Corbin snatched up yet another bottle, cheerfully informing the monstrous entity that he was about to generously provide it with a refill, that familiar wild glint returning to his eyes, clearly poised to ignite another spectacular conflagration. Mo placed a restraining hand on Corbin's shoulder, advising him to pump the brakes and exercise a little patience, given he had already witnessed the creature's particular knack for dealing with flames, and was now attempting to concoct an actual, non-explosive strategy. Mo grimly observed that this particular colossal beast appeared to possess the rather inconvenient party trick of simply soaking up all the fire and thermal energy, using it to patch itself up, which was a truly alarming power that rendered their usual fiery assaults about as useful as a chocolate teapot. Mo declared they absolutely needed to incinerate the thing until it couldn't possibly stitch itself back together, only for Corbin to immediately bellow that Mo was a complete simpleton, clearly convinced Mo hadn't heard a single word of his crucial advisories concerning the creature's formidable toughness. A truly colossal detonation jolted the monstrous entity, yet it shrugged it off like a minor inconvenience, prompting Mo to grimly conclude that their garden variety offensive maneuvers were simply not going to make a dent against this biological battering ram. Mo's face tightened, understanding his options had dwindled to precisely zero. He absolutely had to unleash black fury, accepting that escaping the structure was a non-starter as long as this colossal creature remained a rather obstructive speed bump. Mo fixed his gaze intently on his own palm, channeling every ounce of his determination into one precise spot, eagerly anticipating the chattery, formidable entity to course through him, only for absolutely nothing of consequence to occur, which was just brilliant. The dreadful pallor washed over his features as he grasped the undeniable truth that the duck, infuriatingly, had been correct. He simply lacked the juice to morph, leaving him marooned before a colossal beast with precisely zero viable methods of retaliation. Mo's eyes widened with sheer terror, comprehending the truly monumental heap of trouble they had stumbled into, prompting him to shriek for everyone to hold their horses just as the gargantuan monster braced itself to flatten them like pancakes. Then, in a flash of pure genius, Mo suddenly understood that while the beast might be a thermal sponge, he too possessed a similar, fiery appetite, a crazy glowing blue spark spreading across his face as he hollered, "It's working," finally tapping into an unexpected power source. The colossal tremor rattled the very foundations of the structure as a spectacular torrent of fire and roar energy burst forth from Mo, who was ingeniously weaponizing the monster's own formidable abilities against it, finally causing the entire conflict to dramatically pivot. The screen faded into utter black, setting a mood as dense as a brick, as overlaid text delivered the summer truth. Their bastion had once again endured an assault by an unrelenting horde of creatures. The view transitioned to a desolate, snow-covered cemetery, where a modest wooden cross stood, adorned with a bright crimson ribbon, while a hushed, sorrowful petition ascended, imploring that the departed soul would at last discover eternal tranquility with the Almighty. The tight shop revealed Lin Mo, looking utterly drained and haggard behind his spectacles, as he bemoaned their continuous losses for an entire lunar cycle, forced into an unending nomadic dance just to keep a single, shaky step ahead of those persistent white-armored pursuers. The lens glided across the bleak, ActionToon metropolis, resembling nothing so much as a vast, chilling mausoleum, with Mo's summer voiceover detailing their relentless, soul-crushing routine of fleeing, frantically searching for fresh havens, only to be inevitably sniffed out once more, regardless of their cunning attempts at concealment. Mo stood solemnly above the fresh grave, while old Joe stayed prostrate on his knees, his head bowed in profound sorrow, prompting Mo to acknowledge with stark clarity that this grim charade absolutely could not continue. Simply sprinting away had officially ceased being a viable battle plan. Mo begins his exit, a look of steely determination on his face. Old Joe stares after him, completely blindsided by the sudden personality transplant, shouting his name in confusion. Lin Mo freezes in place, turning around to fix everyone with a fierce stare. He then makes a dramatic announcement, revealing his decision to finally stop running like a coward. The camera cuts to Bessine, revealing a horrific white monster with glowing purple eyes and a face like a skeleton's. Mo understands his guess was accurate, and he feels prepared to test his hypothesis against the beast. Mo learns a remarkable new technique, literally drawing thermal energy directly out of the surrounding inferno. He quickly figures out how to transform all that excess heat into a personal power supply. Corbin stares in absolute shock as Mo's body starts changing dramatically. Darsh, mysterious tendrils burst forth from Mo, prompting Corbin to hilariously inquire about the sudden appearance of horns. Mo fully commits to his new black fury form, taking on the appearance of a monstrous ice knight. The blue tattoos covering his skin radiate intensely as he gets ready to begin the fight. A close-up shot focuses on Mo's armored gauntlet, which crackles with intense blue energy. He has officially reached full power and is eagerly searching for a suitable target to punch. Surrounded by a halo of blue fire, Mo looks like the undisputed champion of this frigid environment. The powerful energy radiating from him is so great that it actually distorts the very air nearby. Corbin is momentarily blinded by the bright burst of energy, desperately shielding his eyes as Mo reaches the zenith of his abilities. It is truly an amazing display of incredible supernatural power. Abruptly, Mo transforms into a high-speed blur, moving so quickly that he nearly disappears to the human eye. He rapidly closes the gap between himself and the monster in a split second. Corbin looks completely shocked, his jaw dropping as Mo begins to issue commands. Mo warns him to pay attention, insisting that everything is about to dramatically change. Mo stands confidently in his dark armor, his eyes glowing brightly through the helmet's visor. He tells Corbin that the Lin Mo he used to know no longer exists, warning him that he is facing a brand new individual. Rather than feeling threatened, Corbin completely transforms into a fanboy, blushing while complimenting the awesome armor. Mo just wonders if Corbin possesses even a slight understanding of the gravity of their current predicament. Corbin makes strange framing gestures with his hands, trying to figure out Mo's new appearance. He confesses he can no longer recognize his old buddy Blackie, much to Mo's severe irritation. Corbin checks his gear, asking exactly how many Molotov cocktails they still have remaining for the battle. Mo is eager to begin, and the atmosphere becomes thick with anticipation as they get ready for combat. Corbin gives a confident thumbs-up gesture, claiming they have enough firebombs to share with everyone. Mo remains completely mystified by how Corbin crammed so many bottles into the guitar case. The giant, towering white-armored beast rises to its feet, having finally awakened from slumber. Mo observes casually that the enormous creature is now ready to engage in combat. Corbin begins to freak out as the enormous beast looms over them, asking if perhaps they should retreat. Mo's reply is straightforward and brief: run. Mo turns to face his friend, fixing him with a cold, determined look. He asks the question that has been bothering him, wondering aloud if they should attempt another escape. A quick image of the barrel cross flashes by, reminding everyone of the consequences of failure. Mo gives a resolute negative response, rejecting the notion of running away. Mo propels himself upward, enveloped in blue power, shouting that running away is extremely uncool. He finally commits to standing his ground and fighting instead of fleeing. Corbin looks up in a mixture of awe and dawning comprehension. He finally understands that his friend is completely transformed into an entirely different being. Mo becomes a chaotic streak of blue and black as he collides with the giant white armor. The collision occurs so quickly that the camera struggles to capture his precise actions. Mo lands on the monster's shoulder, carefully assessing its capabilities. He recognizes that while the creature possesses remarkable regenerative powers, its movements are far too sluggish to ever hit him. Mo's visor shines brightly as he focuses on his objective. He has pinpointed the weakness in the monster's defense and is now prepared to utilize it fully. Mo transforms into a blur of rapid-fire attacks, delivering one blow after another to the beast. He moves so rapidly that he generates numerous afterimages surrounding the monster. Mo lands a powerful punch directly on the monster's face. The resulting impact causes a shower of blue fluid to spray everywhere as the creature's head snaps backward. Mo immediately unleashes a string of quick attacks, refusing to grant the monster any time to regain its senses. He is effectively operating as a solo army in this fight. Mo glances back at Corbin and flashes the prearranged signal, informing him that his moment has arrived. Mo has successfully prepared the scene for the last phase of their strategy. Corbin hurls a sequence of Molotovs, creating a massive explosion of flames that completely consumes the monster. It truly becomes a raging inferno right in the middle of the icy landscape. The monster shrieked amidst the inferno, utterly displeased with its fiery predicament, as Mo dryly observed that, astonishingly, white armor fat truly burns with a surprising enthusiasm, precisely the dramatic entrance he'd been waiting for. Mo stood nonchalantly at the very epicenter of the blaze, looking as if he were merely warming his hands, but knowing full well that this fiery spectacle wouldn't keep the persistent beast down for long. He absolutely needed to execute his next move with urgent speed. His hands clenched tightly, practically vibrating with anticipation as a tempest of raw power began to swirl around his form. He softly mumbled that while his adversary was getting a nice jarring, he was diligently preparing his own ridiculously powerful secret maneuver. Mo began to quite literally siphon the scorching thermal energy directly from the monster's blazing cadaver, efficiently converting the enemy's own rapidly disintegrating tissues into a potent, macabre energy drink for his depleted reserves. A dramatic close-up on his breastplate revealed the blue axe pulsing with such a blinding, zealous intensity it could probably light up a small city, unmistakably signaling he was charging up for one final, absolutely colossal offensive. Now a swirling, ethereal manifestation of pure sapphire energy, Mo bore an uncanny resemblance to an actual deity of destruction, a phenomenal level of might he had certainly never attained before, which put the monster in extremely deep, catastrophic trouble. Mo slammed his foot down with a thunderous crack, the ground beneath him instantly buckling and fracturing like cheap china, the impact so staggeringly forceful you could practically feel the vibrations rattling your very bones through the monitor. Mo propelled himself forward like a particularly disgruntled supersonic bullet, leaving a truly immense, concussive wave of displaced air trailing behind him, achieving velocities that quite frankly made the esteemed laws of physics throw their hands up in confused despair. The colossal, churning maelstrom of crackling energy and airborne rubble swirled menacingly around Mo as he charged, giving the distinct impression a localized, super grumpy hurricane was about to make a very personal house call on the monster. Mo unleashed one final, devastating blow, a punch that actually made the air visibly ripple with its sheer force, clearly channeling every last scintilla of that recently absorbed heat into this solitary, decisive strike. With a cold, clinical precision, Mo pointed a lone finger at the monster's very core, a silent signal that the big brute's time in the spotlight had definitively run its course. The colossal, cerulean explosion instantly turned the monster into little more than a bad memory. The sheer, earth-shattering force of the impact also handily sweeping away every last trace of snow and ice from the surrounding landscape. Corbin found himself nearly launched into orbit by the sheer power of the shockwave, letting out a genuine yelp of absolute disbelief as he wondered aloud if Mo had just managed to shatter the sound barrier with a simple right hook. Mo stood, back in his usual, best glowing form, over the monster's smoking remains, calmly remarking that if one thoroughly shatters the entire body simultaneously, even the most absurdly potent regeneration simply becomes utterly moot. He offered Corbin a rare, almost unprecedented sliver of acknowledgement, admitting that despite his typical min-and-level efforts, his quirky participation had actually proven absolutely essential to pulling off this rather significant victory. Mo glanced over at Corbin, who remained sprawled on the ground in a rather dazed condition. Corbin then inexplicably inquired why Mo was suddenly so terribly courteous, prompting Mo to internally concede that perhaps his acquaintance wasn't a complete imbecile after all. During a rather adorable, Chibasque interlude, Corbin inexplicably queried what exactly they were even doing on this lower level to begin with, Mo's face promptly contorting into a mask of pure exasperation upon realizing his companion had utterly blanked on their entire objective, a genuine buzzkill of epic proportions. Mo embraced a truly literal dive of blind faith, plummeting headfirst down a shadowy vertical tunnel with a resounding yell as he descended, seemingly discovering a swift path, yet in this particular structure, such convenient routes generally ended up introducing far greater headaches. He nailed the landing with unexpected grace before glancing upwards, his eyes catching the reassuringly mundane digits 409 on the nearby entryway, finally returning to his supposed sanctuary, though the atmosphere now felt considerably more oppressive than when he departed. Mo and Corbin reappeared in the car door, with Corbin still rather comically dragging his cumbersome guitar case along, busily debating the spoils they'd acquired, particularly the specific seeds and essential nutrient formulas required to kickstart their very own, slightly unusual, indoor farming venture. Corbin, in the background, launched into an utterly bizarre victory jig, prompting Mo to physically grasp his head in an agony of pure exasperation, our beleaguered protagonist genuinely pondering why, after granting him a fresh start, the universe would then saddle him with such a spectacularly goofy sidekick. Without warning, a rather alarming buzzing sound reverberated throughout the passage as Mo's supposedly infallible high-tech collar began to misbehave spectacularly, the garbled, unsettling voice then bleeding through the static, making it abundantly clear this was no mere technical hiccup. Corbin abruptly materialized into the visual, blissfully unaware of any impending doom, excitedly querying Mo about the origins of his remarkably snazzy, luminous neck accessory, a question that earned him nothing but Mo's utterly blank, "My patience has officially evaporated" stare. Mo, having reached the absolute zenith of his tolerance for mindless blather, physically jabbed Corbin squarely in the face, bellowing at him to simply zip it for a moment of blessed quiet, desperately attempting to concentrate on the incoming message while Corbin's relentless sidekick enthusiasm proved decidedly unhelpful. Doc Joe's rather agitated countenance suddenly filled a nearby display screen or communication device, her displeasure radiating palpably as she vehemently hollered about being injured and currently rather leaky, her remarkably vivid pink jacket providing a stark, almost cheerful contrast against the grim, industrial backdrop. Mo, with an archly skeptical expression, retorted into his collar, genuinely questioning if the contraption even possessed any sort of two-way communication capability, but Doc Joe merely brushed aside his cheekiness, briskly instructing him to return to the room post-haste as she had genuinely excellent tidings to share. Inside a room absolutely overflowing with gloriously antiquated radio gear, we spotted Doc Joe alongside a colleague, presumably Han Jin Yu, both clearly having engaged in some resourceful rummaging themselves, uncovering a few dusty relics within the warehouse that just might, astonishingly, provide a genuine breakthrough. The promised good news actually manifested as a rather unexpected satchel brimming with ginkgo nutrients and ceramide. Apparently the rather eccentric landlady harbored a secret green thumb, inadvertently supplying the absolutely ideal starter pack for their burgeoning, post-apocalyptic agricultural enterprise. Mo's interest was visibly piqued, prompting him to admit that this was, by all accounts, genuinely positive intelligence. Then he instinctively leaned in, patiently awaiting the other shoe to drop, knowing from bitter experience that Doc Joe's benevolent announcements always concealed a rather significant caveat. Doc Joe's face filled the frame with a distinctly mischievous smirk, her vibrant pink eyes practically sparkling with a devious, calculating luminescence, as she informed Mo of her very personal little favor she required, the declaration that, coming from a notorious black market medic, invariably signaled impending and significant peril. Lower surface, quite unhappily, within the sterile confines of the experimentation zone, his gaze sweeping across intricate scientific apparatus and glowing displays, he mumbled incredulously about his unwanted reappearance in such a notorious location, lamenting his existence as a perpetual research subject. In the backdrop, Corbin was practically having an existential crisis, vociferously questioning how such a dilapidated structure could possibly house an advanced technological facility. Meanwhile, Mo simply stood, clad in his pristine white coat, attempting to telepathically silence his companion's boisterous astonishment. A formidable, industrial-grade metallic container, casually perched on a nearby surface, seized Mo's complete focus. He inquired about its function, a strong intuition suggesting this peculiar contraption was the precise bait Doc Joe had used to reel him into the scientific re-enlistment. Mo's expression twisted into an intensely distrustful grimace, his luminescence-filled gaze constricting as he replayed Corbin's prior caution. He was beginning to suspect Doc Joe possessed a significantly larger vault of undisclosed information than merely a license to practice medicine. His gaze landed on a stark biohazard warning sticker adorning an adjacent container, prompting an immediate plummet in his spirits. A chilling thought surfaced, pondering if the good doc had been covertly dissecting armored spectral entities this entire duration. Practically beneath his very nasal cartilage, Doc Joe dramatically assumed a stance, radiating an excessive level of coolness in her vibrant pink combat attire, as Mo observed her rear position. The hierarchy of influence was unmistakably evident. She held the classified data, and he was designated the primary muscle for all arduous endeavors. Mo nimble ascended to a computing workstation, its luminous azure display casting an ethereal glow upon his features, as he miraculously circumvented the digital safeguards. He emitted an audible gasp, genuinely astonished by either his unforeseen good fortune or his truly exceptional aptitude. With an abrupt, percussive sound, Mo administered a brisk cuff to Corbin's cranium, a direct consequence of his friend's ill-advised attempt to tamper with the delicate apparatus. Corbin, visibly pained, immediately grasped his smarting scalp. It wasn't about erasing crucial intelligence, because Mo was certainly no simpleton. His objective was pinpointedly distinct, and he harbored no intention of allowing a trivial digital interruption, like some pesky advertisement, to impede his crucial investigation. The tight chop revealed Mo's optic, which instantly fixated upon a particular digital document piquing his curiosity. He murmured under his breath concerning the newfound data, his mental acuity noticeably escalating as he readied himself to excavate Doc Joe's clandestine files. Mo's patience with Corbin's incessant loitering finally evaporated, prompting him to vociferously order his underling to vacate the premises. Corbin, simmering with indignation in the periphery, furiously retorted, declaring his profound aversion to that particular moniker. Mo quite literally propelled Corbin and his cumbersome musical instrument case through the exit, dispatching him with a brusque command. Corbin commenced a dramatic lamentation concerning Mo's perceived assault on his precious infant, but Mo had already decisively lowered the window covering. Once the immediate vicinity was entirely devoid of interruptions, Mo promptly resumed his digital investigations. He harbored an unwavering resolve to unearth the absolute veracity concerning Doc Joe, firmly believing that within this perilous existence, an inadequately informed Confederate posed an equivalent threat to any adversary. A luminous, incandescent white radiance emanated from Mo's eye as he triumphantly stumbled upon the motherlode of information. The display was inundated with streams of meticulously organized data, signaling his imminent discovery of whatever clandestine knowledge Doc Joe had meticulously concealed. He unearthed an electronic image depicting a youthful Doc Joe, beaming alongside an unidentified female companion. While the backdrop suggested a conventional medical facility, the omnipresent identification badges in the pervading ambience felt exceptionally authoritarian for a mere community health center. Mo navigated a labyrinth of further obfuscated documents, diligently endeavoring to reconstruct the chronological sequence of events. He uttered a low, knowing sound, acknowledging the fragments of understanding coalescing into a startling new comprehension within his mind. He recoiled from the luminous displays, his visage transformed into a grim tableau of profound apprehension. The revelation hit him. Doc Joe had been systematically suppressing a monumental segment of her personal history from him, and the delicate alliance they painstakingly forged had just sustained a catastrophic blow. The perspective suddenly altered as a formidable, reinforced metallic barrier audibly reverberated open. An almost palpable intensity permeated the atmosphere as the contingent converged, having successfully completed their individual, signed objectives. Ancient Josh materialized, extending a welcoming reception, his countenance a picture of palpable relief as he boomed that the return was accomplished. Diminutive Maggie cautiously emerged from behind a sizable container, her small face radiating joy at the sight of her guardian's safe reappearance. Corbin enthusiastically recounted the flawlessly executed sequence of events, yet Doc Joe remained positioned rearward, exuding an air of distinct sullenness. She abruptly commanded the boisterous individual to cease his vocalizations, an interjection that, quite frankly, encapsulated the prevailing sentiment of the entire assembled squad. An unsettling, magnified depiction of Doc Joe's gaze materialized as she scrutinized the threshold. Her focus was unmistakably fixed on Mo, and it was patently clear she possessed an absolute comprehension of his recent activities within the confines of the scientific facility. A receptacle containing a melange of diverse botanical germinants was unsealed, only to reveal an oddly meager yield. Their collective efforts had garnered but a scant handful, primarily because countless levels of the structure remained impenetrable, infested with monstrous domiciles. Mo's countenance adopted a grave aspect as he clarified his inability to procure any sustenance suitable for immediate consumption, discovering merely progenitors for subsequent harvests. Elder Josh offered sympathetic encouragement, attributing the scarcity of provisions to extended past foraging expeditions. Venerable Josh clasped his hands in a supplicating gesture, imploring to assist with the horticultural efforts, proudly asserting his agrarian expertise. Mo sternly quashed his enthusiasm, unequivocally reiterating that Josh remained injured and was therefore obligated to recuperate fully. Doc Joe interjected, proffering her profound proficiency in both botanical sciences and biochemical compositions to facilitate the agricultural initiative. She maintained her customary aura of effortless competence and unflappable composure, yet Mo was now praising her through a distinctly skeptical perceptual filter. Mo subjected her to a protracted, penetrating gaze, then inquired pointedly if that was truly her conviction. He was deliberately probing her, transmitting an unmistakable signal that his awareness was far keener than she had likely presumed. Corbin, loitering conspicuously in the rear, was enthusiastically flashing elaborate heavy metal gestures, asserting his desire to contribute as well. He appeared utterly incongruous amid such an earnest discussion of plant life, but one simply couldn't fault his boundless exuberance. Mo's composure utterly fractured, and he vehemently bellowed for Corbin to relocate to the metaphorical kindergarten corner, unequivocally stating his utter uselessness. Corbin's countenance shifted to one of genuine distress, as he wailed a piteous, impassioned entreaty back to his compatriot. The visual abruptly transitioned to an ancient, corroded air circulation device, rotating sluggishly within the oppressive gloom. Mo's resonant inquiry permeated the stillness, questioning the doc directly about the enigmatic biohazardous container he had discovered moments prior. Doc Joe, indeed, cradled that identical container. Her query a simple, profound "do you refer to this particular item?" She stood enveloped by the encroaching shadows, her features inscrutable, as the long-anticipated, climactic confrontation decisively commenced. Wolf, with a desperate lunge, yelled for her to hold on, his hand grasping at the capsule she held. She was far too quick, however, retracting it with such speed that he resembled a bewildered cartoon character endlessly pursuing a dangling carrot. In the dimly lit chamber, they stood in stark opposition, Mo practically vibrating with frustration as he demanded to know her true identity. He'd reached his limit with cryptic pronouncements and was ready for the unvarnished truth regarding her mysterious past with the Secret Service. Mo edged nearer, his expression illuminated by the eerie gleam of the canister, reiterating his query with a desperate plea. He was clearly fishing for a full confession, yet the doc remained as unbothered as a cat napping in a sunbeam, completely unfazed. Doc Joe took a leisurely drag from her cigarette, offering him a gaze that practically screamed, "I told you so." She coolly inquired if he hadn't already figured it out, thereby tacitly admitting she was fully aware of his unauthorized little tour through her personal records. Mo fixed her with a wide-eyed stare, the dawning horror hitting him that he had bumbled directly into her snare. He let out a choked gasp, demanding if her spug's work was intentional, finally comprehending that the ominous biohazard canister had merely been a prop, a clever lure to observe his reactions. A cool, almost artistic smirk played across Doc Joe's lips, veiled by a wisp of cigarette smoke. The charade of the shady medical practitioner was officially over, replaced by the unmistakable swagger of a truly elite, high-level operative. Wolf, practically seething, questioned whether the entire capsule was simply a theatrical prop, designed solely to bait him into her humble abode. His anger simmered as he urgently sought to uncover her grand objective amidst this thoroughly chilling and chaotic world. The cat was officially out of the bag. Doc Joe unveiled her true self, a seasoned operative formerly from the National Security Bureau's Biochemical Safety Department. She exuded an aura of absolute command, standing with impressive stature as she finally confessed her actual moniker, Joshier. She informed Mo that his deductions regarding the bait were only partially correct, the true half-truth. Her hand moved deliberately toward the canister once more, implying that while the entire scenario served as an elaborate trial, its contents were undeniably, terrifyingly genuine. "This, my friend, is no mere lure," she declared, raising the canister aloft as it erupted with an intense, pulsating blue luminescence. The entire room's vibe instantly flipped from a nail-biting questioning to a dramatic unveiling of incredible, raw power. The container proved to be transparent, revealing a mesmerizing swirl of glowing blue energy orbs within its confines. It was the infamous white armor lump of flash, the undisputed wellspring of the monstrous creature's might, now openly displayed before their stunned eyes. Doc Joe then presented Mo with a visual display of his own formidable armored white fury state, highlighting the chilling, undeniable link he shared with the very beast they fought. Her working hypothesis was that his unique abilities tapped into the identical energy reservoirs as those white armors, a notion that was, frankly, utterly petrifying. Mo appeared thoroughly skeptical, his gaze sharpening as he questioned the direct relevance of this information to their immediate survival. Furthermore, he harbored entirely justifiable doubts about why she had abruptly become so remarkably forthcoming regarding her clandestine operative status. The camera zoomed in on the luminous blue spheres nestled within the capsule, which Joe asserted was an energy-storing organ meticulously extracted from the monsters themselves. This, she explained, served as the paramount proof for her unsettling theory. Mo's physiology was literally evolving to mirror the alien invaders. Doc Joe leaned in conspiratorially, a distinctly self-satisfied expression gracing her face, and advised her somewhat nervous test subject to simply relax. She projected an air of absolute mastery, despite the fact her interpretation of safe typically involved enough pointy objects to make a Pinkshin jealous. The perspective transitioned to the colossal white spire looming outside, which increasingly resembled a truly gargantuan biological stronghold. Joe then clarified that they absolutely had to tackle their food supply issue with extreme urgency if they hoped to outlast the monstrous matriarch hiding deep within that imposing nest. Doc Joe's silhouette was eerily illuminated by the blue luminescence as she casually proposed harnessing Mo's formidable red limit state to spectacularly boost their agricultural yields. She was, in essence, advocating for employing his extraordinary abilities as a supersized, organic greenhouse heater for their entire produce patch. Mo's visage was starkly divided in the shut, one eye retaining its human quality, the other ablaze with a demonic red glow and jagged etchings. He grasped that the formidable red limit was indeed the ultimate answer, yet he simply didn't possess sufficient residual power to invoke that state on demand. A detailed medical schematic displayed a human form crisscrossed with vibrant red energy conduits, graphically illustrating the abysmal inefficiency of Mo's present internal anatomy. To access the critical red limit on a whim, it was clear he required nothing less than a truly significant physiological overhaul. Doc Joe, a mischievous glint in her eye and a finger raised aloft, proposed a solution that involved nothing less than physically grafting a brand new organ into his system. She presented this radical idea as if it were a minor car maintenance, but Mo's expression suggested he was seriously re-evaluating his entire existence. Mo, clearly overwhelmed, clasped his head in his hands, declaring that the unfolding complexities were utterly beyond his comprehension. Just beneath him, a distinct mechanical whirring signaled that her needle was poised, ready to introduce the peculiar capsule into his very bloodstream. Doc Joe peered down with a chilling, almost predatory smirk, announcing that the moment had arrived for the insertion. Her enthusiasm for this invasive process was unsettlingly high, leaving Mo as the unfortunate individual who would undoubtedly bear the full brunt of its inevitable repercussions. Mo stared intently at the capsule held in his hand, his face a grim mask of desperate resolve. He questioned whether a rejection reaction was imminent, though in this truly chaotic world, such a concern was probably the absolute least of his burgeoning problems. Without warning, colossal black tendrils, as fluid and menacing as sentient crude oil, burst forth from Mo's very core. Doctor recoiled in utter disbelief, letting out a confused gasp as his formidable abilities spiraled violently out of control. Doc Joe's face momentarily blanched with genuine, stark fear. The scientist, she prided herself on foresight, but even she hadn't anticipated Mo's black fury energy would clash so explosively with the newly introduced organ. Mo found himself utterly engulfed by the shadowy, crackling power, his mouth agape in a soundless scream of torment. He was rapidly losing all semblance of control, desperately yelling questions about the unfolding chaos and the reasons for this terrifying transformation as the raw energy consumed him. A visceral close-up revealed Mo's face grotesquely twisted in sheer torment, his teeth clenched in an involuntary snarl. His very form appeared to be undergoing a brutal process of deconstruction and reassembly as the alien monster organ forcibly attempted to bond with his physiology. These dark shadows weren't just raw energy. They moved like a malevolent, living parasite, actively reaching to snatch the white armor lump of flesh right out of its capsule. It seemed his power had developed an insatiable hunger for this ultimate upgrade. The capsule was violently sucked into the abyssal void within Mo's chest, as Doc Joe observed from afar. She then grasped that his physiology simply refused to wait for any surgical procedure, opting instead to directly assimilate the foreign material with brutal efficiency. Mo plunged into a truly gargantuan, utterly berserk metamorphosis. A colossal, fiery red X of energy erupted from his body, painting him as a demonic silhouette engulfed within a terrifying whirlwind of fire and shadow. Dr. Joe looks completely flabbergasted, dorking at the shift with massive eyeballs. She suspects this weird bud might be his secret source, fearing she accidentally invited a literal monster into the house. Mo is flopping like a wet noodle on the tile, dark static oozing back into his pores. Dr. Joe stares down, wondering how a skinny dude holds enough creepy magic to fill a shopping mall. Mo glares with a creepy, scarlet eyeball while a crackly tattoo creeps across his face. He flashes a spooky smirk, peering less like a victim and more like a bad guy who just won the lottery. The view pivots to the water trays, where tiny sprouts suddenly bloomed into leafy snacks. It seems like most spooky juice work better than any expensive fertilizer they could buy at our store. The veggie shells look incredibly shiny and futuristic, since the pipes were scrubbed totally clean. There is no nasty pun scum remaining, just vibrant, edible greens growing in a very sanitized environment. Mo peers over the shelf, spotting two tiny ears wiggling on the opposite side. Small Maggie is playing detective, her giant peepers glued to the veggie wizard as he does his supernatural farming. Maggie's cute face appears over the plastic rim, focusing on a miniature leaf. She is totally hypnotized, muttering that the tiny thing is dinky with a voice of pure wonder. Mo indicates the sprout, telling her it is actually a baby salad. Maggie looks baffled, wondering if it is just green hair. The jesting green plants are basically myths to freeze the world kids. Mo smiles kindly, saying the lettuce is just a tuber, similar to her. Maddie rejects the comparison immediately, giving him a sassy look that implies she is far superior to a crunchy plant. Maggie stretches her neck and claims she is way more massive than her sprout. Mo chuckles at her pride, admitting she is definitely the reigning champion of height in this room. Maggie gazes at her mother, Dorothy, questioning the nature of this salad stuff. Dorothy watches nearby with a faint, weary grin, glad her kid is forgetting the freezing weather for a moment. Dorothy mentions it is the crunchy layer found inside her preferred beef patties. Maggie's face glows at the thought of actual meals, a fancy treat they have not eaten in forever. Maggie begins hopping excitedly, bidding to visit a diner when her father returns home. It is a soul-crushing scene because every adult knows the sad reality, but she remains blissfully unaware. A gloomy close-up of Dorothy reveals her struggling to hide her weeping. She has no clue how to explain that her husband will never return from the frozen outdoor hellscape. Bobbin mutters to Mo quietly, admitting that the dad is actually dead. Mo's expression crumbles when the sad truth registers, realizing this icy world is absolutely brutal to every family. Mo stares at the pair with a quiet sadness, his azure eyes soaked in guilt. He understands that despite his magic, he cannot resurrect the folks that the winter apocalypse already killed. Dorothy glances aside, her face etched with sorrow while she pretends to be strong for the kid. She addresses Corbin, attempting to pivot the conversation back toward their immediate living needs. Mo returns to reality, checking if Corbin delivered the grain and garden seeds. He is hell-bent on making a burger for Maggie, even if they must farm every ingredient by hand. Mo flashes a silly thumb signal at Maggie, questioning if she is craving that sandwich. She screams an enthusiastic affirmative, her excitement providing the only real heat in the chilly apartment. Maddie inspects the sprouts, wondering when they will grow into giants. Mo vows they will be munching on crisp salad leaves much sooner than she could ever imagine. Mo begins posing like a bodybuilder, joking that ancient Greeks would have worshipped him as a farm deity. He's being extra charming to keep the little girl from feeling sad. Maddie completely buys the performance, her pupils gleaming as if she is meeting an actual Avenger. It is a minor win for Mo during a generally crappy and depressing afternoon. Darth expresses gratitude for his kindness, appearing truly moved. Mo offers a casual hand gesture and says he is Lin Mo from room 409, finally acting like a decent human being. Dorothy stares at the plant shelves, muttering that speeding up the growth is their only hope against hunger. She needs a supernatural fix, and Mo is the only guy with the juice. Corbin clutches Mo's arm, informing his sister that their buddy is a total freak of nature regarding plant speed. He is moments away from spilling the beans on Mo's hidden talents. Mo immediately shoves his palm over Corbin's lips, looking totally freaked out. He yells at him to pipe down, trying to stop the gossip before the entire building hears the news. Mo yanks Corbin nearby and orders him to be quiet about the magic tricks. He realizes that in a starving skyscraper, having special abilities makes you a victim, not a celebrity. He offers a stern, intense glare, advising them to keep their questions and answers to themselves. He is trying to shield everyone from the chaos his freakish powers would attract. The focus turns to Dr. Jo, who is puffing on a cigarette while scrolling through her pad. She notes she led a field operation during her spy days, hinting of her mysterious background. She describes the mission as being top secret and way above their pay grade. It involved a sneaky deep cover program intended to hide agents among regular people without anyone ever knowing. We stumbled upon an Imperial Mist archive file, detailing how operatives were magically persuaded and re-educated into believing they were just your average Joes. Essentially, they were covert agents designed to keep tabs on humanity from within our very own ranks. Joe refers to these sneaky folks as human monitors, whose sole purpose was to safeguard the nation's financial stability. They could be anyone, truly, from the person watering your lawn next door to your closest pal or even a complete stranger you pass on the street. Mo cast a doubtful glance as Joe elaborated on the unpredictable nature of these NSB characters. She sternly cautioned him that should they ever uncover his special abilities, absolutely nothing positive would result from it. Joe shot him a bone-chilling stare, emphasizing that the fewer individuals who are privy to your secrets, the better off you truly are. She was really driving home the point that Mo needed to remain an enigma, tucked away in the shadows. Wolf, attempting to inject some levity, flashed Dorothy a genuinely goofy, wide-mouthed grin and assured her he possessed a brilliant strategy to manage everything. He's still aiming to embody the hero Maddie believes him to be, despite all the dire warnings. Mo sauntered off into the dimly lit corridor while Corbin humorously informed Dorothy that their pal was, intact, the Greek deity of agriculture. Mo, however, was already utterly absorbed by the imminent task, his back resolutely turned to the group. Mo found himself alone in the lush garden room, swiveling his head back over his shoulder with an audible click as he meticulously scanned for any potential eavesdroppers. He was definitely taking Doc's human monitor warning to heart, like a good little secret agent. He let out a profound sigh of contentment, noting he was finally by himself. It appeared he was on the verge of diving headfirst into some incredibly important, high-speed horticultural endeavors. Mo approached the towering hydroponic racks, his expression etched with steely resolve. He muttered to himself that it was time to conquer this mission and extended his hands towards the waiting floor. He sealed his eyes and drew a profoundly deep breath, channeling every ounce of his energy into a singular, intense focal point. You could practically sense the very atmosphere in the room beginning to thrum with unseen power. Mo's eyes burst open, gleaming a formidable crimson as he engaged his potent red limit state. His face became a roadmap of glowing veins, signaling his readiness to spectacularly supercharge the garden's growth rate. Mo transformed into a fiery red streak of breathtaking, rapid motion, this sheer energy literally causing the entire garden rack to pulsate with vibrations. He was deploying his extraordinary powers to compel the plants to achieve months of growth in mere seconds. The conclusive image displayed a computer monitor blaring a crimson alert, actively transmitting data. It seemed Doc Joe had been spot on. Someone was indeed observing Mo, and his deeply guarded secret was now officially being broadcast to the world. We begin our journey high above Earth, just as the National Security and Logistics Bureau finally managed to coax a satellite signal back into operation. The communication apparatus was sputtering with static, but it represented a tiny, buzzing beacon of hope for a planet that had been plunged into darkness for weeks. Deep within a cutting-edge bunker, the screens flickered to life, proudly displaying the NSLB insignia as the entire system initiated its reboot. They were at last reconnecting with their cosmic eyeballs in the sky to ascertain the precise extent of the devastation wrought by this new ice age. The panorama from space was nothing short of an absolute horror show. Entire landmasses had become vast, featureless, white frozen expanses. The diligent operators quickly realized that with everything encased in ice, they'd have no choice but to deploy ground teams to collect any truly valuable intelligence. The agency dispatched 3 incredibly advanced drones directly into the ravaged remnants of Brooklyn, their rotors purring softly over the blanketed, snow-covered wreckage. It was a desolate ghost town down there, and these tiny mechanical marbles were the only things stirring. A close-up shot of a drone captured it hovering precariously near a broken skyscraper, its array of sensors diligently searching for any sign of life. The pilots were growing increasingly anxious because the brutal cold was absolutely decimating the batteries, meaning their operational window was critically brief. The drones gracefully navigated the confined urban canyons, diligently searching for any object not composed entirely of ice. One of the observant operators suddenly spotted something highly unusual directly ahead, and the entire mood immediately shifted from cautious scouting to absolute high alert. The drone squadron maintained a low altitude, striving to remain undetected beneath the radar of the merciless, howling winds. They were desperately clinging to the hope of locating a rescue contingent or even just a handful of survivors, but the pervasive silence was utterly soul-crushing. The camera smoothly glided over endless rows of abandoned apartment complexes, yet there was absolutely nothing noteworthy on this particular section of the block. It was merely more slow and more profound quiet, at least until they rounded the next corner. Hold on, is that what my eyes are deceiving me with? The drone camera managed to snatch a quick glimpse of a colossal, organic formation sprouting directly from a building. It appears the dreaded blood nest has officially colonized the entire neighborhood. The operator emitted a terrifying sound as they gained a clearer, more detailed perspective of the horrifying nest. It was an enormous, throbbing network of pallid skin and ethereal blue energy that was quite literally devouring the cityscape, block by agonizing block. Without warning, a colossal limb of white skin violently cleaved through the air with a resounding thwack. The drone barely avoided being obliterated as the grotesque creatures finally became aware they were under surveillance by the agency's mechanical peepers. The drone miraculously managed to stay aloft, dutifully capturing footage of a horrific mutation. A white-skinned monster fused seamlessly with its surroundings. The frantic voice over the comm system was screaming for them not to simply gork, but to meticulously record every single second of this unfolding nightmare. A panoramic shot unveiled the nest's progenitor in all its grisly splendor, looming majestically over the shattered ruins. It was, quite literally, a manufacturing plant for monstrosities, and you could discern the pulsating crimson energy radiating from its very core. A detailed close-up revealed a detached hand or limb, glistening with fresh blood, positioned precisely at the center of the grotesque web. Whatever abominable creation they were assembling within that structure was unmistakably being fueled by the life force of the unfortunate survivors they had captured. Back in the boiler room, Lin Mo was meticulously inspecting his lettuce hydroponics when a peculiar rumble resonated from outside. He skidded to an abrupt halt, his demeanor shifting to one of profound unease and heightened caution. Mo's initial hunch leaned towards an earthquake, but the specific way the building was shuddering felt far more deliberate and purposeful. He gazed towards the window with a grimace, slowly realizing their so-called safe house might no longer be living up to its name. Dak Cho caught his eye, querying what was transpiring. He simply instructed her to glance outside, and the stark expression on his face alone was enough to send a shiver of icy dread coursing through anyone's veins. Gazing out at the distant horizon, their solemn reflections shimmered on the glass, a stark reminder of the approaching catastrophe. Mo grimly mumbled something about their cosmic clock ticking down, clearly sensing that the party crashers with fangs had finally arrived right at their front door. Lin Mo found himself locked in a horrifying staring contest with the colossal, luminescent blue orb belonging to some cosmic beast. He could barely manage a squeak of utter surprise as the truly gigantic nature of this unpleasant visitor registered in his brain. Behold, the darling offspring of the maternal menace, a chillingly elegant creature artfully meshed in a delicate tapestry of ice and bone. Frankly, it possessed far more style and lethal charm than any dull white armor we had previously encountered. The monster's singular optic throbbed with an icy luminescence, scanning its surroundings as it grumbled cryptically about its target's whereabouts. Clearly, this wasn't just some hungry beast. It was a highly motivated, slightly irritated, sentient search engine of doom. Lin Mo's vision suddenly blazed with the identical eerie blue, his veins throbbing like a frantic drummer's solo. He was uncomfortably privy to the creature's mental chatter, which, ironically, was all about frantically locating the head, whatever that meant. The colossal beast shifted its electric blue glare straight towards the survivor's humble abode, radiating enough crackling energy to power a small city. Or utterly demolish one. Apparently, Home Sweet Home was now simply a bullseye on its destructive radar. Dr. Cho, finally catching her breath, demanded to know what on earth had just transpired outside, calling out for Blackie like he was a perpetually lost cat. Meanwhile, the rest of their cohort cowered in the back, seemingly having just witnessed a very aggressive magic show. Suddenly, a disembodied hand materialized, conjuring a colossal, swirling sphere of electric blue power, as if preparing for a particularly dramatic party trick. It strongly suggested someone, or some asterisk thing asterisk, was about to deploy an incredibly rude localized EMP. Mo, with the reflexes of a startled squirrel, spotted the incoming devastation and tackled Doc Joe to the floor, bellowing at her to hit the deck. He heroically transformed himself into a very squishy human shield just as an enormous wave of roar power engulfed their exact spot. The thunderous boom rattled the entire apartment complex to its foundations, scattering bits of concrete and icy debris like confetti. Apparently, the monster just decided to redecorate, opting to completely flatten a significant portion of the skyscraper with a single, highly effective, explosive redesign. With teeth clenched like he was trying to crack a diamond, Mo lay trapped beneath the wreckage, his face a glorious mask of grime and perspiration. He was heroically, and very strenuously, attempting to bench press an entire chunk of collapsed building to prevent their immediate flattening. Mo's gaze flared into an incandescent, dazzling white, indicating he was pushing his abilities beyond what any normal person or even a supernormal person should attempt. The sheer agony was etched onto his face as he wrestled with the immense, unyielding mass of the crumbling edifice. They found themselves crammed into a remarkably small void, an impromptu safe zone amidst a chaotic ballet of drifting wreckage and crackling blue arcs. He grimly mused about their incredibly narrow escape, realizing they'd just dodged a divine-level fastball aimed directly at their faces. Mo peered down at the good doctor, her well-being somehow a higher priority than the persistent, high-pitched concert ringing inside his own head. Despite looking like he just wrestled a concrete truck, his primary concern remained the lady he was supposedly safeguarding. Doc Jo slowly lifted her gaze, her hair resembling a bird's nest and her face expressing pure bewilderment. She weakly mumbled a confirmation of her survival, only to then register a rather peculiar and utterly uncomfortable aspect of their present predicament. The exquisite choreography of embarrassment, even when the world's ending. Mo suddenly grasped that his hand had rather innocently landed directly on the doctor's sternum, and she, with impeccable observational skills, informed him his ticker was doing a frantic samber as his face turned a rather alarming shade of beet red. With great effort, they finally wriggled free from their concrete tomb, emerging into a cloud of settling debris, both hacking like seasoned chain smokers. Mo sighed in profound relief that she was still breathing, yet he knew the universe was probably still cooking up something worse. The gargantuan, ominous silhouette materialized above the gaping hole in the wall, dramatically backlit by an unholy cerulean glow. Mo grumbled to himself that this was absolutely not the opportune moment for a tea break, as the monstrous entity had clearly decided to drop in for a surprise visit. Mo gawked in utter bewilderment as various pieces of the skyscraper simply hovered midair, defying all known architectural principles. He pondered whether it was a case of extreme static electricity or just a really strong refrigerator magnet, before concluding the beast was gleefully rewriting the laws of physics. The creature's formidable central eye suddenly ignited with a blinding brilliance, unleashing a torrent of energy so potent it would make a sail blush. Every single item in the room was instantaneously reduced to fine powder by the sheer, unadulterated force of this devastating assault. The baby beast finally unveiled its complete, imposing self, presenting as a sleek, alabaster being adorned with colossal horns and a dramatic, flowing cloak of pure power. It was like an angel went rogue and joined a metal band, and it was currently giving Mo a very intense, soul-penetrating stare. Observing from a distance, one could discern a colossal, jagged eruption of ice and roar power tearing through the entire skyscraper, like a very aggressive art installation. Clearly, the structural integrity of the building had, at this precise moment, achieved a perfect 0 rating. A titanic wave of frigid air and razor-sharp debris sliced through the atmosphere, descending rapidly toward the unfortunate lower levels. The whole area was now an absolute catastrophe zone, making survival for any remaining occupants an exceptionally grim lottery. Corbin and Dorothy clung to each other in a different room, yelling worried inquiries into the rapidly disintegrating silence. They remained utterly clueless about the specific flavor of impending doom, even as their entire habitat literally shed its architectural skin around them. Corbin, peering through the acrid haze with a face etched in pure gloom, finally grasped the sheer magnitude of the celestial brawl unfolding directly overhead. The blonde rocker was, at last, coming to terms with the very real possibility they'd accidentally wandered into a cosmic mosh pit of epic proportions. Corbin dramatically charged into the utterly demolished hallway, bellowing Blackie, with the desperate enthusiasm of someone calling for their dog in a hurricane. He was, quite literally, searching for his pal amidst what could only be described as an interior decorating nightmare caused by a tactical nuclear warhead. Corbin's gaze snapped open so wide he probably saw his own ears when he caught a fleeting, smoke-shrouded peek at the monstrous offspring. He instantly froze solid, reduced to babbling incoherent noises of pure, unadulterated dread. He peered through an unbelievably enormous cavity in the side of the skyscraper, finally grasping that the beast hadn't just damaged the building, it had taken a literal, gargantuan bite out of it. He could only splutter in utter bewilderment, his poor brain desperately attempting to compute the sheer, horrifying audacity of this threat. Corbin, looking utterly depleted, slumped against a random shard of concrete and let out a dramatic, bone-weary sigh. Unexpectedly, the disembodied voice from nearby chirped, "Don't be such a drama queen." No sign, and to his surprise, it definitely wasn't Mo's. Dr. Joe's hand suddenly appeared from an impossible ledge, and she casually requested Corbin's assistance. Zinj, a literal helping hand. Honestly, it was a minor miracle she wasn't currently a permanent part of the payment after her unplanned descent. Corbin hoists her out of the crater, frantically demanding where the dub went, while Doc Joe stares into the abyss, labeling the beast a mere project currently occupied with his dinner. Peering below, the Jiro spots a giant, neon sapphire engine inside the beast, causing Corbin to whisper a naughty word because they are staring directly at the world's battery of doom. Maggie and Dorothy finally arrive, joining the squad to gawk at the cosmic horror, while Corbin screams about the identity of that thing just as the giant prepares to dance. The camera zooms on the creepy kid titan's chest, which is vibrating with a spicy crimson radiance, suggesting it is currently plugging itself into a very dangerous wall outlet. Joe and Corbin cover their peepers from the ruby glare, feeling the spicy energy cooking inside the pit, where the air is now as chunky as grandmother's gravy. The behemoth stumps forward, its heavy cavers making the concrete scream and shatter, which is a really sluggish way to tell everyone their subscription to life is expiring. This oversized popsicle shadow boxes over the urban wreckage, resembling a fancy but murderous frozen mannequin, as it proceeds to treat Brooklyn like a very expensive sandbox. The last image showcases a humongous dark tank cover man with glowing devil horns and a big cross on his chest, marking Lin Mo's ultimate evolution, meaning he's finally ready to turn the ice deity into a slushy. Robotic eye lies crushed in the powder, blinking uselessly at the winter flakes, which pretty much confirms the surveillance trip has officially run out of batteries and hope. Fuzzy screens at headquarters display a grainy photo of the creepy apartment brat, leading the tech guy to wonder aloud if this is the tiny terror the field team mentioned. The video signal is gasping for air, trembling with electric ghosts while the beast poses for the camera, proving that bad reception makes scary monsters look even more hideous. The monitor blinks into total darkness with a giant error message, prompting the pilot to moan because they just lost their final toy and are now navigating by vibe. Inside the command center, a nervous lackey looks at the boss, asking Pops for the next move, while the room feels like a pressure cooker but the elder remains remarkably chill. The veteran pauses to think, mentioning that the phone's just started working again, so he assumes the basement dwellers will take a hot minute to text back something useful. A lady with grape-colored hair remarks that the underground campers have plenty of time, unlike the guys currently getting punched in the face, since the timer is clearly running out for surface survivors. The rookie is bouncing off the walls, wanting to grab his boots to go look for lost souls, but despite his bravery, this plan sounds like a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Pops rejects that idea immediately, observing a metal van struggle through the snowstorm, concluding that the weather is way too spicy and they should just sit tight for now. We return to the fistfight, where a gigantic burst of magic tears the sky apart, as Mo finally stops holding back and starts making a noise that will definitely ruin everyone's hearing. Mo looms large in his spicy mode, radiating a very hot glow, as he understands that he has officially jumped over the fence into the land of extreme overpowered nonsense. He stares at his palms, which are snapping with crimson sparks, indicating that his internal pilot light has finally decided to start a massive grease fire in his soul. Covered in scarlet fire, Mo resembles a very angry knight from hell, naming his fashion choice the twice-cooked coals, and it's clear he is about to grill some enemies. The Beast and our hero have a staring contest, looking like a budget version of her giant versus a bug, but Mo actually seems to be the one holding the remote control. Mo exhales a spicy puff of air while his goggles turn bright crimson, showing he is totally focused on shoving all that warmth into his upcoming smackdown. Accelerating like a rocket, Mo ducks down and gets ready to pounce, traveling with such intensity that the pavement is turning into a very hot puddle under his toes. The whole world shakes as Mo lands a heavy-duty punch, sending rocks and sparks flying in every direction, demonstrating that he really did not come here to play nice. Mo is currently flying through the sky among chunks of flying road, dancing with a grace that a man in that much metal shouldn't realistically be able to pull off. Everything nearby is a disaster zone of soaring stones and sapphire lightning, yet Mo stands in the center of the hurricane, looking like he forgot to turn on his hitbox. The baby titan follows Mo with its jumbo middle eyeball, attempting to keep up with his zip, as it slowly learns that this tiny human is definitely using some cheats. Mo's armor shines with a bright red focal point while he gathers his strength, acknowledging that his internal fire isn't a flash in the pan but a permanent camping stove. The creature lifts its limbs, creating a giant tornado of trash to circle its body, attempting to squish Mo with gravity, but our guy isn't even blinking an eye. The colossal creature hoisted a monstrous sphere of pulverized rock above its head, poised as if to drop an entire geological formation directly onto Mo, clearly believing that subtle hints were overrated. The beast then unleashed the vast collection of debris with a thunderous whoosh, transforming it into a literal barrier of stone and ice hurtling relentlessly towards our rather unlucky protagonist. Mo appeared rather diminutive amidst the colossal wave of cascading rubble, yet he stubbornly held his position, understanding that this wasn't the shadowy abyss of hopelessness, merely the dramatic opening act of an utterly bonkers performance. A close-up revealed Mo meticulously funneling that scorching crimson power into his clenched hand, fully prepared to transform this gentle introduction into an all-out, scorched earth spectacular. Mo then conjured a truly immense, phantom-like gauntlet forged from pure scarlet force, launching a strike that appeared capable of cracking a celestial body like a forgotten peanut. The spectral fist tore through the avalanche of debris as if it were nothing more than damp tissue paper, creating a shockwave so profound it practically wiped the entire sky clean. A gargantuan explosion of fiery red and vibrant blue energy then rattled the entire metropolis, a dazzling display of roar might that essentially signaled the final curtain call for this intense skirmish. The explosive impact then slammed into a nearby towering structure, causing flames and smoke to magnificently erupt skyward, proving this was definitely not a backyard firecracker kind of destruction. The building itself began to spectacularly crumble as the vivid red energy continued its relentless surge through the emerging wreckage. Mo had certainly redecorated the urban landscape quite thoroughly with that maneuver. The pale armored monstrosity found itself violently propelled backward by the sheer force, ultimately crashing into the remaining debris, seemingly confirming that its reign of terror had just run into a rather permanent brick wall. Back in the sanctuary, Maggie and Dorothy were utterly captivated by the spectacle outside their window. "My, that a practical?" inquired about the peculiar red object, while Dorothy, bless her heart, wondered if it might be an actual angel. Old Josh, equally bewildered, simply gawked with saucer-wide eyes, pondering the possibility of an angelic visitation. Truly, they had no earthly idea they were observing their rather explosive next-door neighbor. The defeated creature lay sprawled in the pristine snow as Mo hovered above it. To the onlookers in the building, it absolutely appeared as if a divine messenger had finally dispatched the troublesome beast. However, as Mo pivoted, the shadowy silhouette and fiery wings painted a picture far more akin to a demon than a cherub, a truly unsettling vision that would make anyone reconsider the whole angel theory. Mo stood squarely in the heart of a colossal crater, his armor gently smoldering as the intense energy gradually dissipated. It was, without a doubt, then disputed, slightly scorched, monarch of this particular molil. Mo's weary face was visible within his helmet, and he mumbled about the intense moment, reflecting on the considerable journey he had undertaken since his initial, rather inconvenient, demise. He remained solitary amidst the widespread devastation, with a profound quiet finally settling over the city. He mused aloud if perhaps he had overdone it just a bit, likely feeling the lingering strain of such immense power. Suddenly, a foot, distinctively pale with blue veins, stepped into the crater, and a familiar voice gently informed him that, "Now, It was actually quite good, as he was the sole individual capable of wielding this extraordinary might. Mo looked up as a mysterious woman materialized from the swirling mist, realizing it was the very entity that had been residing in his bloodstream, finally deciding to reveal her true face. Chell had finally emerged into the open, radiating like a luminous azure goddess. Mo asked her if she was finally prepared to step out and engage in a face-to-face conversation. Chell offered him a playfully impish grin, asking if there was anything specific he wished to inquire about, acting far too nonchalant considering the massive hole they were currently occupying. Mo's expression turned rather grim as he informed her there was indeed much to discuss, explaining he was finally ready for some actual answers regarding this baffling apocalypse. Chell happily announced that, thanks to the delightful lunacy of Doc Joe, who had essentially force-fed him a power core, her spirits were soaring, and she even conjured some rather modest energy peril, just to ensure the whole scene remained suitable for prime-time viewing. She gave him a subtle and knowing look, encouraging him to simply articulate whatever thoughts were swirling in his mind, having finally abandoned her parasite charade to become a proper, albeit mischievous, mentor. Mo posed the crucial query, asking precisely what a white armor truly was, explaining he absolutely needed to understand these creatures if he intended to continue battling them effectively. Chell promptly placed a finger to his lips, shushing him gently, clearly relishing her position as the keeper of all the intriguing, universe-altering secrets. She then offered him a charmingly playful wink, assuring him they would tackle each revelation one at a time, effectively transforming their intense encounter into a literal, if slightly ominous, tutorial session. She elucidated that white armor were essentially more like empty husks, soulless vessels tethered only by the lingering obsessions of their previous, rather eventful, mortal existences. Then she dropped the veritable bombshell, informing Mo that they were, intact, just like him, a devastating revelation that struck him deep, forcing him to question his very own nature. We are then shown a poignant image of Mo's lifeless form from the original timeline, a stark and sobering reminder of his humble beginnings and the dreadful fate he narrowly avoided. Chell casually revealed that time isn't a linear experience for her. If some poor soul perishes, she effortlessly ditches that reality and jumps into an alternate, much like respawning after a virtual game over. She cheerfully informed him how, during this transition, the spirit evacuates its host, leaving the defunct body as just a vacant husk. She quipped that, for all he knew, his own lifeless form could be currently rampaging through a parallel dimension. Glimpses of Doc Joe and Corbin swirled together in a bewildering mental kaleidoscope. Mo suddenly grasped that those peculiar blanks in his recollections now made perfect sense, confirming he'd been universe-hopping like a cosmic tourist. Mo stayed, dumbfounded, as it dawned on him that his supposed resurrection was merely high-stakes interdimensional commuting. Chell, wearing a self-satisfied grin, seemed pleased he'd finally pieced together the baffling cosmic puzzle. She observed that his grasp of the situation was surprisingly swift. Apparently, he wasn't just some fortunate fellow who cheated death, but rather a bona fide temporal tourist, navigating the cosmic currents. Mo gazed at his own hand, then hesitantly wondered if every single white armored figure had once been an unwitting participant just like him. The unsettling truth of their predicament was, at last, truly hitting home. A truly disturbing visual unfolded, a grotesque creature violently erupted from its former human vessel. This was extreme, stomach-churning body horror, the genuine, unvarnished visage of their terrifying adversary. Within the gloom, the pulsating, cerulean art throbbed, resembling nothing less than a miniature stellar core. This potent energy source was the ultimate prize everyone coveted, a marvel both breathtakingly gorgeous and utterly dreadful. The concluding frame unveiled a high-tech woman crowned with a head of azure flames, exuding pure final boss energy. An on-screen caption cheekily queried if all these alleged supernatural entities were merely temporal tourists. Now that's what I call a mind-bending narrative curveball. Within a gleaming, state-of-the-art facility, scientists frantically scoured for artifacts retrieved by the unfortunate field agent who had mutated into a monstrosity. Evidently, they remained utterly clueless about their true adversary, yet recognized this was undoubtedly top-tier, classified information. Their no-nonsense leader, sporting a chic, short blonde bob and a pristine lab coat, remained utterly unconcerned about incurring Mr. Pollock's executive wrath. Her entire attention was fixated on that ominous, yellow-tape hazardous container, which surely contained the critical insight into their unfolding catastrophe. The shocking revelation churned the stomach, a human head, unnervingly preserved within a luminescent cylindrical container. The label merely stated a head, yet the chilling expression frozen upon that face hinted at a destiny infinitely more dreadful than mere expiration. The viewpoint abruptly shifted to a monstrous psyche, or perhaps a shadowed recollection, where the solitary utterance had resonated unsettlingly within a cerulean abyss. An impending search seemed to gather, a frantic quest to reclaim something absent from a vast, cavernous emptiness. The colossal edifice of frigid bone and crystalline ice throbbed with raw power while an unseen voice demanded to know its location. The air itself grew heavy with palpable terror as the mysterious entity's irritation visibly mounted. High above, a sleek, armored female silhouette drifted, encircled by cerulean inferno and ethereal, descending snowflakes. She appeared as nothing less than a bona fide deity of doom, majestically scrutinizing the desolate remnants of the planet beneath her. Mo, encased in his crimson streak limit armor, found himself utterly flabbergasted by his adversary's phenomenal velocity. He grappled, genuinely unable to follow her blur of motion, realizing his own vaunted superspeed had potentially encountered its superior counterpart. Mo gaped, incredulous, silently questioning if this foe was simply indestructible. He was pouring every ounce of effort into their brutal exchange, yet his adversary appeared to function on an entirely distinct plane of existence, almost cheating the cosmic rules. Chell, the spectral azure maiden, materialized with an unsettlingly jovial expression entirely incongruous with a lethal showdown. She blithely proposed that, given the uniqueness of this individual, they ought simply to request assistance rather than engaging in pointless combat. Chell visibly bristled, her eyes flaring as she delivered a stern lecture to Mo regarding the nonlinear nature of temporal flow. Her composure clearly faltering, she warned him that persistent errors would render him utterly incapable of rectifying his blunders. Mo spiraled into an absolute panic, frantically clutching his face while bellowing at Chell for her profoundly childish demeanor. Trapped between a cosmic enigma's perplexing query and a rampaging creature bent on his demise, they had, without a doubt, hit his absolute breaking point. The armored combatant, 13, loomed majestically in the backdrop, her cerulean inferno head radiating intensely. In the foreground, Mo was trapped, uttering a choked expletive as he comprehended her terrifyingly rapid advance, eating up the ground between them. 13 was unveiled in a striking full-body portrayal, appearing both elegant and deadly within her monochrome armor. She was busily generating a vibrant violet energy sphere in her palm, exuding the undeniable aura of her final game boss poised to conclude the level. The tight shot of Mo captured his eye dilating in sheer terror as he registered the imminent assault. He possessed scant milliseconds for any response whatsoever before the entire immediate vicinity became utterly consumed by a blinding flash. Mo was violently propelled backward, a colossal azure energy wave obliterating the very earth surrounding him. He muttered that the impact had been unnervingly near, and despite his inherent quickness, 13 was unequivocally straining his velocity to its absolute limits. The gigantic, spectral white appendage or claw crashed into the hard pavement with an emphatic clang and a splintering crack. The very ground fractured under the impact, demonstrating 13's formidable brute strength, which astonishingly rivaled her preternatural agility. Mo was catapulted helplessly through the open air, uttering a bewildered cry as his stance gave way. He drifted amidst a chaotic swarm of airborne wreckage, appearing utterly exposed and defenseless for the inaugural instance within this looping corpsman. The sweeping vista revealed an enormous gravity well yawning open, inexorably dragging all matter toward the crater's epicenter. Mo hovered utterly defenseless within its grasp, silently pondering whether this truly represented a legitimate gravity-manipulating superpower. 13 extended an arm, seizing Mo directly by the face with an audible, chilling metallic thud. She had utterly overwhelmed him, effortlessly halting his frantic forward motion as if he possessed no mass or consequence whatsoever. Mo's eyes blazed with an intense cerulean light as the realization dawned that his very life force was rapidly diminishing. The panicked, screaming aloud that she was quite literally siphoning away his internal warmth directly through their physical connection. Mo gnashed his teeth in excruciating torment, his strained features starkly visible through the fractured visor of his helmet. He bitterly cursed his wretched fortune, grimly comprehending that serving as this creature's power source was a definitive, express ticket to an icy, premature interment. Only text end. The monster's battle plate offered a close-up tour of its intricate mechanics, making Mo ponder if they shared a family tree, or at least a highly dysfunctional power source, feeling an unnerving link between his abilities and her own. Chell materialized directly behind Mo, whispering a warning that sounded less like a threat and more like a dire inventory update, explaining that if he ended up a human juice box, her own energy reserves would suffer greatly, so he absolutely needed to find a solution. Mo let out an astonished squawk as his armor began to audibly sigh out its precious energy, stuck in a truly delightful predicament where 13 was having him for an all-you-can-eat buffet, and Chell was merely enjoying the show from the cheap seats. 13 delivered a spectacular boot to Mo, sending him soaring with a force so immense it left behind an artistic blur of motion lines, clearly treating him less like an opponent and more like a very bouncy, very breakable plaything for her personal amusement across the arena. The collision was savagely unforgiving, the digital asterisk crack asterisk reverberating as Mo's helmet practically disintegrated, his protective mask peeling back to unveil a rather unfortunate combination of roar, uncontrolled energy and a healthy dose of pure, unadulterated panic. 13 loomed imposingly, her visor alight with 3 decidedly menacing eyes, clearly taking immense pleasure in her mockery, her metallic visage resembling a particularly satisfied house cat that had just cornered its favorite, squirming snack. Mo found himself rather uncomfortably stapled to the ground by 13's boot, crimson liquid making an unwelcome exit from his various rents, while Chell hovered above, observing her test subject with all the enthusiasm of her bored lab assistant, coolly noting she would simply have to take matters into her own ethereal hands if he insisted on staying such a dramatic sack of potatoes. Mo finally gazed upwards, his expression a concentrated cocktail of pure, unadulterated fury, absolutely fed up with his designated victim status, his visor now blazing a ferocious crimson as he braced himself to uncork a counterattack so potent, it might just send both combatants to the scrap heap. Chell, now casually standing beside the armored girl, sported a grin so wide it rivaled the Cheshire Cat's, playfully inquiring if 13 genuinely believed she'd simply stand by while Mo got himself spectacularly dismantled, pending a delightfully complex backstory between the two entities, which Mo, bless his oblivious heart, was clearly not invited to. Chell then casually advised Mo to wipe the shocked expression off his face, elaborating that her nifty second core allowed her to, quite literally, whip up another physical form, a truly show-stopping revelation that proved she'd been holding onto more trump cards than a magician at a poker tournament. The camera offered a glimpse from behind the newly manifested entity, showcasing her impeccably sleek white and gray skin, adorned with shimmering patterns of electric blue energy, as she moved with a peculiar grace that managed to be both breathtakingly exquisite and profoundly unnerving. Chell issued a rather understated caution, noting her current shenanigans would disrupt the energy balance, which, for the uninitiated, translated directly to the entire room deciding to spontaneously combust, a rather explosive risk she was apparently quite willing to take to rescue her favorite host. The pair of armored combatants slammed into each other in a blindingly fast melee, their furious kicks and punishing strikes blurring into a vibrant kaleidoscope of blue and white energy, with one of them emphatically hollering that time was a luxury they simply couldn't afford as the entire confrontation ratcheted up to a dizzying fever pitch. 13 unleashed a devastating kick, her leg now dramatically wreathed in ethereal blue flames, moving with such blur-inducing velocity that the very air hummed, clearly indicating she was now deploying every single trick in her arsenal, absolutely frantic to wrestle back command of the rapidly escalating case. Mo suddenly registered that 13 had decided to pull her gravity-defying Polo trick once more, the very earth beneath their feet beginning to grumble, churn, and lift dramatically, while he, ever the stoic observer, simply stood prepared, watching the two colossal titans of raw energy continue their rather explosive sibling rivalry. 13 offered a chillingly composed statement, remarking with unnerving serenity that since escaping gravity was clearly not on the menu, they might as well embrace its full, crushing potential, a clear sign she was now concocting a final, truly colossal technique designed to decisively obliterate any lingering interference. She then casually slapped a hand on Mo's chest, declaring with an ominous cheerfulness, "Alright, let's light this candle," as an absolutely titanic surge of angry red energy began to unceremoniously funnel itself into Mo, brutally overcharging his already volatile red limit form. Mo was utterly flabbergasted, letting out an indignant bellow as his armor began to visibly steam and emit an alarming luminosity, effectively being transformed into a walking, torquing thermal grenade by the very colossal menace he had so valiantly attempted to permanently decommission. From the fresh crater, an absolutely enormous vortex of swirling fire and ominous shadow erupted skyward, the sheer, crushing pressure pulverizing the environment, effectively conjuring a miniature, terrifying sun right there on the frigid surface of the frozen planet. 13 found herself gloriously bathed in the furious crimson light, her formidable armor chugging down the excess heat like a thirsty athlete, looking every inch a terrifying demon spawn from the deepest forge, cynically leveraging Mo's own energy to power her delightful next-level transformation. With an earth-shattering asterisk clang asterisk, an absolutely colossal energy foot decisively stomped its way into the pulverized ruins, signaling that the general power scale had apparently just taken a rocket ship through the stratosphere, and everyone could now safely assume that events were about to turn catastrophically destructive. 13 then dramatically unsheathed a truly gargantuan energy sword, which appeared to be forged from the very essence of solid blue stars, signaling that her previous dalliance with playing games was officially over, and she was now, quite decisively, aiming for the unretractable kill shot. The air filled with a painfully blinding purple light as she charged the colossal blade, and then, for good measure, a truly colossal exclamation mark practically materialized, unequivocally declaring this the ultimate, final attack Mo absolutely needed to gracefully avoid, or ungracefully perish. Suddenly, an absolutely colossal pillar of vivid blue energy rocketed straight through 13, effortlessly vaporizing a significant chunk of her formidable armor and sending her violently reeling, clearly a dramatic intervention from someone completely outside the immediate Farkers, which definitely qualified as a mic-dropping, total power move. 13 found herself unceremoniously launched, her once pristine armor now gloriously shattered, with vital energy spectacularly gushing out like a ruptured fire hydrant, as she gazed upwards in utter disbelief, utterly flummoxed that anyone had actually managed to land such a surprisingly crisp and effective blow on her. The tight shot of 13's shoulder plate revealed the ominous number 13 precisely etched into its surface, as she contemplatively assessed her fresh battle damage, finally grasping that the bargain bin recycled materials comprising her very being were spectacularly giving up the ghost under such intense pressure. The brand new character then sauntered onto the scene, a distinguished scout with silver hair and binoculars, coolly observing the utter pandemonium from a delightfully safe distance, before nonchalantly reporting into his comms that he had indeed located 13, maintaining an unsettlingly placid demeanor for someone witnessing what could only be described as a celestial brawl. The scout then calmly inquired if she was in the immediate vicinity, his gaze drifting towards a rather enigmatic figure sporting a distinguished hat, confirming that the NSB, or some equally shadowy agency, was finally making its highly anticipated, albeit tardy, entrance into the unfolding drama. The man in the hat coolly observed that the current, rather explosive situation was regrettably not yet optimized for his peculiar brand of recycling, his eyes settling on Mo, whom he casually deemed an interesting chap, all while the entire world around them enthusiastically went up in flames. 13, now wreathed anew in furious blue fire, once again stood defiantly tall, dramatically instructing the fresh-faced newcomers to prepare themselves to witness the genuine, unbridled might of the Black Fury, grandly declaring it a colossal waste of good cosmic energy to bother with bare-handed brawling when one possessed a literal god's blade. Mo glanced at his mask, a grim realization dawning that it held yet another secret feature, much like a gadget whose instruction manual had been misplaced, as he peered into the crimson abyss of his own power, desperately seeking that elusive winning edge. In a climactic scene, Mo's mechanical digits surged with Asher power as he clenched his fist, murmuring a resolute vow, clearly ready to unveil his ultimate transformation, a true grand finale where he definitely wouldn't be pulling any punches. From the concealing depths of shadow, the enigmatic wearing priest subtlely straightened his brim, casually remarking on the fight's intriguing turn and confessing his astonishment that 13, the revered Holy Mother, could ever be cornered into such a dire predicament. The priest divulged his initial scheme, which was merely to exploit the prevailing pandemonium by clandestinely slipping 13 among the regular populace, intending to employ her unique noggin as a spiritual GPS for the National Logistics Bureau's hidden stronghold. At this unforeseen, shall we say, field altered his entire equation. The priest instructed his comrade, Dronzer, to remain exactly where she was and perhaps cultivate a little more patience, clarifying that any present intervention would undoubtedly reveal their covert activities to the governmental snoops, necessitating extreme caution. Dronzer, looking rather disgruntled in her tactical school uniform but still obedient, grumbled that they, as the sacred heirs of the Holy Spirit, inherently possessed a superior status to those poor souls brawling amidst the ravaged cityscape. Suddenly, a purple-haired woman named Han Jinyu materialized behind Dronzer, playfully informing the priest that he really didn't need to be such a spoilsport, acting far too nonchalant for someone casually navigating a monster-ridden global catastrophe. Jinyu sidled up to Dronzer with a rather intimate embrace, which completely unnerved Dronzer, particularly when she noticed a faint trickle of blood, a testament to the sheer, bleeding-edge intensity of their predicament. Jinyu grew progressively more hands-on, declaring they simply must cuddle little Ian, the precious scion of the prophetic guild, while Dronzer, absolutely seething, loudly demanded Jinyu immediately retract her wandering digits. Jinyu casually offered an apology for her tardiness, claiming pesky bugs were perhaps just spies who had been tailing them, a detail the priest apparently dismissed, so long as she remained unharmed and the grand scheme stayed perfectly on schedule. With his entire crew finally assembled, the priest decreed it was high time to recline and enjoy the distant drama, sporting that classic smug villainous expression, as if this epic life-or-death struggle were merely a private screening for his amusement. He observed Mo and 13 collide violently far away, musing that the true narrative was now genuinely beginning to reveal itself, given the absolutely bonkers level of devastation, with the very urban remains being ripped asunder by their war power. Suddenly, an enormous maelstrom of cerulean force and splintered ice burst forth across the war zone, resembling nothing less than a genuine power hurricane greedily devouring every last thing within the enormous crater. Mo and 13 moved so rapidly they became mere streaks of color, their onslaughts generating potent shockwaves, with someone pointing out an attraction shockwave, clear evidence that 13 hadn't retired her peculiar gravity-bending shenanigans. Mo's gaze flared a furious scarlet as he instantly grasped that 13 was deploying her identical attraction force maneuver from earlier, now completely fixated and absolutely resolved not to fall for the same old parlor trick a second time. 13's visor blazed with such an overwhelming, red and searing white light that you could almost hear the powering up sound effect, clearly indicating she was preparing for another lightning-fast assault, pouring her entire essence into this one final push. 13 taunted Mo, informing him that while he might possess a decent clip, he was nowhere near her league velocity-wise, effectively treating him like a stationary dummy as she zipped effortlessly through the atmosphere. Mo, bay-chested and simmering with crimson energy coursing through his veins, peed utterly on the verge of her meltdown, as he astutely grasped that 13 was operating at the first cosmic velocity, which, for those not in the know, is simply a very elaborate way of stating she was essentially a sentient projectile. Mo skillfully evaded a fatal blow, leaving both combatants as mere fleeting phantoms within the billowing smoke, as he intuitively realized that 13's extraordinary capabilities far exceeded anything a mere empty vessel should ever conceivably manage. The priest offered a rather unsettling portrayal of 13, labeling her as an ostensibly vacant physique inhabited by a profoundly discordant spirit, essentially depicting her as a malfunctioning contraption that, against all odds, inexplicably continued to operate. He recalled their initial encounter with 13, when she simultaneously embodied both a sacred infant and a vacant vessel, her very essence and physical form utterly divorced, which explained the utterly unpredictable nature of her formidable abilities. 13 pours within a frozen impact crater, enveloped in a halo of cerulean power, prompting the priest to ponder if she leaned more towards a mere superhuman or perhaps some other esoteric classification, though he ominously suspected she was a frightful amalgamation of the two. Dr. Joe observed the brutal brawl unfold across her array of monitors, her features set in a grim mask, genuinely pondering if her mind was playing tricks or if the entire affair was indeed spiraling spectacularly beyond any reasonable control. The doc, with a chillingly resolute gaze, admonished her unwitting guinea pig, Mo, not to dare disappoint her, for the stakes of this particular scientific endeavor were astronomically high, and she certainly wasn't prepared to witness his defeat just yet. Mo inhaled deeply, his visage now a veritable sculpture of intense concentration, sternly reminding himself to banish all nervousness and simply strategize, as he absolutely had her pinpoint the Achilles heel in 13's seemingly impregnable defenses. Mo suddenly grasped that whenever 13 deployed her potent attraction force, the specific body components she utilized would glow with an eerie, phosphorescent white, finally allowing him to decipher the overt visual indicators of her formidable abilities. Furthermore, he observed that any sections of her body taking on a distinct bronze hue were precisely those engaged in repulsion maneuvers, essentially meaning she was quite literally color-coding her gravimetric assaults for him. Mo offered a rather sinister, self-assured smirk as the proverbial light bulb flashed brightly above his head, convinced he had finally cracked the code and possessed all the crucial intel required to permanently disable his opponent. The cryptic entity named Shell, residing deep within Mo, inquired if he was adequately prepared to utterly vaporize her, to which Mo enthusiastically assented, assuming the formidable appearance of her malevolent deity as he orchestrated his subsequent strategy. Mo bellowed for a dramatic escalation of firepower as his crimson limit break transformation erupted with the blinding intensity of a miniature star, clearly finished with defensive tactics and now committed to a spectacular, unrestrained energy release. 13 looks down at the terrifying crimson glow, her robotic eyes flickering in shock. She just figured out that Mo isn't merely quick, he's a working power plant about to blow a fuse. The genuine, unnerving grin stretches across her face as she whispers that she finally gets it. She's figured out his strategy, but a sudden realization won't protect her from the impending heat wave. Mo extends his hand, enveloped in shadowy energy, and demands 13 reach out to him. This isn't a romantic gesture, he's creating a physical bridge to transmit his lethal power. 13's visor blazes with alarm as she realizes escape is impossible. Mo is closing in for direct contact, and this particular touch is going to be fatal. 13 lets out a genuine scream, asking what in the world he thinks he's doing. Just as Mo grasps her, the atmosphere begins to buzz violently as two massive energy sources clash. Mo forcefully injects his enormous heat energy right into 13. A stunning mix of blue lightning and crimson flames erupts, completely disintegrating the ground beneath their feet. Mo connects with a tremendous boom punch directly to 13's chest. The impact generates a shockwave so powerful it instantly clears all the smoke and dust from the entire structure. The force of the explosion sends 13 rocketing upward. Her gravity powers are completely failing as her system attempts to process the sudden, overwhelming energy surge. Mo refuses to back down, following up with another blow that sends 13 smashing through several levels of industrial flooring. He's essentially playing whack-a-mole with her body. 13 becomes a chaotic streak of motion as she's flung through the air, her scythe threading behind her. She's clearly battered, her vacant shell of her body rapidly approaching structural failure. Mo stands poised in the center of the devastation, his armor spitting crimson flames. He looks like pure trouble, patiently waiting for the dust to settle so he can finalize the beatdown. 13's head illuminates with intense purple energy as she struggles to reboot her systems. She lets out a pain shriek, utterly incapable of processing the enormous amount of energy Mo just shoved into her. The gigantic star-shaped explosion of red energy bursts from the crater. Mo just deployed his prairie blaze maneuver, resulting in a blast that mimics a nuclear detonation in the basement. 13 lies slumped over in the debris, her armor ruined and energy scythe in pieces. She's wheezing, her self-proclaimed Holy Mother status officially cancelled by a guy who clearly has a serious death wish. Mo gazes down at the defeated monster through his cold, illuminated visor. He knows he connected with a devastating strike, but he still needs to watch out for her inevitable repulsion polo trick. Mo stands firmly in the wreckage, red energy radiating from his core. He's carefully calculating his final attack, understanding that her single mistake could still swing this fight completely against him. Mo figures out that 13's left hand holds the real secret, as it's the source of her repulsion force. He has finally identified her primary defensive mechanism. He observes that when attacked from her left side, she instinctively deploys the repulsion force as a shield. He's essentially cracked her entire combat code. 13 swings her scythe in a wide, desperate arc just to try and hold Mo off. The blade glows with a weak blue light, indicating her battery life is nearly depleted. Mo easily deflects the blow with his massive sword. He's leveraging his superior strength to dictate her movements, essentially guiding her right into his pre-planned final trap. Mo detects a glaring vulnerability and decides this is the perfect moment to strike. He's preparing a high-speed lunge designed to conclude this battle once and for all. He charges from the right side, swinging his blade so fast it makes a whistling sound. He aims directly for her blind spot while she's still stuttering from his last parry. 13 extends her hand, crackling with blue attraction energy, attempting to pull Mo into a point-blank blast. However, she's unaware that he has already moved 3 steps beyond her reach. The armored Lin Mo analyzes his foe, loading her attraction forces in defensive, but rather designed to manipulate his attack trajectory. He realizes if that's the true function of her ability, he can certainly find a counter. Mo figures out this magnetic property turns her body into a literal magnet, creating magnetic field fluctuations. He's clearly a combat prodigy for deducing this during an explosive battle. A close-up reveals the intense, swirling patterns of the magnetic field. Mo intends to utilize these acceleration zones to boost his own velocity even more, converting her biggest asset into a personal advantage. Combining the kinetic energy from her magnetic pull with his already insane speed results in a truly lethal cocktail. Mo is ready to land a strike fueled by both of their collective energies. Crouching in anticipation, Mo decides this is the precise moment to unleash everything he has. He is completely focused, his red limit armor shining with fierce intensity. The gigantic, swirling vortex of crimson and azure energy explodes across the battlefield. The immense power of the impact completely shreds the surroundings, creating a small, localized hurricane of destruction. Lin Mo pauses to catch his breath after the huge exchange, his helmet clearly showing some significant wear and tear. He's still standing tall, but that final clash seriously depleted his internal energy reserves. Chaos reigns as the camera pans to a battered apartment complex nearby, where the explosion turned every window into glitter across the icy pavement. Both metal-clad warriors are currently engaged in a frantic dance of glowing neon sparks, neither side gaining an inch despite dumping all their juice into the struggle. Moving like caffeinated hummingbirds, they slash glowing sabers with murderous vibes. Almost starts feeling his battery percentage hit the red zone during this marathon. The enigmatic metal maiden named 13 winds up for a fresh smack with her azure sword, looking suspiciously unbothered by her dents, a fact that spells doom from all. Out of nowhere, the holy man goes full magical girl with a shimmering gold light, shouting to his squad that the big guy upstairs is shielding their VIP brat, floating down like a budget angel drenched in lemon-flavored radiance. The clergyman makes a dramatic cameo specifically to ruin everyone else's violent afternoon. The school uniform tactician Arena glows like a radioactive lime and tells Han Jinwoo to zip it, revving up her portable saintly casket to hop into the brawl. 13 lunges at Arena while hoisting her glowing toothpick, making it look like a head-on car crash between two demigods is about 5 seconds away from happening. With a frosty smirk, 13 remarks that finding a doppelganger is quite the hoot, feeling a weirdly psychic vibe connecting her mojo to the new girl's tricks. Zooming in on Arena's neon emerald eyeball reveals her deep concentration, as she finally pieces together that their supernatural skills are basically carbon copies of each other. Clutching her weapon handle with a death grip, Arena readies herself for impact, refusing to retreat a single step from the Tink and Har story blocking her path. The pair trade blows at mark speed while their swords vomit sparks like faulty whirring, with Arena showing off some gymnast-level moves to match 13's cheatingly fast pace. Observing the skirmish, then Mo realizes the newcomer is a bona fide mutant, shocked to find another person with actual perks in this miserable, frozen hellscape. Arena whips her glowing stick in a massive circle of green light, throwing her entire weight into every swing to find a crack in 13's annoying armor. The triple threat match turns into pure mayhem as laser beams illuminate the night, creating a messy Mexican standoff between 3 distinct flavors of overpowered nonsense. 13 pulls out her inner magneto to yank several metal blocks her way, proving she still has a few more physics-defying party tricks up her armored sleeves. Turning around when a voice yells at Little Ian to check her 6, Arena almost misses 13 preparing a very rude surprise attack from the shadows. Fingers tightening on her hilt as blue sparks dance across her knuckles, Arena feels the danger creeping up and prepares a lightning-fast response for her stalker. The deafening boom echoes when 13's sapphire edge meets Arena's steel, towering the area in fireworks as they once again compare their gym stats. Glaring at each other through their helmets, the two fighters share a quiet moment of either profound admiration or deep-seated loathing while their weapons stay jammed. Lin Mo goes for a surprise bear hug from behind on the armored lady, hoping to put her in a timeout before the entire neighborhood gets demolished. Watching Mo grapple with 13, Arena hears the metal girl tell them to buckle up for a kidnapping, as a strategic exit becomes the top priority. Peering at the roof, Arena boasts that she has a clear shot at the targets from her current spot, wearing a smirk that screams mission accomplished. The hatted preacher grins like a cat with a canary, shimmering with gold and glitter while inviting them to take a leap, clearly enjoying his role as director. Lin Mo shoots a sideways glance at Arena, questioning her sanity and concluding she is a massive headache, especially since she basically photobombed his pride at duel. Mo's scarlet vision flickers out as he returns to his boring human colors, scratching his head over why any sane person would rescue that pale-faced freak. Arena takes a leap toward Mo and 13 just as the clergyman's golden bubble grows, signaling a well-timed getaway orchestrated by the creepy prophecy book club. Gesturing with his fancy glove, the priest commands Han Jinwoo to play outfielder and catch the girl, maintaining his composure like a bored theater producer. Han Jinwoo snags Arena mid-flight before the golden magic zaps them out of existence, breeding the girl with her signature brand of unsettling, sugary enthusiasm. The small squeak of bewilderment escapes Arena as Jinwoo tackles her into a hug, having definitely not planned for aggressive cuddling during the professional escape mission. Arena was absolutely livid, practically spitting fire as she blamed Cross, the sanctimonious priest, for deliberately orchestrating this chaotic mess just to annoy her. Jinwoo, however, merely offered a serene smile, assuring her she performed admirably and declaring that their diminutive 13 would recover perfectly well. Cross, the mischievous cleric, merely chuckled at her outrage, pointing out that even divine intervention, or whatever his power was, had its natural boundaries. He then cheekily critiqued her less than graceful arrival, a truly villainous torn if there ever was one, proving some people just enjoy being annoying. Arena's temper flared spectacularly, steam practically escaping her ears as she clutched her throbbing head, demanding Cross immediately cease his incessant chatter. It was abundantly clear she was the designated firecracker, the resident hothead of their enigmatic little collective. The entire cohort remained assembled, listening as the priest elaborated that despite successfully retrieving 13, he would require a brief sabbatical to cultivate a fresh new corporeal form. He then chided Arena like a misbehaving toddler, urging her to graciously accept this momentary inconvenience. The startling close-up revealed the genuine essence of 13, the tiny, luminescent azure entity resembling a developing embryo, safely nestled within a clear containment vessel. The priest, in a surprisingly tender moment, instructed her to relax and slumber, starkly showcasing their unnervingly advanced, slightly creepy, technological capabilities. The individual with the peculiar aquamarine hair, incidentally the chairman of the Premonition Collective, wore a grim expression, pondering their subsequent maneuver. He murmured about the absolute necessity of cautious progression, utterly constrained by his inexplicable inability to disregard the dictates of his own formidable chairman. Lin Mo and Dr. Cho, amidst the desolate rubble, observed their adversaries melting into the bleak, snow-dusted twilight. Mo, with a glint in his eye, confessed he was eagerly anticipating a rather vigorous, perhaps bone-jarring, chat with those particular gentlemen sometime in the near future. From an aerial vantage, perhaps a high-tech drone or an unseen observer, the frigid metropolis was surveyed, its rooftops festooned with peculiar gadgets and its avenues eerily vacant. An unsettling hush gradually descended, yet the palpable tension hung in the air thicker than a winter fog. Dr. Cho and the beleaguered survivors gingerly extricated themselves from the ruins, sputtering through lingering tendrils of smoke as the air began to clear. A chorus of desperate voices clamored for information, wondering where the colossal beast had vanished to and if, by some miracle, they could finally stop bracing for impact. Tiny Maggie and Dorothy peered cautiously into the enveloping darkness, with Maddie innocently inquiring of her mummy about the whereabouts of the shadowy big brother. While immediate peril seemed to have receded, the fabric of their entire reality had irrevocably shifted. Elder Josh spun in bewildered circles, vaguely murmuring for Mr. Lin. His primary emotion was an overwhelming sense of relief that the chaotic skirmish had at last concluded, despite appearing as if he'd just had a rather intimate conversation with a spectral entity. Large chunks of shattered wreckage hovered inexplicably midair, a lingering testament to 13 audacious, physics-bending capabilities. The tableau was disturbingly quiet and profoundly unsettling, a stark visual receipt for a skirmish that evidently ignored Newton's entire curriculum. A collection of bewildered survivors occupied a balcony, gaping incredulously into the colossal void carved into the earth by the recent confrontation. They were utterly flummoxed by the sheer magnitude of devastation, a rather unwelcome addition, right in what used to be their local landscape. Lin Mo at last rejoined his companions, appearing utterly drained and looking like he'd just run a marathon while juggling anvils. He wryly quipped about desperately requiring an elevator to reach the 6th story, proving his wit remained delightfully intact, even after tussling with something vaguely divine. Elder Josh regarded Mo with an expression of unadulterated veneration, proclaiming it nothing short of a divine miracle that he remained among the living. The old man simply couldn't fathom how Mo had merely sustained a head bump after plummeting from such a staggering altitude. Dr. Cho, now in full no-nonsense medical mode, strode purposefully toward Mo, instructing him to remove his hand so she could properly assess his various wounds. While her demeanor was strictly professional, an undeniable flicker of medical fascination danced in her eyes at his improbable resilience. Mo flashed a ridiculously confident smirk, asserting his absolute wellness and playfully questioning the genuine need for such a tedious examination. He was attempting to maintain an air of nonchalant invincibility, though his body was clearly screaming for an immediate, extended nap. Dr. Cho, however, was in no mood for playful defiance, fixing Mo with a piercing, utterly unyielding gaze. She pointedly reminded him of their mutual agreement to maintain appearances, inquiring if his recent skirmish had also managed to erase their prior strategizing from his memory. Mo emitted a long-suffering sigh before reluctantly perching himself down, allowing her to proceed with her professional duties under the watchful, curious eyes of the entire ensemble. He grudgingly acknowledged that finding a small ray of hope was pleasant, but their overall predicament remained alarmingly perilous. An exterior view of the structure starkly revealed that every single heating pipe had been spectacularly ruptured by the concussive force of the recent blast. They might have triumphed in the battle, but as a consolation prize, they'd forfeited their sole dependable means of staying cozy. Elder Josh appeared utterly crestfallen, primly concluding that despite all their arduous endeavors, they were effectively just playing a particularly cruel game of snakes and ladders. Starting over, Mo, ever the optimist, attempted to buoy his spirits, urging him not to surrender to despair quite so prematurely. Mo bestowed a reassuringly self-assured glance upon Josh, declaring that the current predicament wasn't nearly as catastrophic as it initially appeared. Indeed, his remarkably astute cerebrum was already diligently concocting yet another brilliant, convoluted scheme. Mo proudly elaborated that during his arduous ascent back to them, he noticed the utterly charming blood nests on the lower levels had conveniently vanished. The serendipitous development meant they now had unrestricted entry to an entirely fresh, albeit potentially gory, section of the edifice for foraging essential provisions. Gazing down a dim, vacant corridor, it became chillingly apparent that the entire building had transformed into a rather literal ghost town. Mo solemnly observed that they were quite possibly the sole remaining living occupants, a notion guaranteed to brighten anyone's Tuesday. Mo pragmatically proposed that rather than wallowing in unproductive sorrow, their efforts would be better spent scavenging for provisions abandoned by the less fortunate former inhabitants. In this delightful new reality, he noted, such brutal practicality was the sole guaranteed method of continued existence. Their collective gaze shifted hopefully towards what appeared to be a sizable storage area or a massive, defunct refrigerator, fervently wishing to unearth any item of practical value. Mo even mused about repurposing less essential acquisitions into a makeshift barrier, a charming defense against the relentless elements. Mo assumed a commanding posture, obeying his teammates below as they braced themselves for the impending reconnaissance mission. He confidently reassured Josh to dial back his anxieties, asserting that as a unified front, they would undoubtedly concoct a viable solution. Elder Josh affirmed with a firm nod, his resolve visibly reinflating as he braced himself to alert the remaining survivors to prepare for immediate relocation. They were, undeniably, a cohesive unit now, marching resolutely into whatever bizarre future awaited them. The colossal, formidable armored vehicle, adorned with an ominous glow of cerulean illumination, rumbled decisively through the snow-draped urban avenues. The government's incredibly punctual, elite fieldwork division was, at long last, commencing its highly anticipated journey toward their specific coordinates. Within the heavily fortified interior of the transport, a contingent of impeccably trained, high-echelon operatives was receiving its mission parameters. Captain White and Sergeant Rhodes appeared particularly stone-faced, mentally steeling themselves for deployment directly into the heart of the freshly minted catastrophe. And Zion White, the strikingly dapper agent sporting hair the precise shade of her startled blueberry, materialized holding a tablet proudly showcasing Lin Mo's face. He then declared his direct command from the bunker, to apprehend Zero, who was none other than Lin Mo himself. Torwin, looking utterly spent, inquired of Mo if he was actually witnessing those filthy entities scuttling about beneath them, or if his mind had finally snapped. Though visibly exhausted, His boundless curiosity still relentlessly took charge. Dorothy, her eyes wide as saucers, interjected with a million-dollar question. Did this incredible development mean they were finally out of the woods and truly safe now, considering their arduous journey? Datchop took a leisurely, cynical drag from her cigarette, muttering that she wouldn't exactly classify them as being entirely secure just yet, primarily because the outside tempest continued its beastly rampage. Our view shifts to the building's industrial pipes, dark and foreboding, as the doc delivered the utterly grim news. The heater had officially given up the ghost, meaning their fleeting warmth would soon vanish. Wout, with a decisive wave of his hand, articulated that seizing this precious window of opportunity was absolutely crucial. He proclaimed that relocating their entire base was their smartest move if they intended to remain among the living. Standing tall, he highlighted that since they might be the last remaining souls in the structure, a descent to the lower levels was imperative. Apparently, the central heating still functioned down there, the vital lifeline for their survival. Mo continued his strategic breakdown, reminding the assembly that battling the chill wasn't their sole predicament. He insisted upon establishing robust defensive positions to safeguard their new abode from whatever other horrors lurked outside. He then pivoted to old Josh, asking if the security office might possibly contain some armaments for personal protection. Josh seemed a tad anxious, but clearly recognized Mo's prudent focus on security. Josh unveiled the arsenal, explaining they'd upgraded their gear even before the big cataclysm, purely because Brooklyn's security had become laughably bad. He possessed everything from protective vests to seriously hefty weaponry. We glimpsed a hallway, now a fortress of metal barricades and dense wire netting. Joe mused that deploying it all could cover the entire structure, but he remained deeply skeptical of its efficacy against those monstrous invaders. Corbin suddenly chirped up, sporting a goofy, cartoonish light-bulb moment expression. He'd apparently conceived an idea of his own, and knowing him, it was probably going to be gloriously peculiar. He dramatically produced his electric guitar, claiming to have accidentally discovered that those creatures simply froze if he strummed a particular melody. He dubbed it the power of music, which sounded like a ludicrous exaggeration. Mo and Joe simply stayed back, utterly incredulous, dismissing his notion as completely preposterous. Corbin, looking genuinely insulted, started ranting about their blatant disregard for his rock and roll expertise. Mo abruptly cut him off, issuing orders for everyone to prepare while he and Corbin ventured downstairs first to assess the situation. Corbin was still grumbling, demanding a clear explanation as to why they had to be the unwilling guinea pigs. The duo proceeded into the shadowy corridor, Mo admonishing his companion to cease his dilly-dallying. They were re-entering the danger zone, he noted, but at least this time, they had a semblance of a plan. Corbin continued to mutter discontentedly, mentioning he still needed to tuck his precious guitar back into its case. He optimistically figured they were just heading down for a swift peek, not a full-scale battle. They entered an apartment that appeared remarkably untouched by the surrounding pandemonium. Corbin, visibly impressed, remarked that Mo seemed to have been living rather comfortably while everyone else was enduring hardship. Corbin grew suspicious, directly asking Mo if he was involved in anything illicit, given that his residence was far too pristine compared to their old life in Seattle. Mo simply dismissed it as a standard condo, trying to downplay his forethought. Mo gazed outward with a solemn expression, firmly realizing that in their present predicament, even a conventionally normal existence was now deemed an extravagant indulgence. The weight of the world once again settled firmly upon his shoulders. A sweeping shot revealed the city, frozen solid under the night sky, as the narrator contemplated the suddenness of the deep freeze and the terrifying monster invasion. The concept of ordinary daily life had officially become an archaic relic. A close-up of a showerhead showed water streaming out. Mo pondered how long this fleeting instance of tranquility and peace would genuinely endure before the next catastrophe inevitably struck. Mo was luxuriating in a steaming hot shower, attempting to rinse away the day's accumulated anxieties. The narration observed that everyone felt utterly drained and desperately required a period of rest and recuperation. We are presented with Doc Jo's NSB identification card, plainly revealing her status as a field agent for the biosafety department. It served as a quiet, chilling reminder that even their trusted allies were harboring significant secrets. The photograph depicted a man and woman smiling broadly while tenderly holding their child. The accompanying text gently reminded us that regardless of how sorrowful circumstances become, an enduring motive to press forward always persists. Old Josh stood before a mirror, clutching a dark, ominous mask in his hands. He solemnly affirmed to himself that survival must be pursued ruthlessly, even if their very minds became scarred beyond recognition. He then held aloft a white hockey mask adorned with a cross pattern, looking precisely like a grizzled survivor ripped straight from a slasher film. He appeared completely ready to undertake any necessary action to safeguard the collective. Back in the chamber, Mo looked incredibly earnest as he informed Corbin that there were several crucial matters he absolutely needed to clarify. He was, at last, prepared to divulge his long-held secret. Mo called out to Corbin, who was casually leaning against a doorway. The air in the room hung heavy, palpably charged with the anticipation of an impending, monumental disclosure. Mo confessed that what he was about to articulate might strike a typical person as somewhat beyond belief. He was carefully bracing his friend for the astonishing truth concerning his own unique rebirth. Corbin's expression was a masterpiece of bewildered concern, wondering aloud why Mo was suddenly channeling a soap opera villain. He clearly hadn't braced himself for the reality bomb about to detonate. Mo remained utterly unfazed, informing Corbin, with an air of unshakable conviction, that this was unvarnished truth, whether it resonated with him or not. His emotional poker face was firmly in place as he laid out every single card. Corbin burst into uproarious laughter, quizzing Mo about whether his cranial processing unit had taken one too many hits during their recent skirmishes. He figured his old pal had finally misplaced his last marble. Mo abruptly chopped through the humor, directly questioning why the Lin Mo he remembered didn't seem to know him, and how he'd abruptly transformed into a superpowered being. Corbin's mirth evaporated instantly, confessing he privately harbored identical misgivings. Mo then dropped the ultimate mic, disclosing that the individual currently before Corbin was technically pushing up daisies. He insisted he was a spectral visitor from an alternate reality, now freeloading in his buddy's corporeal form. Corbin found himself utterly dumbfounded as Mo elaborated that the genuine proprietor of this physical vessel had long since checked out, leaving the blonde rocker grappling with an existential pretzel of epic proportions. Mo admitted he understood the profound difficulty of the situation, never anticipating Corbin would swallow such a wild tale immediately. He was disclosing this because, as the bona fide best friend of the buddy's former occupant, Corbin deserved the full, unadulterated scoop. Mo's gaze sharpened on the horizon, remarking that the forthcoming days promised nothing less than escalating levels of difficulty. He simply couldn't afford any unnecessary kerfuffles or awkward social faux pas stemming from keeping his real self under wraps. Corbin paused for a moment of profound digestion, then inquired if this essentially meant Mo was a deluxe, less delinquent edition of Lin Mo, one who hadn't been a terrible friend in their younger days. He was definitely trying to neatly package this interdimensional imbroglio. Corbin offered a rather nonchalant, half-fucked grin, casually questioning if his assessment wasn't spot on. He appeared to be embracing this particular multiverse twist regarding his friend with astonishing composure, proving he truly was a rock star. Mo simply blinked back, clearly a tad flummoxed by Corbin's decidedly unfreaked-out response. The uncomfortable atmospheric pressure between the two of them was, at long last, beginning its slow, praiseful ascent. Corbin extended his palm for a firm handshake, proposing they essentially hit the reset button and refamiliarize themselves. He then formally presented himself as a genuinely good companion of the Lin Mo who originally occupied this vessel. Mo permitted himself a quiet chuckle, a genuinely deep and subtle and menacing grin spreading across his features. He was palpably relieved he hadn't just alienated his sole reliable confidant after spilling the cosmic beans. Corbin merely declared his comprehension, nonchalantly twirling a cigarette between his fingers. He was processing the whole multiverse-hopping soul revelation with an impressive lack of drama, a reaction perfectly aligned with his general unflappable nature. He sparked his cigarette, exhaling a deliberate plume of smoke before inquiring, "Sir, what's the big deal then?" As though the intricate mechanics of interdimensional travel were merely minor footnotes in the saga of their enduring camaraderie. Corbin fixed Mo with a direct gaze, affirming that, ultimately, he remained Lin Mo in his estimation. He was consciously opting to embrace the individual who was currently occupying the space directly before him. Labels be darned. Corbin mused that if the actual, deceased Lin Mo had been the one to cross cosmic boundaries, he'd likely be rocking the exact same tough guy persona Mo currently displayed, uttering all the lines he imagined sounded utterly awesome. Their hands finally clasped in a firm grip, Mo introducing himself anew and declaring it a pleasure to make his acquaintance officially. It was a profoundly awkward yet heartwarming bromance too. Zero moment, solidly sealing the renewed alliance. The poignant atmosphere was instantly shattered when Mo, with the air of a disapproving landlord, instructed Corbin to extinguish his cigarette. The smoking wasn't permitted indoors. Corbin mumbled a swift apology as the visual gracefully pulled back to reveal the sprawling, so-dusted metropolis. A dramatic close-up revealed the colossal, chain-festooned tires of an armored behemoth, relentlessly grinding their way through the thick, pristine snow. Evidently, the fresh, heavily armed presence was making its rather unsubtle debut across Brooklyn. A formidable armored transport rumbled ominously through the desolate cityscape, while a voice from the frosty ground bellowed a greeting to the grizzled veteran at the head of the detachment. It seemed officialdom, complete with heavy machinery, had finally decided to grace the scene. Within the armored interior, the designated rescue squad was engaging in a spirited grumble-fest concerning their assignments. They were particularly peeved that the bureaucratic bigwigs were forcing them into the perilous, ground-level endeavors usually reserved for the actual boots-on-the-ground operatives. The gruff, bearded captain maintained a stoic silence, his gaze a frosty, unyielding laser beam. It was unequivocally obvious he'd witnessed enough mayhem for several lifetimes and possessed zero tolerance for his team's petty grievances. The captain directly requested additional intelligence from Agent White before irrevocably pledging his crew to the impending assignment. The blue-maned operative, clearly impatient, instructed him to jettison the circuitous chatter and dive straight into the crucial details. Zion White peered from the armored interior, remarking pointedly that, as a supposedly perceptive rescue unit, they really should have detected the colossal information blackout that had afflicted them previously. He exuded that unmistakable, highly trained operative aura that practically screamed impending disaster. The cameras soared above, showcasing the formidable armored truck painstakingly navigating the ravaged urban arteries. Zion then disclosed the outage wasn't some cosmic glitch, but was human-engineered, and their quarry, Lin Mo, was concurrently being pursued by a rather unsavory and exceptionally hazardous crowd. Our journey continues alongside an imposing armored vehicle, traversing the frigid desolation that was once Brooklyn. The narration humorously interjects that, while the full saga is extensive, they'll stick to the pivotal moments. This time, in this modern ice age, is undeniably a premium commodity. Introducing Zion White, the razor-sharp elite operative sporting a perpetually serious demeanor and striking blue hair. He's elaborating that the moment our planet transformed into a gigantic frozen treat, the National Security Agency promptly initiated its urgent disaster response protocols. However, Matters plunged downhill with an alarming swiftness when the entire communications network suffered a complete and utter collapse. The stark close-up of the defunct radio operator starkly underscores precisely how the execution of those critical survival directives devolved into an unadulterated, chaotic catastrophe. Within the vehicle, the captain noted his squad remained in a state of indefinite idleness, entirely due to their inability to pick up any directives from the command bunker. Zion then pointed out that this wasn't merely a minor digital hiccup. Something far more significant was undoubtedly unfolding. In a grim scene from the past, the city street lay scattered with frozen bodies in a fiery truck, prompting Zion to declare that no matter how mighty those pale-skinned monstrosities might be, they couldn't possibly dismantle backup communications, for only humans possess the finesse for such targeted mischief. Zion urged the captain to face the undeniable facts: a worldwide freeze, creatures popping up everywhere, and communication simultaneously going kaput, which seemed far too orchestrated to be mere rotten luck, though at least the bunker was finally getting around to investigating this total shambles. We glimpsed an NSB tablet, displaying their educated guesses, revealing that the intelligence and biosecurity bigwigs had pooled their brainpower and evidence to suggest a shadowy organization had meticulously engineered this entire global fiasco. Zion, with an intensity that could melt glaciers, highlighted how this enigmatic group had precisely zero footprints in the entire national intelligence network, essentially making them a high-tech ghost story that unfortunately came true and ruined the planet. Zion and Sergeant Rhodes found themselves pondering the sheer scale of the screw-up, with Rhodes completely bewildered that an outfit capable of such global chaos could somehow slip past every single intelligence agency on Earth. Zion leaned back, a picture of coolness, observing the raging blizzard outside, noting that as long as they remained undeniably human, they would invariably leave some kind of breadcrumb trail behind, whether they were breathing or pushing up daisies. Rhodes continued to chew on the mystery, scratching her head over what kind of group could be as utterly untraceable as a literal phantom, especially since she herself hailed from the intelligence department, and this whole scenario was breaking every single rule she knew. Zion stared straight ahead, then dropped a bombshell term that flipped the whole chessboard: the psychic, figuring that was probably the true identity of what they'd been referring to as the spectral organization. He confessed that the notion of psychics always struck him as utterly daft, right up until his squad actually bumped into a few after the big freeze, which was quite the rude awakening for a man whose universe revolved around data and cold, hard logic. Zion gave his gear a business-like tug, clearly itching for brawl, mentioning that the outcome of their previous run-in was rather glaringly obvious, and most definitely not a feather in his team's cap. The captain looked gravely downward, offering Zion his solemn sympathies, as it appeared Zion's squad had taken some truly devastating hits during their initial unpleasant interaction with these peculiar psychic entities. The narrator elaborated that this psychic collective was so maddeningly elusive, the NSB knew next to nothing about them, beyond the inconvenient fact that they were unequivocally the enemy, basically the shadowy puppet masters pulling the strings behind all the monsters. Zion pivoted back to the captain, pressing him on why the higher-ups were so absolutely convinced there was a psychic lurking among their current targets, clearly needing a solid reason to put his trust in this whole operation. Corporal Lee, the younger agent, mused aloud if the organization was actively attempting to conscript other psychics to beef up their ranks, a truly chilling thought, an entire army of superpowered individuals in a dying world, a theory Zion gravely considered while observing Lee. He sheepishly admitted that his security clearance unfortunately didn't extend far enough to be privy to all the juicy details. However, he suspected the corporal might just be onto something brilliant, before revealing that Zero, their very own Lin Mo, was the sole psychic they were currently keeping tabs on, representing the NSB's best, albeit singular, shot at unraveling this whole chaotic mess. This, of course, was precisely why the bunker was absolutely desperate to snag him, as a hulking truck continued its relentless churn through the deep snow, its headlights carting bright tunnels through the gathering gloom, unmistakably on a collision course with our main crew, and bringing a rather generous helping of firepower along for the ride. Suddenly, the driver caught sight of something peculiar, shouting out to the captain, who instantly snapped to attention, asking what in the blazes was wrong as they ground to a halt smack dab in the middle of a dilapidated street. Through the swirling, falling snow, two figures in pristine white winter gear materialized, rather quaintly holding hands. They appeared to be just a couple of lost souls meandering through the apocalyptic nightmare, prompting the captain to decide an investigation was in order, despite deeming the situation hardly awkward given their high-priority mission. Yet he simply couldn't ignore people in dire straits, so he hopped out of the truck to personally check on them. Captain White, standing resolute in the snow, introduced himself as a Secret Service agent and politely inquired if they were all right, cutting a truly heroic figure, a knight in shining armor arriving just in the nick of time. But, as we all know from experience in this particular manhwa, things are never quite that straightforward, and Zion watched from the truck as one of the supposed survivors tearfully pleaded for assistance, dramatically claiming Brooklyn had transformed into a literal fiery pit, putting on a desperate performance clearly designed to yank at any remaining heartstrings. The captain courteously explained they were indeed a rescue unit, but unfortunately currently embroiled in an emergency mission, which complicated matters tremendously, as he attempted to be truthful with them while delicately juggling his conflicting orders, leading to the two survivors looking utterly flabbergasted when he mentioned something. He stated they simply couldn't take them aboard right at this moment, but the captain staunchly insisted they absolutely couldn't just abandon them either, proclaiming it was unequivocally their duty. However, you could almost visibly see the survivors' eyes narrowing with suspicion, as Captain White proposed a compromise, suggesting they could at least share some vital supplies from the vehicle, and from this elevated perspective, you could perfectly observe the truck was entirely encircled by ruins, making it the absolute ideal spot for a cunning ambush. The male survivor then looked up, his expression darkening ominously, muttering something about supplies, clearly not seeking mere charity, but rather eyeing up some prime loot. A truly colossal miscalculation, Captain. The captain tried his best to offer some soothing words, assuring them he understood just how incredibly difficult things were, extending a helping hand, utterly oblivious that he was sauntering directly into a cleverly laid trap. The tight shot on the survivor's waist revealed him deftly drawing a combat knife from his vest with a chillingly sharp whisper, and while the captain was still attempting to gently coax them into calming down, the unpleasant violence had already begun its ugly dance. The thug lunged forward with brutal intent, plunging his combat knife directly into Captain White's abdomen, prompting a grotesque spray of blood as the captain recoiled in utter disbelief. Talk about a seriously low blow from someone pretending to be a survivor. The trap was officially sprung, as the so-called survivors completely dropped their innocent act, revealing themselves to be frenzied thugs, letting out wild screams and charging full tilt towards the truck, convinced they had managed to catch the unsuspecting agents entirely off guard. Our villain, fresh from shivving the captain, brandished his blade once more, sporting a truly unhinged grin. He fancied himself quite the big shot, about to dispatch a seasoned officer, apparently oblivious to the sharpshooter chilling in the armored ride. Within the armored confines, Zion had already settled in, cradling a monstrous anti-material rifle that looked like it ate lesser firearms for breakfast. He was utterly unflappable, a human icicle, as he prepped his shot, the unfortunate target perfectly framed within his sights. Then, with a truly earth-shattering crack, Zion pulled the trigger, and the ruffian's cranium quite unceremoniously detonated in a grisly crimson mist. Talk about a rather definitive way to RSVP note to a charlatan claiming to be a survivor. The party was far from over, as another ne'er-do-well on a nearby balcony lobbed a flaming concoction at the armored transport. The colossal inferno erupted, dramatically illuminating the snow-dusted thoroughfare. Zion barely batted an eye, his gaze surgically glued to his scope. He was already tagging the next poor soul, his concentration sharper than the frigid gale whistling just beyond the vehicle's sturdy walls. Perched atop a building, another hoodlum was diligently igniting more Molotovs, preparing to unleash fiery doom upon the crew. These folks were surprisingly coordinated, but they were foolishly squaring off against highly trained military personnel. Zion smoothly shifted his position, his expression a clinical masterpiece of detachment. He was methodically dismantling the ambush squad, all while enjoying the absolute security of the truck's formidable plating. He locked his optics onto the arsonist holding the flaming bottle. This was shaping up to be a precisely delivered shot that would effectively transform that rooftop into a spontaneous barbecue pit. Zion squeezed the trigger once more, the tremendous muzzle flash momentarily banishing the gloom from the snowy owl. He was clearly delivering a world of pain to anyone dim-witted enough to assault an NSB unit. The bullet met the Molotov just as the scoundrel wound up to toss it. The colossal explosion ripped through the balcony, unceremoniously engulfing the attacker in a self-made blaze of glory. Captain White remained an absolute force of nature. Despite being impaled, he snagged an assailant and slammed them against the truck's exterior with a resounding thump. This grizzled old warrior simply refused to go down without a proper brawl. The entire scene dissolved into utter bedlam as thugs swarmed the transport from every conceivable angle. The agents were holding their ground admirably, the cacophony of gunfire and desperate screams echoing throughout the deserted cityscape. The captain drew his sidearm and discharged a round point blank into an attacker's chest. He moved with the fluid grace of a seasoned combatant, a blade dancing in one hand and a firearm in the other. He showed not a flicker of hesitation, pumping another round into a female ruffian who foolishly tried to rush him. The supposed rescue operation had swiftly devolved into a full-blown termination exercise. Captain White dispatched the last remaining assailants near him with a final, decisive volley of shots. He was undeniably bleeding, but he still radiated the raw danger of the most formidable person on that entire frozen battlefield. Zion exited the truck to secure the perimeter, his tactical rifle poised for action. The thug armed with an axe attempted to creep up from behind, evidently convinced he could catch the expert sniper off guard. Without even the slightest turn of his head, Zion registered the movement and nonchalantly bored his rifle up over his shoulder. He possessed that undeniable protagonist swagger that made every combat maneuver look astonishingly effortless. With a sharp crack, Zion fired a reverse shot that found its mark squarely in the axe-wielder's chest. He clearly didn't require a visual confirmation to know the deed was done. The attacker was violently thrown backward by the sheer force of the impact, his axe sailing uselessly into the pristine snow. Zion had officially earned his title as the undisputed MVP of this brief, bloody encounter. Zion and another agent stood over the grim tableau of fallen bodies, meticulously ensuring no one was planning an encore. The ambush was formally concluded, and the thugs had received a very permanent life lesson. An overhead perspective revealed the truck surrounded by the grim aftermath of the skirmish. The agents radioed in a clear status, the one snowy street now vividly art-directed with crimson stains. Back inside the vehicle, Sergeant Rhodes was busily, almost frantically, tending to the captain's wounds. She affectionately called him dead, subtly revealing a bond far deeper than mere ranks, as Zion calmly instructed everyone to proceed. The truck rumbled onward, leaving the scene of chaos behind. One of the agents pondered if their targets had actually been genuine survivors, but Zion remained utterly unsentimental about it. Anyone who attacked them was simply another obstacle to the mission's success. The narrative then shifted back to our intrepid group, now comfortably ensconced in their shiny new headquarters. Corbin was diligently shifting crates around the storage area, striving to organize things for their indefinite residency. Mo approached grizzled old Joe and Corbin, inquiring about the progress of their ongoing renovations. Joe looked quite pleased with himself, pointing out that this expansive chamber would be absolutely perfect for a flourishing indoor greenhouse, ideal for cultivating their own sustenance. Corbin gave an enthusiastic thumbs up, declaring it a splendid concept. He quipped that if he didn't know the world was ending, he'd swear he was just enjoying a fantastic, free shopping spree in this ridiculously well-equipped base. Mo simply stared back, ready to roll up her sleeves. To tie things together, the crew was now meticulously orchestrating their tactical blueprints. We observed a drawing board cluttered with intricate layouts and schematics, with a heavy-duty rifle casually leaning against the frame. It appeared base security was finally moving up the priority list. They collectively decided to transform the eastern flank of the third floor into a veritable indoor greenhouse. In a world where the surface was essentially a frozen mausoleum, the ability to cultivate their own produce was their sole ticket to sustain nourishment for the long haul. The building's western side was, intact, far better suited for living quarters due to its superior insulation. Mo pointed out that floors 4 through 6 sustained catastrophic damage during the prior skirmish, making the third floor the sage's choice for concentrating everyone for optimal warmth and security. The first and second floors were being designated as massive choke points, cunningly packed with traps designed to ensnare any unwelcome guests. Meanwhile, they were converting the antiquated CCTV room into a high-tech command center, allowing them to monitor the entire structure like a literal, impenetrable fortress. Mo's expression is a deep study in anxiety as he stares into empty space. Despite having all the fancy upgrades and defensive systems, he cannot shake the nagging feeling that they are overlooking something absolutely vital to their survival. Old Joe begins flexing his muscles, bragging about how he used to fire a massive rifle with just one hand during his younger years. Corbin is visibly unimpressed, telling the old guy to quit exaggerating, while Mo just watches the two of them argue in the background. Joe breaks into a sly grin, daring Corbin to meet him in the garage for a demonstration if he truly doubts his marksmanship skills. Seriously, even with the end of the world outside, some people just never lose their desire to prove themselves right. Corbin shouts back, "Why not?" immediately accepting the challenge. He's always ready for a distraction, even if it involves watching an old man with one arm try to handle a ridiculously oversized sniper rifle. Mo gives them both a flat stare, muttering something under his breath about their immaturity. He's trying to focus on their grand survival strategy, but his teammates are basically treating the apocalypse like an extended summer vacation. Suddenly, a voice crackles to life through Mo's high-tech collar, calling him a test subject and demanding his presence. It is Doc Joe, and when she uses the particular tone, he knows she has found something that needs his immediate attention. Mo enters the command center and asks what the problem is. He finds the room full of industrial monitors and complex equipment, with the doc already waiting for him at the central console. Doc Joe glances back over her shoulder, her signature pink jacket providing the only pop of color in the dim room. She has already gathered the latest intelligence, telling Mo she has found something he absolutely needs to see about their recent battle. She takes a slow drag from her cigarette, looking Mo directly in the eye with a stern expression. She mentions that he saw other people just like him during the fight, clearly hoping to get more information about the superpowered enemies. Mo confirms her assumption, remembering the intense fight against Thirteen and her ability to manipulate gravity. He brings up how she stole the core from the grotesque white creature, which seems to be a major clue to the entire mystery. Doc Joe leans back against the radio equipment, her face completely unreadable. She tells Mo that he must listen to a particular audio recording, signaling that the puzzle they face is about to become significantly more complex. She flips a switch on the vintage radio, and a distorted voice begins playing through the speakers. It addresses the fortunate survivors, insisting that the frozen wasteland they currently inhabit is in no way their own fault. Mo looks completely confused by the strange transmission, asking what exactly is going on with this weird broadcast cutting in. He is instantly on high alert, sensing that whoever is behind this message isn't looking for a pleasant discussion. As the snowy skyline of the city flashes across the screen, the voice suddenly takes a very philosophical tone. It compares the current snowstorm to the legendary Great Flood, claiming it was sent to purge the world of its sins. The broadcast then displays images of the U.S. Capitol covered in stacks of money, pushing a very strong anti-establishment narrative. It claims humanity has been completely brainwashed and monitored by sinister governing bodies using greed and desire. We see a picture of a young boy looking malnourished and abandoned on the streets. The message argues that the government controls people and forces them into evil acts for its own selfish gain. This cult's propaganda machine is running full blast. The massive, multi-eyed, pale monster looms over a terrified person. The voice insists that despite the immediate horror, God is showing mercy by sending these creatures to cleanse the world of all wrongdoing. The broadcast transitions to show Han Jinwoo standing right next to one of the monsters. It promises that only truly pure souls will receive salvation in this new global order, which sounds like bad news for anyone outside of their specific group. A close-up shot of Han Jinwoo shows her smiling with an eerie, purple glow emanating from her eyes. The narrator refers to these entities as the Holy Children, putting them on a pedestal far above regular human beings. The message explicitly identifies these people as prophets and descended divine spirits. This effectively serves as a formal introduction to the series' main villains, showcasing the entire team in all their arrogant splendor. 13 appears in her monstrous form, hovering over the frozen streets while holding a huge orb of energy. This is clearly not just a simple cult, but a fully formed army of superpowered individuals who truly believe they are divine. Another monster is seen wandering through the blizzard, its body illuminated by that unsettling purple aura. These things are essentially the disposable foot soldiers for the Prophetic Association, providing the muscle for their campaign. The survivor in thick winter clothing stares up in complete terror, likely realizing she is one of the ordinary humans mentioned in the broadcast. The dramatic difference between regular people and these holy spirits is truly insane. The entire cult team stands together against a background of destroyed skyscrapers. They proudly declare themselves the Prophetic Association, claiming to be the only ones capable of bringing hope to these end times. Dar, keep telling yourselves that story. Inside the NSB truck, the agents listen to the exact same broadcast with expressions of complete disgust. One agent asks what they are even talking about while Zion White remains focused on driving the vehicle safely. The broadcast concludes with a chilling promise to pass judgment on corrupt governments and bring salvation to dishonest individuals. We see a golden hand reaching out to touch a black loved one, symbolizing their sinister alliance. Doc Joe turns off the radio as the final lines of the cult's message fade into silence. They were urging everyone to join the Prophetic Association in order to be cleansed of their evil deeds and ultimately led to the kingdom of heaven. The Doc leans back in her chair and asks Mo for his opinion on the sermon now that he has heard everything. She is testing him, trying to see if her test subject possesses the ability to see through the cult's elaborate performance. Mo doesn't hesitate for a second, immediately identifying them as nothing more than another anti-government cult. He stands there with his arms folded, completely unimpressed by their claims of divinity and spiritual authority. Mo turns more serious, noting that their mention of chosen ones and holy children sounds very much like they are actively recruiting superhumans. We connects the final dots, realizing that these guys are building a real army of people with special abilities. Dr. Joe confirmed his clever idea, looking quite pleased with his impressive stature, and she realized that if these folks were hoarding gifted individuals, the peril for Mo and the entire structure had just shot up considerably. A tight shot on the doctor's visage showed her looking utterly grave as she conceded that matters were spiraling into far greater complexity, clearly fretting about the Prophetic Association planning an aggressive move toward their current sanctuary. The doc began to unravel the popular urban legends surrounding secretive clubs like the Freemasons and the shadowy Illuminati, explaining that those tales weren't pure fantasy, as a clandestine syndicate truly did exist, masterfully steering the whole nation from the darkness. She disclosed that the Prophetic Association began as a hushed little sect but subsequently secured clandestine monetary support from the CIA, initially designed as a foreign policy instrument, though the agency never envisioned their controlled pet biting back with such ferocity. The bizarre fellowship managed to sneak into every echelon of governance, the Pentagon included, so to handle this unruly beast, the federal powers had to establish their own clandestine wing, the National Security and Logistics Bureau, no less. Dr. Joe pointed out that this historical tidbit is officially shielded from view and likely to vanish forever given the chilling, frozen state of the planet, offering Mo a privileged glimpse into the clandestine warfare that had been brewing for ages. Mo cut her off abruptly, sporting a look of intense doubt, questioning how a medical expert from the biochemistry division could possibly possess such highly classified intelligence, realizing she was significantly more than just a Bacala healer. The doc merely offered him a cool, unflappable gaze, agreeing that she lacked a companion quite like Mo, then confessed to having an old operative contact within Central Intelligence, neatly accounting for her staggering stockpile of secrets. We then switched scenes to the NSB vehicle where Zion and Rhodes were discussing their assignment, Rhodes still a bit rattled from the sudden attack, while Zion politely inquired if she was genuinely coping alright. Returning to the facility, Mo and Joe were meandering past the humming server stacks as they conversed, where Joe finalized his assessment. Based on everything they knew, the prophetic group hadn't just been dismantled, they were utterly eradicated, suggesting 0 survivors should exist. The doctor paused her stride and turned toward Mo, dropping the ultimate curveball. This current gathering of superpowered individuals actually hailed from an alternate reality, which sounds like a genuinely terrifying science fiction trope come true. Mo emitted a sound of utter bewilderment as Joe elaborated that these specific people were essentially specters, just like himself, and he stared blankly at her, his brain likely short-circuiting while trying to digest the news of the multiverse. The doc continued working along, calmly enjoying her cigarette, while Mo extended a dramatically accusatory finger toward her, beginning to suspect she'd been several steps ahead of his every move the entire duration. Mo swiftly clamped on her jacket collar and loudly demanded to know if she had been secretly tuning into his private conversations, suddenly grasping that she overheard his entire heartfelt chat with Corbin via the monitoring devices. The doc responded with a small, split hum, remarking what a rather touching display of male camaraderie that had been, thoroughly irritating him as Mo bristled over the violation of private manly bonding sessions via spying. She swiftly pivoted back to serious matters, warning him that if the religious fanatics are indeed comprised of temporal tourists, they have undoubtedly pinpointed him as a target for their sinister collection. The doctor worked away, instructing Mo to assist her in transporting her belongings to her newly assigned quarters, and crucially, not to forget the receptacle for her ashes, leaving Mo feeling like her designated, a pain-moving assistant. Inside the NSB transport, the illuminated screens displayed the cult's broadcasted propaganda, leading the agents to deduce that this explained the total absence of any local paper trails regarding these extraordinary adversaries. Corporal Lee glanced over, asking if this was truly a monumental issue. Clearly the greenest member of the crew, still failing to grasp the true magnitude of the conflict they were embroiled in. Sergeant Rhodes turned back to him with an intensely serious expression, informing him it was far beyond just a big deal, revealing that the danger presented by the sect is intrinsically linked to the very genesis of the NSLB itself. Rhodes began detailing the High Command's prevailing hypothesis, looking resolute, and was about to divulge further classified government tidbits when an unwelcome interruption occurred. The captain abruptly slapped his hand over Rhodes' mouth, silencing her mid-declaration with an inarticulate noise, determined not to permit sensitive data to escape during an active operation. Captain White shot her a disapproving glare, sharply reminding her precisely why her transfer out of intelligence had been mandated in the first place, firmly establishing boundaries for her current operational role. Diane remained solitary in the rear of the vehicle, performing equipment checks, noting that although radio contact was restored, it remained unreliable, necessitating a concise status update for the underground base. A close-up on a sophisticated electronic pad displayed Zion's official submission, confirming their suspicion that the peculiar group is directly intertwined with the emergence of powered people, maintaining sharp focus on the paramount goal, apprehending Code Zero. Zion stared intently at the glowing interface as the bunker granted him the highest security clearance to aid his pursuit, officially making him the government's ultimate tracker, with Linmo designated as his intended quarry. Abruptly, the scene cuts to old Joe enthusiastically operating a heavy machine gun with a manic gleam in his eye, yelling that any potential obstacles would be forcefully eliminated to safeguard innocent lives, truly embodying his combative persona. A cluster of glass containers resting on a drum were pulverized by a remarkably accurate burst of gunfire, and the narration commented that Zion held the authorization to remove any interfering elements as he saw fit, underscoring his deadly mandates. Joe stood firmly holding his massive firearm, looking quite pleased with his proficiency, while Corbin remained rooted behind him with an expression of pure astonishment, probably pondering if the elderly fellow was genuinely as dangerous as he had boasted.